everybody, it's me, the Red Mage, and joining me this week, as for some other week, he's taking a little bit of a break, but he's here this time. Loman, hi Loman, how goes?
Hey, I'm doing well, man. I'm glad I got to jump in this fine Sunday to get to see some hopefully some powerful Magic and Canadian Highlander. And yeah, as you said, I'm on a little bit of a break, but glad to be back and kind of get to see some of it and dialogue with our players beforehand and during. So look forward to it, man.
We have 13 players today. We had a bit of we have a little bit of an incident in terms of counting who was actually available because of a little bit of a snafu that happened earlier. But outside of that, we are getting ready to go. We are going to play 4 rounds of Magic the Gathering today. And Necro posted in chat the picture of Gosmith with the sun. I need to make that an emote. That needs to be an emote. I'm pretty sure that needs just to be an emote. Either way. So for those that aren't, let me just go through the to the housekeeping real quick, and then we'll get going. For those that don't know, we are a Canadian Highlander tournament series. The goal of this tournament is basically to give people that maybe don't live in Victoria, BC, or other places that have a bustling Highlander scene, and a chance to play, to get to play the format in a competitive setting, because those opportunities can be far few and few in between, and we want to give people that option. If you want to know about the format, I posted a few links in chat that tells you that should give you an idea. If you want to know what we do, what we are doing is we're in the middle of a 12-week season. Players are free to join at any time. You can join every week. We run 2 tournament series right now. We have our Sunday tournament series that is run by me, and we stream it. It's here on this very channel every Saturday at 1 p.m. EDT. We also have our Saturday tournament series, which is run Saturdays at 4 p.m. EDT. Eastern time, that does not get streamed, in case you want something that is a little bit less, like you're not in for like, oh, I want to show my deck to the world on stream, but also it's also like, maybe I just want to show up and jam some Magic, and it has a more of like an FNM type feel if you want to look at it like that. All of our tournaments are run off of the Canadian Highlander Discord. If you type !Discord in chat, it gets you there. I will be posting the link to sign up next week directly in a little bit. I haven't made one yet, so I haven't posted. Also, a quick reminder, if you wanted to subscribe to this channel, it would make it, it makes it easier to run future tournaments. So like having access to that sort of thing definitely makes our job easier for the future. So it would mean the world to us if you were thinking of maybe chucking $5 our way, and especially if you have your Twitch Prime subscription, that should go to somebody. If it's us, we would be honored. If it's not, just give it to somebody. Jeff Bezos does not need that money. I can guarantee you that the soon-to-be world's first trillionaire can do without those $5. Hey, Minstrel, what's up? With that said, we are about to get started. I am posting the result, the pairings in chat right now. So, Loman,
Who are we watching? Is that what you're going to ask me?
This is so the other big thing that I got to introduce is that now the players that we are not gonna watch as easily because they are because they want to have their hands are marked with an asterisk. So, which of these other three matchups do you think you would like to watch?
I'm assuming that's above the cat picture.
Yes, that is above the hat picture. The hat picture is not in fact their pairings. It is a cute cat though.
Let's do this. Let's watch Arakasi versus Oh, is the star mean we can't watch them?
The star means that, like, I mean, we can if we have to, but we won't have hands. So, like,
All right,
I'd rather
let's
watch somebody else.
Brahms versus Zannty. I don't know what they'd be
Sure.
playing, so let's watch it. I'm
Yeah,
curious.
Zannty is on Blue-Red Tempo.
Okay.
Brahms is
Midrange.
going to be on Mono White Aggro, actually.
Okay, that may be a fast one, but we'll have games afterwards. I think Mono White Aggro should tend to beat Blue Red Tempo, but
Yeah,
that's all right. Like honestly, if Blue Red Tempo manages to take it, it becomes a very interesting game at that
for
point.
sure.
But in general, it's going to tend to landslide towards White. Really die rolly. If White wins the die roll game one, then generally if it goes to game three, the die roll is
I
going to be
might
really
have not
there.
changed my
But let's watch that one. Let's check that one out, and then we'll check out. If it goes quick, then we'll check out something else. And I think at a minimum, even if that's still a landslide matchup, like the game twos, especially if Blue Red if Blue Red loses the die roll in game one and gets swamped, the game twos tend to be interesting because on the die roll, I think Blue Red has a lot more to work with against the aggressive decks like that.
Yeah.
So
you're gonna have to give me a second to set up the hand
and
cams.
a couple other things to cover if folks are watching this in VOD as opposed to live, which may be the case. I'm not going to delve into like what Canadian Highlander is because there are some links for that. But some of the things that we talked about in the beginning, as far as why you would play in this variant of it, I think could be encompassed by a couple other reasons as well. I think accessibility is a big thing. This is a fairly expensive format, as you can tell by some of the cards you're going to soon see played or that you have seen historically played in it. So I think playing in the online venue definitely opens up folks' range a lot. So if it's a deck that you wanted to play, like let's say for instance Storm that has a Black Lotus in it, you don't have to pay half of a Honda Civic to get yourself a Black Lotus.
Is that how we're measuring things now? Percentage of Honda Civics?
It's generally what I do. Yeah, I'm just like, about 24 large. All right, half of that 12 is about a Black Lotus. I guess you get one for like 8. It's pretty beat up. But yeah, I mean, like it's a lot more affordable, and then also with like world events. I mean, that's starting to clear up a little bit. But
yeah, it's certainly not.
World events, it's a little tougher to get out and see your pals. And one of the cool things about this event too is that like while we're BSing with you and chatting with you, the players have the opportunity to kind of BS with each other, which is not as interpersonal an interaction as being face to face with someone and playing Magic, but it's more than nothing, right? So you got to get to hang out with friends, new friends, and folks in the community who all really love the format and are going to love to engage with you on it on some level or another. So
all right, we are pretty much off to the races, except. I'll need a second to make sure that the hand cams work the way that they do. But
well, we can start talking about this game without hand cams. We've got an Elite Vanguard down, so 2/1 Human Soldier down. Serum Visions on turn 1, which is honestly it's a good turn 1 play. That's the best time to cast Serum Visions in these style of decks, in my opinion. Serum Visions is not a great mid to long game card in the tempo or even the control builds. Kind of one of the worst cantrips.
Yeah, I've been actually cutting it from some of my control decks, to be honest.
Oh yeah, I don't cut it from control decks. I cut it from my tempo decks. Control, I think, can still get some utility out of it because you're more long-term planning and more multi-for-1 card advantage answers as opposed to like trying to like 1-for-1 with folks.
Yeah, it's on the cutting block. I think I'm still playing it in Blue Moon,
it's
but
the worst.
It's definitely it's as low as I'm willing to get.
I think the thing is with cards like Serum Visions is like it's going to be a long time before it like gets completely cut because these sort of decks are not clamoring to play Omen, which is Ponder for 2 mana, right? They just don't play it. The only deck that will play Omen, and not even really anymore, is Storm.
It does have Flash.
So yeah, it's tough to be able to cut it because it's mana rate. And here we see a card that like now I'm kind of doubting like maybe they're calling this tempo, but like Condescend is a control card to me. I don't tend to like it in tempo because you generally tend to want to be playing a threat plus
it's mana inefficient, right? Like you never get ahead
right?
in
like,
terms
it's
of
hard
mana.
to two spell. It's hard to two spell with Condescend.
Yeah.
So I'm starting to think kind of more of a Blue Moon control deck, but
no,
we do have
it's
a flash
definitely a tempo deck. I think Condescend is so okay. Full disclosure, Zannty is a good friend of mine, right? Like he is a person that I know in real life.
Yeah.
So they've been asking me for a bunch of for help with a bunch of things, and it turns out I'm not that great at building tempo. So part of it might be me.
Oh, what? No, it's not a judgment on them as a person. It's just on the quality of the card as it applies to the strategy of the deck. And we're gonna see it kind of go. I mean, like depends on what Brahms got in hand. We don't see their hand yet, but if they don't have instant speed removal, they could have definitely gotten blown out here if they want to go for the most aggressive line, which is play the 2/1, pump the 2/1 with Burst Lightning, and block the 1/1 that's already in play, which I think think, honestly, I'm possibly incentivized to do here. They're going to go for a counter spell, which is playing this hand more like a control hand as opposed to a tempo hand. I kind of like getting out the 2-1 and chumping and then burning off the 2-1, burning off the opponent's 2-1, and then having a 3-2 in play, eating the Dusk Watch, whatever that Dusk Watch card is. Oh, we lost the game, bud.
I'm
think.
trying to get.
Okay.
I'm trying to check to think. This my computer is doing funky things with the hand, so I'm trying to see if I can make that happen.
Instead, we counter the 3-drop, which is also not bad. It's a good card, but I don't think the lifelink. I think in this matchup, I don't think they're wrong to assume that they're going to have to play control in this matchup. But the trick is with the tempo builds, because of the card pool that you have available in your deck that you've chosen to play, you're going to have a higher threat density, which means you can't answer everything forever. And eventually you do need to find a time and place to resolve a threat. So, yeah. Can't really comment. Is that going to be up forever, TRM?
No. I'm trying to figure it out. Exactly.
I can't really comment. I can't see the screen.
That's fair. I'm working on it.
Okay.
It's not going to be up forever.
All right.
I'm trying to figure out exactly. How do you... All right, there you go.
So, yeah, we are going to see an EOT 2-1 here. Brine something Cutthroat. It's a Merfolk Pirate.
Brineborn Cutthroat, I believe.
Brinehorn Cutthroat, there we go. I know it's a 2-1 that grows.
It's the guy. That guy is sweet.
He's a cool card. We do see Deprive in their deck, which I am very high in Deprive. Like, I mean, I guess I'm playing in a month, so like my acumen is like maybe diminished somewhat with my knowledge in the interactions between the card pool and the newest cards from Ikoria. But even then, like I've been.
No, I mean Deprive has always been hard that is reasonable enough in tempo. And now you get to play it in a bunch of different decks because of its interaction with the Mystic Sanctuary.
You play it in control because of that's nice, but like honestly, I think the format's just gotten fast enough too that like you don't care in some points in the game. Like I mean, in some matchups you're going to care, but the ones that are going to be the hardest matchups for you, like putting back a land in your hand is not that big of a deal.
No, I mean I definitely
in the traditional game, it's a big deal. Like and classically, it's a big deal. That's why we didn't play it. But I think the format's kind of getting all right. So. What are they saying here with this? This is a weird play. They're just assuming they can't cast a spell. I think this is a really risky attack with this 1-1. Or they're trying to bluff counter, like not counter magic, but pump spells. This is an odd attack with the 1-1. I think if you're going to make this attack, you just attack with the 2-1 as opposed to the 1-1. I don't like this attack. And I actually dislike. I'm not saying that like Zannty's going to be able to get out of this because like there is significant clock. Like, I mean, I guess it's a bluff. But like, if you're going to make that bluff, you stay consistent. You attack with the Vanguard as well, right? I think I would.
Yeah. It seems weird to only attack with the 1-1. Like
exactly. If you're going to make the bluff, you attack with all. You jam with all. You don't jam with just
like
1-1.
That is definitely an attack where you're trying to say something, and I'm not exactly sure what that something.
You're not saying anything. You're saying I don't. Well, not to be rude, but you're saying like. My play doesn't make sense. You're saying my play doesn't make sense because like it's like you either jam with all or you jam with the thing that can't be blocked. In that case, or actually there's an argument to jamming with the 2-1 plus the Aven Mind Sensor because you're saying I'm willing to trade and I don't expect that you have 2 cards that you can cast to make your thing a 4/3. Is I think how I read it, but yeah, I actually don't mind this attack. I don't mind this attack because the Wandering Fumarole blocks everything. Now, next turn, I think they're going to start getting to a spot where like they just need to jam with both 4-power things to put them on a 2-turn clock and force blocks on the white weenie player's end. Giver of Runes is going to be problematic. That's for sure because none of these things that Zannty has fly.
Yep.
All right, so they say they're going to block with the Elite Vanguard next turn is what they're saying.
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand this like cautious play from
No, when you're playing it's blue-red, excuse the language, you just fucking jam them up. You jam them
like
up.
you
just jam them up. You say, "Hey, answer me every time," and eventually you won't, and you'll die. Like, and I think that's why the match is so bad.
They're playing the deck that's trying to go fast and be tricky. You know how with somebody that's going fast and be tricky, you just go fast.
And sometimes you got to be tricky, but like not in this matchup. You just jam them up. You know, you just jam them up and put them on the ropes and like make them get off. And sometimes they will if they draw exactly the right stuff. But You know, unless
What
you're drawing a
is
recall into multiple burn spells, they're probably not.
what is
Um,
the card in Brahms' hand? Is that a Waylay?
no, that's
Wait,
a
it's a
Soltari
Waylay.
Monk. Soltari Monk.
Oh, it's
It is a
Soltari
protection
Monk.
from black, shadow 2/1 for 2 white.
Oh, if
Soltari
they're
Monk
playing
is a very
Soltari Monk, they're definitely playing Soltari Priest.
Yeah, they could be the protection from red one.
Yeah, I think the protection from red one, given the meta.
The biggest liability in both those cards, they can't block, right? They can block, but only other shadow creatures.
Yeah.
And like
No,
having
fair.
pro red only means blank the removal. And it's like in that matchup, like it's weird, right?
They're going
like,
faster than you anyway.
Well, there is like you kind of play as the mid range deck in that matchup because like there's like about between turn 2 and 3, you actually do want to block, and then like generally by turn 4, you just you've basically relegated their board to being moot and you start attacking.
Minstrel, are you having trouble seeing Zannty's hand? It looks fine on my screen. He has a Blood Moon and a Spell Pierce.
I see the hand, Blood Moon, Spell Pierce.
Yeah.
But at this point,
you should be able to see Zannty's hand. You should be able to see both hands.
Point,
if you're having
kind
problems,
of
let me know.
No, their hand's open. I'm watching the stream directly. I can see it.
Yeah, I don't know. Somebody in chat says that they can't see Zannty's hand, so I was trying to figure out.
Maybe refresh. I don't know, but it's definitely there. I'm watching it on the stream. Like I watched on the stream just to be able to let you know like what it looks like on the stream, and it's clear. So I think if you're gonna make this line on Zannty's point side, you honestly just go for the attack with the Wandering Fumarole. Yeah, it gives away your information, but like it's not like your white weenie player opponent is gonna like really be playing around much at this point. Like all the information's out there. So like I kind of like forcing the additional 4 damage through on the last turn to be able to maybe like go into a burn plan, which like now they'd be at 8 as opposed to 12.
Maybe you can chain together like something like Rehold into like I don't know, Fire plus another burn spell. And
I mean, what they can do now, though, which is not unreasonable, is to try to set up a block. So, like in response to the activation of the Mother or Giver of Runes, use the activate the. Actually, it doesn't work. You don't have enough mana. Ideally, what you'd like to be. No, you can do it. You can do it after combat. So you can Giver of Runes activates, give something pro red, probably the 2/1. You fire up Wandering Fumarole, get a block on whatever. You can't get a block on anything. This is a tricky spot. I think what I do here is just fire up the Wandering Fumarole and attack with both. But then the Mishra's Factory becomes a problem, and are you dead to the crackback? You're dead to the crackback.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like you're dead to the crack. You're super dead to the crackback. The opponent has like 8 power on board.
Okay, all right. So what you, I guess, have to opt to do is try to burn out whatever they try to give protection. Then you can't actually kill, or they're going to attack and see what happens. I don't think there was a good line here, like a line that eventually wins you the game. But I think there's a line that buys you one more turn. I think that involves.
If you want to solve the Mishra's Factory problem, there is a Blood Moon in hand, right? Like that's.
But it takes away one of your blockers.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, alright, the Fumarole.
Yeah, what I was trying to construct in my head is it possible if you had one more mana in play, which is obviously it's not the board state, so I'm assessing not the board state that's in front of us. You could have activated the Wandering Fumarole as a blocker, but the issue is there's something it can block that can't be given protection. And in response to it, after blocks, use the mana to lightning rift something, or not lightning strike something. Yeah. But the issues are just dead. Like, well, they're not going to activate this thing, which means they can at least activate to force this interaction on block. All right, now they're going to give it protection, and now they're just dead because they can burn out any one of these things and still take 5 damage.
So I don't know. I don't know how to survive this one. Yeah.
You had to block. You had to block with Breinhorn Cutthroat, but that doesn't put you in a winning position per se.
You could have blocked with the Fumarole, I guess. You could block with.
No, you can't. They all fly or have evasion. So
all of them.
They all have evasion. Yep, protection from blue, red, whatever on the Elite Vanguard, flying on the Vampire, flying on the Pterodactyl, and then shadow on the monk.
What is the sound? What is the third creature? What is the sound? What was the sound? Oh yeah, that does have flying.
Yeah, they all have evasion.
Shadow March, something. Oh wow, okay, yeah.
Dusk. I think it's Duskborn something.
No.
I always forget the card's name, but yeah, it's a 1/1 that has flying and target attacking creature, I believe, with flying or maybe without flying gets +1/+1.
It's both. It's Duskborn Sky Marcher. It's both Duskborn and the Sky Marcher. We got both of them.
Yeah, it's honestly a really good card. Like it's good, really good. It's good in this deck. It's good in a creature-based density deck. Now, this is a sort of deck that Turbofog thrives against. To go back to our pre-stream conversations about Turbofog. So yeah, tough one for blue red.
We got to talk a lot about Turbofog in the. Ooh, mom. Hi, mom.
I do think that there was a better way to play it though on the blue-red side. I'm not saying it would have won them the game, but I think playing out their threat and allowing the 2/3 flyer to resolve was probably better. And as the draws would have panned out, like there was a bolt coming, there was a way to kill it eventually, and you would have
Mom's gonna eat
counterspell by that.
a mental misstep.
Yeah, 100%. Like you don't
Yeah.
want Mother of Runes when you're playing blue-red. It's a tough card to deal with. You have to
Or
basically
also
double
when you're
trigger.
playing any other deck, it turns out that card's a pain.
Uh,
No, I think I agree with
you're-
playing the Steam Vent Stop. You want to lull them
Oh,
into
yeah.
false sense of security, so they play their best one.
And you
drops,
don't
then
know they're
mental
gonna have
misstep.
one drop either. I mean, they could have a Mox start or a Black Lotus start and play a couple 2-drops, right?
Yeah, that's true, but they're playing white Weenies. You expect them to play at least one drop, and they're not. I don't know.
Well, you expect it, but it doesn't mean it's unreasonable for them to keep a.
I mean, the
Mox
thing is
start,
that
right?
playing an island untapped on their first turn doesn't let you play anything more.
No, I think you save the damage. I like putting into play tab.
Yeah,
I just,
yeah.
I don't think the equity. I don't think the equity is so universal in mental misstep that like I'm going to play it every single time. They allow
No. But I think in this specific thing, like the chat was asking, hey, should we?
I
Was
do
it better
think
to
you
play an
just-
island on top? And I think I agree with playing the Steam Bed Stop.
Yeah, I do too. You're going to take damage off it at some point anyways, so like you might as well get it out of the way now. Doubly so because you have Price of Progress. You mana leak this. I don't think this is a hard decision. It doesn't look good. All right, they're going to let it resolve. You mana leak that for 100% tempo reasons. You just need to stop.
Yeah, you
them
just want
from
to use your
going
mana.
overboard.
Like that is.
Yeah, you just do because you're not that
Yeah.
mana is never coming back. You just use
Yeah.
that.
You
want that
just
mana.
can't afford to
You know?
just throw chuck with it.
And it sucks.
I'm
It sucks to
100%
counter a
with you.
1/1, but like it does suck to do it. But
Yeah.
like it's something you got to do.
Lantern Kami not exactly the head that I'm the most excited to counter.
No,
but-
and honestly, it's kind of a problem here because like the Mishra's Factory doesn't block any of this shit, right? It just
Nope.
these stuff gets through.
Sure doesn't.
It just gets through.
Well, the click does. So. That's
Yeah,
good.
but do you really want to be trading a 3-mana card for a 1/1 for a 1-mana 1/1? I
No,
don't.
But I
rather
wouldn't hate
I'd rather
trading
get
it
kill
for this. I wouldn't hate trading
Yeah.
it for this aerial responder, which is now eating
That I would trade for because it's trading at parity, right? But it's just
Yeah.
this is why this matchup's challenging, right? Is because your card like Vendilion Click, you don't really want to trade down with. You want to use it as a clock, right? And it's
Yeah.
going to be
I
very
mean,
difficult.
The
in hand to get
card
through
that
the
you
clock,
want, the
know?
card that gets you out of this matchup in this color is Anger of the Gods, right? But obviously, Zannty is not playing that type of card for obvious
They could be
reasons.
playing like Fire Ice. Arc Trail
Oh.
is honestly that's a card that I don't.
Fiery
not think is-
Confluence is probably hard in their deck, I would imagine.
I don't always tend to run that in tempo, but you can. Like you help build the deck, so it very well could be in there.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a head that is.
I tend to
specifically
like
the deck.
Fire Ice, and like honestly, in the online meta specifically, I like Arc Trail. Now, if I was playing against like a wider field or unknown field, I don't know how I would start that card because I think it's a little more techy. But I think the card's very good against this style of deck specifically.
Yeah. But Fire Ice for sure. Fire Ice is super dope.
Yeah, Fire Ice is great. I mean, Electrolyze is a card you could play. Whoa, this is Resolve? I don't...
No, there's a counter spell that is being fired.
Yeah, but I think I would have countered both these. I mean, like, you saved that Mana Leak for what?
No, Mana Leak has been cast on the.
I apologize. All right, so they're going to burn this. So they cast the Mana Leak on the Aerial Responder. Got it.
Yeah.
I was mislooking at the cards through our dialogue. All right, so they're going to burn this one off.
Minstrel, I don't think that you have enough density of creatures with flying that Flames Whip is runnable, actually. And you kind of don't want to spend 3 mana for that effect any. Flames Whip.
Oh, no, yeah, you don't play that card, no. Like, there's a lot of cards like that. I mean, like,
Well,
if you're going to play a card...
Flames Whip can be a Plague Wind, right? That's the thing that makes it.
It could be, but, like, why not just play, Pyroclasm? Because it probably does the same thing.
No, because Pyroclasm, Flames Whip kills everything except your creatures with flying. So if you have a bunch of creatures with flying, Flames Whip doesn't.
Sure, I get it, but it's a 3-mana card that.
No, I get it. Which is
in a color that doesn't have a ton of flyers, right? I mean, you can build
which is why I think I don't think it's runnable, but I do think that that there is an argument that it does something that is unique. It's just a matter of it's still not good enough.
I kind of hope Dillian Cleek actually targets themselves and gets rid of Price of Progress here. There was definitely an argument.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
and
there's
they find
definitely
a
an argument.
much better Lightning Bolt.
Yeah, there's definitely an argument to having left up the Mishra's Factory and eaten the Mutavault.
I think I liked the idea of firing off click end of turn, but now you get to trade. For example, you could trade your Mutavault. You could trade your click for something, right?
You should trade for one of the flyers if you're going to trade. The Mutavault you can eat with the Mishra's Factory. So I think you build equity in your further decisions, like with onboard resources. You basically turn off this Mutavault. You obviously don't know what they have in hand. They're going to take. I mean, at the end of the day, too, they do need a threat to win this game. You know, like
Oh, yeah.
blue-red tempo needs a threat. So it's like, what are you going to do? That's why the grow style threats are so great in this deck, because like you can just kind of like your control game plan can kind of support them.
Yep.
That miscalc looks pretty embarrassing. It's not going to be great.
Miscalc is never truly embarrassing. You can always hold for 2. It's fine.
Yeah, but like when you're under kind of duress like this, I honestly don't know. I think you attack here.
You did.
I don't think I mind that. You're not winning on board, but you're also probably not winning if you trade this thing for a 1-mana 1/1.
Oh yeah. No, I mean I'm with you. Like,
I don't like it, but it's like, what are you gonna do? Draw into something better, hopefully. No, at a minimum, the Savannah Lion sucks because this Mistress Factory just holds back all this crap on the ground, unless they want to like wait to return and try to get 2 extra damage in off their ground pounders.
Yeah, they're gonna attack with the Mutavault and no wait. The Dustborn Sky Marcher actually gets
can get through. But it still trades, right? And I would trade here.
Yeah.
Be like,
I'm in for trading here.
Yep. The other option they have is they could do 4. Yeah, they can't take 4. You just can't take 4. I mean, like, there's not an argument to sending shipping 5 back on the back end. So you just block here.
Yeah. Plus, actually forcing them to spend their mana to like attack with Mutavault, the pump. Now you can actually miscalc this Savannah Lion, which you might do.
I probably would, to be honest. Like,
I'm super into. At this point, I'm super into like anything that you had miscalc at this turn. You do.
All right, they did miss the activation. This is like one that you can miss. You don't have your stop set up right. And I'd hate to see it. No, you miscalc the Savannah Lions. You're gonna be burning it off later, or you're gonna be countering it now. So it's like, what do you? You're not out racing it. If you're not racing it, you counter it because you just have to hope the top of your deck's gonna deliver. I mean, what they're looking for is a Fire Ice here, and then maybe they can start chipping in and killing their opponent.
Did you mean Castle Ventress?
That's a way to look for Fire Ice. I mean, taking 2 is not that big of a deal. It really just comes down to what their OP draws.
Yeah,
I mean,
to be fair,
their hope is their OP just draws like lands. Like lands is what they're hoping their OP draws. I mean, because I still don't think you're blocking here. I think you're still attacking.
Oh no, you're positive in attacking. I think you just play the Castle Ventress, plan to activate it, pass, move on, hopeful. And Castle Ventress is gonna ensure that your top of the deck delivers. I think Zannty is still a bit of a dog, but they're
definitely in the game. I don't think they're advantaged. I think they're in the game.
But I don't think they're like done. Like, I think like game 1 looked a lot less hopeful than these does.
Yeah, they were on the draw against White Weenie.
Yeah, that is fair.
That's not what we're talking about.
We're gonna see another 1/1 getting added to the
1/1 life linker. Which, honestly, if they're able to use this Vantress to find, like, a 2-for-1 burn spell...
Yeah, if they find a Fire Ice...
that they took the extra 2 damage off this thing. I don't know if it makes a difference outside of, like, finding... Like, Fire Ice actually would, because it put them to 9. Like, Fire Ice could if they wanted to only hit 1. I guess they can't hit 1 at this point, though, because it's a 3-turn clock versus...
No, you definitely need the Dustborn Sky Marcher and the Vault Scourge if you draw Fire Ice. There is no way.
Yeah.
It's still 1 card among, 87 in their deck, so, like, it's kind of a
but you also have to consider they're at 10. Like, you do... Like, I'm not saying it's not right to kill off 2 other things, get a 2-for-1, but, like, you do need to find the window to win this game, too. And I know that would not... Depending on what the second card was, like, that could be the right play if you had, like, if you got really lucky and had Fork Bolt, Arc Trail, or Fork Bolt, Fire Ice, which Fork Bolt's not a great one to find.
I mean, yes, but also
you can make that line just to put them at 9, and then, like, in order to set up a 3-turn clock.
It looks like one of the heads is a Spell Starter Sprite, which seems awesome, actually. If you get to cash it in, you can miscalc something.
I think the thing is, they're at a low enough life total that they basically have to just throw it out to block something. I don't even know you can just wait to eat something because you're taking 3. Right?
They choose to draw it.
Okay. I mean, it's certainly not like the worst draw in the deck. I mean,
it still at least blocks one of these 1/1s. Like mana at this point, the fact that this mana inefficient doesn't matter too much, right? Like, well, although it doesn't actually even block one of these 1/1s because of the Dustborn Sky Marcher, does it?
Well, you play it out. You have to play it out for no value. You're playing it out after all 3 have attacked.
Yeah.
The smart thing at this point is to not attack with the Duskborn Sky Marcher. They have been doing that though for whatever reason.
Yeah.
But they haven't, right?
Yeah. So
So you
Zannty
countered it.
actually just fires up. Fires up to eat some mana with the topple
Yep.
guys. Ooh, they let the topple guys be countered.
Yeah, they wanted to tap.
Right. Because Spellstutter
damage.
Sprite isn't a miscalc. It's a spell blast.
Just a hard counter. Yep.
Yeah. Wow, I forgot about that.
Yep. It's actually, it counters 2 drops right now because of Vidillion Clique.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, this
The
is a
attack with
crazy
the Sky
play.
Marcher.
Oh my goodness, this is a blunder. This is good for Zannty. I mean, you just
don't
block
agree with
the Sky Mark. You block all now. You have to hope the top of your deck delivers. I don't know if they're playing any top end in this deck, like a Crackling Drake. That would be an amazing draw.
I believe that they're playing a good amount of 3 and 4 drops.
Or like Shimra or like Enigma Drake, like anything like that.
So they're playing Enigma Drake, they're playing Crackling Drake, they're playing Pia and Kieran Alar. That would be awesome.
Yeah, so I think, honestly, like these series of plays, I think Brahms needed to hold back with that 1/1 that pumps stuff. The card's really good, unless I'm missing what it does.
Spellstutter Sprite really delivered there. Brahms walked into it, right? Because he played his
I think the way and the thing is like they had known information after it was cast. Like, so they still could have made a better attack where they attack with both threats, and then whatever gets blocked by the 1/1 Spellstutter Sprite, you make a 2/2 so that you retain 2 bodies on board, and then your opponent has 0 bodies on board. And you retain a 1/1 that can pump things and another 1/1, which is a better position to be in. All right, well, there's a Mardu
Reaper. Zannty is going to take some beats from this Lantern Kami and then activate Castle Ventress again. And let's see.
This is really going to be the turn that matters on this because they, I guess they have 2 more activations of Castle Ventress, but realistically only 1 because on one of those turns
they're not going to activate in upkeep. I don't think that's going to happen. The top of the deck needs to be rancid.
You could for Forked Bolt. I mean, if it's really, it's not that desperate yet, but like Forked Bolt is a thing you could want to find.
Do they have Forked Bolt in their deck?
They probably should.
Well, do they? Let's figure it out.
I don't know. That's a card that I would play in this style of deck, though, because that card allows you to not, like, just, these are hard matchups, right? This is a very hard matchup. That's kind of one of the reasons I was like, oh, let's watch this one, because it's a tougher one.
They're playing Arc Trail. They're playing Forked Bolt, yes.
Yeah. Okay, both those cards are going to go to the bottom. That's Brine Horn and like some other nonsense, a Planeswalker. I think they just need to find... They really need to find card advantage. Like, Ancestral Recall would be what they want. Like, Ancestral Recall myself, find a burn spell, find a creature, find a land would be great, right? Like, the land you don't really need, but I mean, like, that's probably an average draw off of it. Is like an interactive spell, a threat, and a land and tempo. It's a pretty fair assumption. I don't think they want the Brine.
We have been missing something. The Duskborn Sky Marcher only pumps vampires.
Oh, okay. All right, fair enough.
There is a
card like that. Yeah, that's very important. There is a card like that, though, if I'm not mistaken, that
Infantry
that actually is that exact card without flying that pumps any attacking creature.
Yeah, there's 2 actually: Infantry Veteran and Anointed Champion.
Yeah.
Anointed of Champions. Both of those.
That also makes Duskborn. Like, they must be playing a bunch of like Crusades. That's death. Right there.
Yes, grafted work. I see.
But that's what their deck does, right? You're like, oh god. So they're taking 4 in the air and dead. I mean, if their opponent plays it right, if they put it on like the Mardu, okay, they didn't put it on the Mardu Woe Reaper, so that's just game over.
Yeah. All right, let's go watch some other Magic.
Yep, went pretty quick. I do think in game 1 there was possibly like some better ways to probably have played it out. I think this game 2 was decently well played though.
Yeah, for sure.
I do think that like I do think that I would have bottoms. I wouldn't have taken that Brinehorn Cutthroat. I think both those cards. It was a Planeswalker. It was that Royal Scions right there, and then the Brinehorn Cutthroat. I think I would have bottomed both. I don't know that I would have taken the Spellstutter Sprite, but that's also from the perspective that like I wouldn't expect my opponent to per se play the way they played there with it. I think I would have made the attack before playing the threat. I mean, I guess it does tap down the 3/1, but it doesn't put you to lethal. So like saving it as a trick, I think is more benefit. But I don't know. Interesting set of games.
Okay, so how about we go watch? Oh, Einstein finally showed up. Since we have an odd number of people, I think that what I will do is let them join the event, but we'll give them a round 1 loss.
Cool.
Let's see what else we got going on in the tournament. I see Bailite versus Ragdoll, Necro versus Arakasi, Loring versus Tuba. You know what? Let's go watch Bailite versus Ragdoll because we haven't watched hands for both of these guys. So
Cool.
we'll see if I can get things going.
Is that the first game to be concluded in this this round?
It might be the second, but
first match. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it might be the
I
second.
just concluded mine.
Okay.
I can commentate for a little bit if you want. Help.
Yeah, we would love to have you in the booth.
How did it end up
We have to
going,
do some
Arakasi?
other stuff.
All right.
How'd it go, Arakasi?
Pretty good. I 2-0'd. Neko's on an interesting deck, but it does not match up well against my deck.
No, it does not do well against tempo. So just to kind of cover this one real fast, Ragdoll appears to be on some variety of.
Ragdoll is on Sandra Bullock.
Okay. Well, they're playing red in Sandy B for likely running 6 in their graveyard right now. I wouldn't have guessed that. I would have guessed like some sort of Naya mid-range deck based on their cards.
I think that they're on Sandra Bullock, but
okay. Yeah, I just see Luxdon Smiter and
Hulk.
yeah.
Hello.
Yep. So they're definitely they're just playing.
There's a Hulk on the field, so I think that Sandra Bullock is
there's
correct.
a cast one. I'm a little delayed because I'm watching it actually on the stream right now, just kind of keep track of what it looks like on this end.
Yeah.
So I see the Hulk. That's interesting. I mean, I guess they can use the. It'd be interesting if they use the Knight of the Reliquary to find Phyrexian Tower to be able to sacrifice and go for a game win. Yeah, that would allow them to go for a game win. Both players are at 0 cards. So in this position, I would say that that Ragdoll is highly favored. And that's kind of one of the interesting things with these like hybrid combo decks is I think in general they tend to go way over the top of the more mid-range builds like Bailites, and it can be a struggle for that style of deck. At the same time, there's also liabilities to the hybrid combo decks. They're slow. They're slow in regards to like measurement as a combo deck. So like against real combo decks, they tend to languish, just get blown out because they're too slow to do their thing, their uninteractive thing. But in these matchups, they have enough value to kind of stay in the game, and they're more of a hedge, against some of the aggressive decks, plus some of these style of decks. Like so, what I would say is that like the hybrid combo decks, like Sandra Bullock, we're calling here it's Pattern Rector, is really what it is. Loses some equity versus control and against aggro and combo to really cement its power in mid-range matchups like this. So whereas I think,
yeah, and it looks like we're seeing that here. Like, I mean, this is more mid-range at the moment until this Hulk dies. I mean, this Gonti will not be able to block it.
What I'm wondering is, can this Knight get a tower? If this Knight can get a tower, the game should be over. I don't know if they have tower.
Like it's attacking, so probably.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Well, no, you still attack first, right? Because I mean, like maybe you don't have a game win.
But
like
you
I would think
activate if you attack.
Oh no, they're attacking with Knight. Jesus, all right, cool.
Yeah.
All right, so they're not playing tower, which is fine. It's an acceptable place to be. It's a card that you can tend to see in some of these decks. I wouldn't say it's like even like a requisite card anymore, though. They're gonna double block the Knight.
No, I think.
I think we might just see the Hulk beat down here because
it's fine.
Like I said, the Gonti can't block it. If it dies, it's very
well.
Very
no, and
bad.
if they take 10 this turn, they're just dead to the attack on the flyer next turn, right? So like they're kind of incentivized. I would have attacked with all. I don't think the Courser is that useful at this point. You have an Unearth coming up anyways. It's like whatever. I mean, the Unearth actually doesn't matter because they're OP heads.
Not dead to the flyer because of the kitchen thing.
So go up to 5.
Yeah,
but they're in a forced block situation and everything else with single blocks, right?
Yeah,
which is still not an
really hoping for like a path off Ragdoll's deck, something like that.
Well, they do get to unearth here, so they can unearth and bring back the Charming Prince if they want to blink something, or the Questing Beast, I suppose. That wouldn't really be great here, I don't think. I mean, could be blocked by the Revel Arc to bring back. I guess the Revel Arc dying
much. Ragdoll is not fearing the quest.
Well, no, not the life per se, but you could actually use it to blink the Zannty to get an additional draw off of the top of their deck.
The fatal push is on top of Bailite's library. That's not helpful, really. It can't even get rid of the Revelark. Actually, it's pretty bad.
Yeah, no, it with the fetch land here, it can kill any of the 3-drops.
Yeah.
That's about it, though. There's also a recurring nightmare under that Tidehollow Sculler, which is a game ender. I failed to notice that. That's one you can't block with that card. Actually, you will die if you block with that card.
And yeah.
So we hit land.
They're not in the position yet where they they don't have to yet, do they?
So I think 4 off of the Revelark. They can't take 2 off. They can't take damage off anything else other than the Revelark. So everything is a forced block, right? But they do not have to block with the Tidehollow Sculler.
Yeah, these blocks make sense. These are good blocks.
Yep.
Down to 2 though.
Yep.
What can Bailite draw to get out of this, do you think? Is it possible?
Well, we know what they're drawing, which is Fatal Push, which is not something they can draw. They need to fetch here. I don't know what their graveyard delirium count looks like. Maybe it's possible to draw into Emrakul and then force a block.
Creature land is so he's only got 3 in there.
No, I'm saying draw Emrakul. I can't tell. And this was definitely not it though.
Yeah. And to a monastery, it's great sometimes, but
not now.
Bailite definitely swears by the card. It's the only person that I've ever seen play into a monastery in their life.
What?
Yeah, I mean, we all have our own predilections. I think Bailite tends to be more of. I think Bailite at heart is a control player that just doesn't want to play blue. I really do. And that's fine. You can definitely do it. You can definitely play it. They're very value-centric building, right? They want all of their cards. Ninjako's Monastery, in my opinion, reminds me of them because it's a card that, 1, produces me mana. Even if it's not a colored source, it still produces mana. It has appreciating value over time, Might used to be Bailites in, investment banking or something.
I mean,
they love value.
To be fair, I will say this much, that if the whole threshold part wasn't there, a land that you can just play white-green and you get 4 for first strike, that is a hell of a main land.
There's an argument for it. I mean, now, some of I think the most credible argument you can make against the card is that, they've built their deck in a way to make it useful, as opposed to it being useful in an existing strong strategy, or a strategy that stands alone as being strong. And I don't disagree that I do tend to think that Abzan, with either more of a combo twist or an aggressive twist, does tend to be better. I personally do. I think it has more range. Just it can close games fast enough is my thing. Whereas Bailite's deck is very good and it's done very well. They're a great player and it's done well in this tournament. But it's not seeing a ton of blue decks, which I think just go over the top of it, and it's not seeing a ton of real hardcore combo decks. I think that Tolarian Academy is a big problem for it. I think Time Vault's a big problem for it. I think Storm is a huge problem for it. And yes, they do have hand attack. They do have equity in those matchups to some extent, but I think in general, the way it's built to basically grind folks out of the game.
It's built for the sort of mid-range meta, which is what the online meta has roughly been.
It's not wrong to be that way, right? I mean, it's fine. It's just it's built, it's tailored for the experience that you will tend to have online, which I don't think is a bad way to build.
Oh, so you know what? These even mind sensor. Sadly, now it has to block, right? But
I mean, everything on Bailite's side is dead, with the exception of the Tidehollow Sculler.
No, the Tidehollow Sculler also dead.
Oh wait, they could have taken. I guess they could have taken 2. They could have taken 2.
The Even Mind Sensor kind of gave.
Well, it's over now though, because I think you have to not block one of the 2 power, the 1/2 power thing.
I'm with you.
Then I don't know how you win from there though. You skull clamp and you're still dead. I don't
I think
of Nissa.
The thing is, the Even Mind Sensor gave Bailite a little bit of an out to kill this Hulk without dying. But now that that's gone, I think that this game is
hold up. Why didn't we just go for the recurring nightmare there?
I don't know.
The game should be over, right?
Yeah, it should be.
Okay. Whatever. Misclicks.
Right.
Whatever.
I would like to point out also that
Delirium is online now. So with Traverse on top, if and
Yeah.
maybe throw it off by Nissa and get whatever, like maybe we see some.
Bailite.
If someone said "oops" on this one, I would concede and go to the next game because like it just ended.
Little
like,
MTGO pieces of nonsense. In the top, we can see Ragdoll's library because they have a cursor of Krufix, right? And it says Ragdoll's library. In the bottom, we can see Bailite's library because he has a cursor of Krufix and it says your library, as if I am Bailite. Which, I mean, would be dope, but...
We are Bailite because we're on this side of the board.
Yeah, I get it. It's just kind of funny that it's so...
Yeah. Is this the third game or a second game in this match?
This is Ragdoll is up a game. The match score on
they're
the
going
is
to
correct.
They're going to have to break this match afterwards because I mean Ragdoll's out of time.
No, Ragdoll. If Ragdoll wins this game, the game match is
okay. They're up a game, and if they win this game, they win.
Yeah. Yeah, but yes,
I don't think Emrakul can be cast here, unfortunately.
No, I highly doubt that. Even if they hit a land off this thing. So if they hit a land off this courser, and then they use the Nissa to draw, and there's another land on top, and they have 8 mana, it may be castable. Yeah. I have to count their purpose.
Although Nissa's already been activated to draw this Traverse, I believe.
Okay, well, no, I don't think 7's going to do it, but... Don't think 7's going to do it. Unless I have Glacial Chasm in their deck. Just hang on. Nissa could technically keep track with that card, but I don't think they're on a lone deck, so they're not doing that.
What creature or card deal with the Revelark and the Protean Hawk, do you think? If there is one.
I think
a Hallowed Burial.
Palace Jailer can't deal with both, and they really need to deal with...
if they have a Terminus, that takes care of it.
Honestly, this Scavenging Ooze is not a bad one either. The Scavenging Ooze can actually break up the Protean Hulk loop if they have that card.
Yeah, that's true.
The issue would be
fetched Emrakul.
Wait a second. Are they gonna Emrakul? And then
no,
it would have been hilarious if Bailite Emrakul and then use Ragdoll's combo deck to kill Ragdoll.
Really looking to just live a turn and then maybe cast this Emrakul. But with this survival should just end it, right? Oh, not survival.
The recurring nightmare should have ended the game last turn. It's just like, hey, sack your Protean Hulk, go into your loop, and just kill him. Like you could just tell him, like, hey, I got a loop, Like here, I would accept that because like all they need to do is be able to cast it twice, like only once. Like once that Protean Hulk dies, you're done.
Yeah,
for the
you can build like safeties into safeties, but you can just pick up the creatures that you need to make the combo.
The biggest thing here for the audience, just to explain what's going on here, like why I'm saying this game was over last turn. So recurring nightmare is actually not that. Like, it's only relevant in the fact that it allows you to kill your own creatures on it at this very moment. It's a very strong card. It's a little slow by today's standards, but what happens here is this: like you kill your own Protean Hulk. What you find with your Protean Hulk is up to 6 mana worth of creatures. It can be any volume of creatures that are worth 6 mana. The way the combo works in this deck, stereotypically, is that you find one of 2 sack outlets, which are 1 mana sack outlets, Viscera Seer and or Carrion Feeder. And then you find some combination of Karmic Guy, which is a 5 mana spell that brings back a creature, and then loops into Revelark plus Safi, Eric's Daughter, or Eternal Witness to basically create a 4-card loop with Protean Hulk to tutor out a bunch of creatures from your deck. One of those creatures needs to be a creature that kills your opponent, which could be a Murderous Redcap that does 2 damage to anything, and or 1 if it's been sacrificed once already, says persist, or you can use Siege Rhinoceros. So the way the combo works is
Siege Rhinoceros.
it's very convoluted. I actually wrote an article about this combo because this combo, like logically speaking, is very convoluted, but once you've done it a couple times, it's very simple. So you have your sack outlet plus your Karmic Guide. Karmic Guide targets the Protean Hulk, brings the Protean Hulk back. You sack your Protean Hulk. Your Protean Hulk ends up finding 6 more mana worth of creatures, which at this point in time is going to be Revelark plus another 1-drop of any variety. Doesn't matter. Maybe another sack outlet. And then you go ahead and sack your Revelark and your Karmic Guide. Your Karmic Guide into your Revelark. Get your Karmic Guide back, which brings back your Protean Hulk. Sack your Protean Hulk. Find Safi, Eric's Daughter. And then you can sack the Safi's Eric's Daughter, targeting the Karmic Guide. Sack the Karmic Guide. Karmic Guide comes back, and basically you can tutor your whole library. And if you have a Siege Rhinoceros in there, eventually you don't need to use the third part of the loop, which is the Protean Hulk, and you can just start reiterating Siege Rhino over and over again out of the graveyard and dome your opponent until they're dead. So
I can see why you had to write an article on it.
It's really like there's a lot of ways of doing it too. So like some of the parts of it are communicative, like they don't like per se need to be done in a certain order. The key elements to it are, and like if you go on like YouTube, like I think I even have a video about playing the deck, and like I played the deck a decent bit. I haven't played it in recent history, so I don't think it's that great. I just don't. I think the play is a little prosaic and like it's a little dated in my opinion. It just you could do better combo things in my own opinion. But yeah, it's very powerful. The problem you run into with it is you have a lot of insular cards that don't really tend to do as much on their own. Like casting 7 mana 6/6s to beat someone down is a thing you can do, and it worked out there. But it's not really that great in the format.
Same goes for Revelock. It's like 5 mana.
Yeah, they just got beat down. Wow. Like I mean, like they won eventually with the combo, but like they won because their opponent was forced to block with their disruption that had the card that allowed them to have their combo work. So it's like they won through beatdown. It's that's a way you can do it.
I want to give a bit of a shout out to Para, because he made us a tournament match, like a match reporting channel for people to put match slips in, so that they can just go there and look at the results immediately, and that just makes things a little bit easier for me. So yeah.
I'll be honest with you. I know I appreciate Para obviously doing that. I mean, I'm not as engaged in the Discord. I haven't been recent history. I mean, I started to get back into it recently, but the last day or two. But I will say this: I don't know that like the solution to like people not adhering to like the what is relevant in a given channel. The solution to that is like just making more channels. I don't know. I feel like
I asked him for this. I asked him for that.
Sure, it makes sense, but like, and I'm guilty of it too. Like, I'm off topic channel.
The thing is that otherwise, when we have a tournament, I have to like scroll up in the tournament discussion channel, hunting for match results.
Well, but being fair, some of that's because there's cat pictures in there, right?
and that's fine. But also, like, let people post their cat pictures.
I'm just saying, as a general statement, it's like stay on topic.
No, I mean for sure. I mean that's fine. So, even if there weren't cut pictures, even if everything is like tournament, like people can be
staying
like,
on topic here, Red Mage. Let's get back to the game, homie. Let's get back to the game.
Fine.
Yeah, I was gonna say we haven't actually like I didn't think this was an interesting match, but then I saw a glacial chasm.
No, this match is still kind of like in the works. The issue is that ElectricTuba is at 2 life, and they do need to sacrifice this Glacial Chasm, and they need a fast bond plus a loam to stay alive here. And I don't think that even works because 3 of their lands don't tap for mana, so they need 3 mana to do that. The loam's in there; they can loam it back, but they're down on land.
All of their lands tap for mana because they all had green-white for some reason.
I know why, because they have. I didn't see their graveyard. Ripstone Portal's their bin, yeah.
In the bin, yeah.
That's pretty sick. Actually, is ElectricTuba also playing my deck?
They're playing.
Do you play Ashiok Dream?
They're playing Golgari Stocks.
I think they're damn near playing the same deck that I don't play that card in that deck, no.
Yeah.
But that deck it has Death Cloud, it has Nether Void, it has Curse Scroll, it has Arkham's Astrolabe, which is definitely in my list because I put it in there to test it out. Like I think they played the same deck last week. It has Uba-Mask. Like Uba-Mask is a card that I played in that list.
They were playing the same deck last week, so
Is it the same deck that it's the same deck that Necro's basically on?
I do not believe it's the same.
It's got Pox in it. It's got Death Cloud. I like where we're at. I don't know how it's gonna end.
Tuba was on this deck last week, so if you put together the deck like specifically this week, that's not how.
No, I have a YouTube video on the deck. Like,
I see. Maybe it's the same list then. I don't know.
It looks close. I don't think I'm playing the Ashiok Dream Render. That's probably in a tech slot. Maybe I was. Yeah. I don't think I was. I don't like that card.
Yeah, I wouldn't think you would.
But no, it's not a card that I like. I don't think Uba-Mask is that great, but I play it because it's fun, hilarious to me.
We are seeing the loop here though with the chasm, man. Like it's not like Vraska's ultimate can do anything with this chasm down. Even it's an interesting game.
No, but the problem is like you're not going up on mana right now.
That is true.
You're going down a land every time. So like you need to get the way you break this parity. Because I did build this deck like this. Like I built the shell of this deck specifically. I'm not saying like, but yes, I'm looking at all the cards.
You need an exploration, right?
You need an exploration, or you need a fast bond to actually stay.
Yeah, I mean some sort of exploration effect.
In a sense, though, they are going up on cards because they just keep keep
100%.
activating this Bazaar of Baghdad, which is pretty big.
Exactly the concept in the deck is that to use Bazaar of Baghdad with Crucible of Worlds and Life from the Loam to actually achieve card parity with your selection, with your increased selection, to get after a card like in this case, which would be like exploration or whatever fast bonds. You can just play all this shit out and not die. But right now you're going down 1 land a turn. You can't take the damage off the glacial chasm on your upkeep.
Yeah.
Would be a funny interaction.
Needs like a wasteland here. that would be over.
Yeah, be game.
What's your funny interaction?
I have to reread Mary's Guile. You don't actually draw the cards of Mary's Guile, do you?
No, I don't.
You just look at them.
But
no.
I'm putting it up so we can figure it out.
I know Sylvan Library, you do draw them, which would be
yeah,
a funny interaction.
Sylvan Library is weird.
What's sweet because like the way that interacts with Uba Mask is you'd actually just get to like literally draw the cards, right?
Yep, pretty much.
I mean, if you were a board-based deck, it'd be pretty sweet.
It's actually like you can actually do some pretty funky stuff with Sylvan Library and Dredge because like Sylvan Library actually counts the cards that you have actually drawn. So if you haven't drawn enough, you're not asked to put them back. So like you can go Sylvan Library, Dredge, draw my card for turn, Dredge, and then you just don't put anything back. You just Dredge for free.
Oh, I've just never thought of the interaction with Uba Mask specifically, and I'm kind of curious because, like I was saying, I did build this deck. I'm curious if there is a possibility that it'd be worth exploring running Sylvan Library in the deck because of the interaction between those two cards. I don't know; it's pretty thin.
What happened to one of Tuba's lands?
You should actually call it BG Uba-Stax. All right, please wait wins. Yep, got him.
What happened to one of Tuba's lands?
Definitely what the Uba Mask is telling. I'm like, yes, Uba Mask. Oh.
Did we miss something that took away one of Tuba's lands?
I think I got dropped there, guys. Sorry about that.
You what?
That's all right.
I think I got dropped. I think the call drop connectivity in Discord did.
Oh, I see.
So, do you know what happened in this game, Lowman? What happened to one of the lands?
Tuba? What are you talking about? What happened to one of the lands? Why is there less lands on? Why were their lands going down one every turn? Because they were sacking them to Glacial Chasm off alone, right? Am I missing something?
Back Glacial Chasm.
I'm sorry, you broke up a bit. What were you asking?
I thought they were bringing back Glacial Chasm with something like.
Problem is when they're playing it, they're also killing a land every time.
When Glacial Chasm
ETPs need to sack a land. Right. Yeah. Okay. So the problem is why I was talking about exploration and fast bond is like if you don't have one of those things in play, you're still going down a land, so it's not a permanent solution. It's just a long, drawn out way to hopefully.
I was using exploration kind of as a shorthand for something that lets you play the lands in a turn. It can be exploration, actual exploration. It can be fast one. It can be. Oracle of Moldaya or whatever, right? Like,
what's the Sakura that allows you to do it? The snake person who lets you do it. There's one of those things that lets you do. You tap it, it puts a land into play.
Sakura Tribe Scout, I believe it's called.
What is that?
Yeah, I think it's Sakura Tribe Scout. You would have the dinosaur, the 3-mana dinosaur that can only attack or block if wandering. Wayward. Something.
The 5/5 Wayward Sawtooth.
Wayward Sawtooth. Yeah.
There's a couple cool cards. Like, the one card that I've always wanted to play, but I don't think it's remotely playable. Is I think it's Green Speaker. It's a 1/3 for 2 that you can tap it, and if you reveal a land on top of your deck, you get to put it in your hand. I love that card.
Yeah. It was in like M19, right?
M19 or M20. It's basically like a slightly better Sinbad. I mean, actually, it may be a worse Sinbad because Sinbad. I mean, it's a 1/3, so it's better Sinbad. But Sinbad puts any card in your graveyard, which is kind of cool too.
Yeah.
So, are you setting up the next round? It looks like
it's already posted.
Wonderful.
We got
right. Next, just talking about Sylvan Library and Underrealm Lich. It's also kind of a cool combo. Underrealm Lich is kind of just a cool card. It's a little expensive.
Yeah, it's a little pricey, but it does protect itself. Though 4 life is also kind of steep. Who do we want to watch? We have Bram versus Loring, Lucas versus Ragdoll, or Arakasi versus Wolf. Lucas versus Ragdoll actually sounds pretty interesting. Do we want to do that?
Sure, pull it up. Yeah. I wouldn't mind if we have the opportunity catching some of the games, the folks who can't showcase their hands, so we kind of get to showcase some of them as well. Like if we already catch our feature match, like and we're after that, like it'd be cool to get some of their gameplay.
Yeah, we can take a look at some non-hand game or maybe one hand.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's honestly fine if it's not a showcase match. Like
I mean, I want the main match of the thing to be Leviathan. I don't know.
Yeah,
what words am I even saying?
you want to be able to see the hands for the featured matches. That makes sense.
Yeah.
But if we have some time afterwards, it'd be cool to see some of the ones that we haven't been able to see.
I'm down.
Yeah, Personal Blah. That's right, man. It's a Dryad Green Seeker. That's the card I was thinking of. It's got kind of interesting art too. And it's a Sinbad. I also like 1/3s. I have a very strong affinity for 1/3s. I just
2 mana 1/3 is
really cool.
Is
Like, honestly,
this stat line, man. Like I'm such a fan for 2 mana 1/3.
Well, there was a time that like Augur of Bolus was played in like more than just it was played in Hunter card variety formats. I'm not saying it should be, but like I do like that card too, like Augur Bolus. Just like
I actually have. Is there a name, a shorthand for a 2 mana 1/3? Like you know how
No, Augur Bolus is a real card. Oh no!
I know. But you know, like a 3 mana 2/2 is a Grey
no.
Ogre, right? Like
no fucking big ass bear. I don't know.
Like big butt bear.
Ass bear.
Ass
bear. I don't know. I don't think so. It's just a 1/3. It just blocks everything.
Merfolk Seaguard, I think that's the name of the.
Yeah, it could be. I don't know what the original one.
Because like a 1/4 is a snapping turtle. That is like like an actual thing. Oh, I don't see the game. Where is? Am I missing something? Ragdoll versus Luca.
Are they playing in Vintage? Accidentally?
I saw their game here before. It would be weird.
Well, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna take a quick break to use the restroom. I'll be back probably.
Absolutely, take your time. They're not sharing their hands anyway, so.
Okay.
I'll take. Okay, let's see if I can figure out exactly what we're supposed to be doing. Ragdoll and Luca, you are the feature. Share your hands, please. There you go. How about we go to the match and I'll give you hands in a second. Luca made the match, so he should be this one. There you go.
Alrighty, I'm back. So
Luca is not playing the deck that I thought he was playing. Interesting.
Luca tends to play a lot of different things. It looks like Luca's playing their like 4.5 color, like Greedy-Jiki Time Walk style deck. It's a really bizarre deck. It's kind of cool deck. I think the mana is too strained, to be honest, but
the deck that I have for them on record was the Bug Ninjas deck. Maybe I miss.
This is probably not Bug Ninjas. I mean, you got
this is not Bug Ninjas.
Yeah, you have 2 untappers in hand. I mean, I could buy like Kitchen Finks and Seeker, but Vizier of the what is it? Something Sands.
Vizier of the Tumbling Sands. Yeah, that's
not a card that I would assume is in any deck outside of one that plays either Time Vault in some really convoluted way or Greedy-Jiki.
I've considered playing that card in Time Vault, and then I realized that was just not a thing. But
no, you could just play better cards in Time Vault.
Turns out,
I mean, I'll be honest. I think you play better cards in Greedy-Jiki.
I mean,
too, like I've never been a fan
you,
of
but
decks.
2 and the blue, take an extra turn after this one, draw a card is a sweet card. I'm just gonna say
it's sweet, but like sweet doesn't win games all the time, right? You know, so it depends on how you're building to. I mean, it's a cool card. I definitely think the deck they're playing is very cool. I've never been like. It's funny to me. Like I think the pod decks, in my opinion, get played up to be a lot better than they actually are, because of the visibility that some very good players have had with those decks. I do think they are very good decks. Like I think they're fine. I think they're fine decks. I guess what I should say. I think they're solid tier 2 decks. But I don't think they're top competitive choices in the format. To be frank, I don't know what you think on that.
No, I mean I don't have a ton of experience with playing the deck, so that is
Yeah.
that is a little bit of
It's
a
not your
limitation
wheelhouse.
to
You're
me.
saying that's fine. That's
It's,
fine. Yeah. No,
it does feel like they're a little too slow. Like it feels like the problem is that they're a little too slow to compete, and they're not interactive enough to a point where they can because one of your speeds need to be high to be fast enough to compete with what people are doing. It's either your offensive speed or your defensive speed. And they think that they don't quite get.
I think the best decks are very flexible. Like I do think they can play a value game.
Yeah, they can play a value game, but I feel like this Magic as a whole is becoming less and less about value, right? Like especially like in the eternal formats, as things become faster and faster.
Sure, no, I don't disagree with that. I think the biggest thing with the pod decks is I think oftentimes they get trumped up a lot because I mean like just tie it to a name like Pat Berdusco is a good Magic player, right? And they've done well with it, and their name's kind of even attached to the deck in the format specifically. Yeah, and it's been said by a lot of folks like they're one of the better players, maybe even the best, like up in the area they play in. And I have an inkling because I have played.
Are you talking about 10th point competitor Pat Berdusco?
I don't think he's done that. No,
he signed up. He signed up once. I'll have you know.
Did he? No shit. Yeah.
Yeah. Back when we weren't even on MTGO yet. He showed up a week and was like, "Yeah, I'll jam," and then he left. But it was pretty nice.
Yeah. So, but when it comes to the deck itself, I think the reasons that I see that specific individual probably playing it, and this is a guess because I don't know that individual very well. I've interacted with them a couple of times, but nothing, substantial, is that it's probably more so just a deck that, interests them and is fun to play because it is very fun to play. It's very interesting. It's very, it has a lot of very interesting decision points that are very, they're either rewarding or punishing, which, in my opinion, is a great way. I enjoy playing the game that way too. That's why
there's also another point, right? Which is like not everybody is Benjamin Wheeler that owns one of every Hardy Magic. I don't know. Maybe Pat is like I don't know, but like this feels very much like a format where once you have become a deck specialist and you own the entirety of a deck, it's not that easy to.
I don't think that's and I understand that point, but I don't think that's the constraint.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what Pat's availability is. I know that a lot of people on Victoria have very large collections, so it's possible.
And they have access to other people that have large collections that they can trade with, right? Or they can at least borrow from. I think the big thing is that it's an interesting deck to play, and that's kind of like it ties back into like why play the format, because like just playing the best decks all the time, like that might be your thing. It may be something that just excites you, like you just enjoy playing Storm, or you enjoy playing Red Deck Wins, or you enjoy playing Death and Taxes, whatever it might be. You enjoy playing top decks, and they offer you what you want from the gaming experience. But I guess what I was going to try to get to is that a deck like Pod, offers a very rewarding play experience because it is a challenging deck that has decisions that span multiple turns in their fruition.
And it also offers you, it also offers you a varied play experience, which I think is also important, right? Like, Pod is a deck that has a capability of playing a bunch of different types of games.
Yeah, but like Pod does still have lines, right? Like it still does tie back to lines. It's how you get there and like which route you take to get to the end state of the lines. I think are limited a little more so when you're playing the time walk versions because time walking with this deck is not hard. Like right now we're in a season.
For sure. But like as somebody that has played some amount of hybrid combo in this format, you kind of don't care too much. Like once you don't care about the execution of the combo. Once you have assembled it, it's like I won this game, whatever. Like I put the pieces together. This is like that is kind of it.
Yeah. One second. Let's hold that thought for a second. Let's talk this current play because it's actually interesting. We're going to see Spellseeker get cast here, and this is why I do think that they are on a time walk version of this deck. I believe what we're going to see them find once this resolves is an Ephemerate, which is going to allow them to protect this Spellseeker. They could just go ahead and cast it right now to get their time walk immediately, but I think they're going to get the most value out of holding up Ephemerate and then using it with protection. Because I suppose there's two trains to that thought. You can do it now, but if your opponent has a card like, let's say, Murderous Rider, and they find the black source, as the case may be here, then they could just blow it up, or if they try to blow it up and you still have the ephemerate, it basically holds them hostage. Where if they ever tap out, you're gonna win the game. So like basically, you can hold the game hostage by allowing them not to play things or by forcing them to leave up things in order to interact with your Spellseeker. Which is kind of one of the things this game. So I don't actually like ephemerating right here. Like I think this gives them, like, especially with a survival of the fittest in play, this allows them to find an answer to this Spellseeker out of any of the creature cards in their deck. Now they may not have an answer for it, but they probably do have a Palace Jailer in their deck, which is going to allow them to Palace Jailer the Seeker, which means the Ephemerate is going to come back and just, blink the Elf, which puts you down a mana. Unless you want to put your Ephemerate in exile, which you don't really want to do on this style of deck because you want to be able to return Ephemerate with Eternal Witness. And if you're unfamiliar with the combo, the way it ends up working is the Spellseeker finds Ephemerate. The Ephemerate targets the Spellseeker and finds a Time Walk, or it finds a tutor like, Neoform, or like there you go, Neoform. Or Eldamri's Call. And then use that card to find Eternal Witness, which gets back the Ephemerate. The Ephemerate targets the Spellseeker, finds a Time Walk. You take a Time Walk turn, the Ephemerate comes back, targets the Eternal Witness, gets back the Ephemerate. Ephemerate targeting Eternal Witness again on that turn, gets back Time Walk. It's a loop. So you take Time Walk.
Basically, by casting Ephemerate twice, you get to essentially alternate between the Spellseeker trigger and the Eternal Witness trigger, and that allows you to return all the things that you need to return.
Well, you only need to get the Spellseeker trigger twice, essentially.
Oh yeah.
Once you have it twice, you just need the Eternal Witness to get back the Ephemerate, because if you have the Time Walk in your graveyard, you just loop the Eternal Witness with the Time Walk and the Ephemerate.
Fun fact about Time Walk: the card does not exile itself. They fixed that later.
No.
Like they printed Time Walk, and then they printed Time Warp that still didn't exile itself. And then it turns out 5 mana Time Warp, still a little broken, not quite like, Time Walk broken, but still a little broken. So now we get 6 mana and they exile themselves.
The liability with this line of play is that your opponent is going to get to survival here, and they're going to find a way to answer this, right? Like the probability of this sticking is pretty low. Now I don't know that they can combo here. Like they need to hit a land drop still. I think what I like doing is finding the Palace Jailer here, because now you're a mana short. And if they have a Bone Shredder, you could Bone Shred the Spellseeker. Now, Luca's still a little mana shy right now. They're a little bit mana shy because this is a 6 mana interaction. But I think they'll be able to get there. Because they have the land on board. They have the land in hand.
Yeah,
plus 4 access to 4 on board.
So they're getting
and if
pretty
they
close.
draw one, then they're just standard is there. The Time Walk will let you spread out the mana requirements too over multiple turns. So yeah, if they get the untap, they just win here. So I think they're just going to win here. I think what the play was is to find the Palace Jailer and just jailer this Spellseeker and just say, hey, figure it out. Yeah, it puts you back, but you also just don't want to lose the game.
Yeah, you're literally just gonna lose on the spot if you don't. So maybe.
Well, the downside of this is there's no 2-drop on the board, right? So the Neoform does not find the Eternal Witness yet, right?
Is a Neoform like
1
that
up
or less? I think it can.
Nope, it's 1 up, I believe. Check it, but I believe it's only 1 up.
With converted mana host equal 2+1. Yeah, it has to be exactly.
Yep, exactly 1 up. Yeah, I'm almost positive that because I played this style of deck. It's different. It doesn't have as many basics in it, but normally the entry point is 6 mana. You can get around that with like your reanimation effects to get around not having to pay 3 for Spellseeker. So like unearth or reanimate the Spellseeker after entombing it or whatever. A lot of cool things you can do with the combo. It's a pretty simple combo. It's really, again, it's how you get there with it, but it does really simplify the lines in the deck a lot when you start playing Time Walk in there. Without Time Walk, the deck's a lot more sophisticated in how you play it. I think it's a worse deck without Time Walk, but I do think it's a more interesting deck from gameplay perspective.
To be fair, like once you have a combo that can go off, I don't think there's like necessarily even a ton of value in having a combo that requires 5 pieces that interact complicated with each other.
They're not. I'm saying it's a worse deck because of that reason, and also because with Greedy-Jiki, like there's more ways to interact with that than there is with.
Oh yeah, for sure.
This per se, I mean, like this is still interactable as well, but like you can't do it by tapping out and not getting a Palace Jailer.
Like, a lot of, like, it feels like in order to play Greedy-Jiki in the deck, you kind of were forced to play red, which wasn't necessarily a color that you wanted to play a ton of mana sources for. Like, it doesn't...
Yeah, I mean, but the deck's a Green X deck, and like Green X, like the classic Green X decks, if you build a Green X deck well, with like every single mana dork possible, like your mana is going to be good. Like it'll be good. Okay, so they found a different way to find this Eternal Witness. They're a little shy on green mana, actually. Because,
for 3.
Yeah, and I guess they find the Eternal Witness here?
Yeah, regrow the Ephemerate?
I don't know. What I think I like doing here is...
I also don't understand, because they got, like, suddenly there were 2 more cards.
There was a better way to do this. And I mean, I don't know that for a fact, so I have to really look through their deck and make sure their deck's built well, but like there was a better way to do this. They could have just won this turn, in my opinion. But they're not opting. Whoa. Okay. Maybe they're not on Time Walk. Maybe they're not on Time Walk, guys.
You know what?
That could be the case.
Let's figure
Look at
this
their deck
out.
list.
We can't figure this out because Lucas sent me the wrong list. Okay.
Okay. So we'll see. I mean, I guess they're not on Time Walk. Is what it amounts
But they
to.
have to be, right? The cards that they're playing make no sense.
They have to be, but like it would very much so make sense with the cards we've seen.
They're playing Script Sprite.
It would make sense. Based on how they played this, I would assume they're not playing it, or they've just played it incorrectly. One or the other. Like it's possible. Like mistakes happen. You know.
Do you let the?
But with my opponent tapped out like this, I'm just going for the throat, right? Like me personally, I'm going for the throat. I'm like, you're tapped out. Like, what are you gonna have? Right? Like, pact of negate or slaughter pact, like that could do it.
So I'm back.
Hey.
I had a match against the old mono red. Thank you.
Yeah, how'd that go?
As you would expect.
Okay. Well, at least it was fast.
Indeed.
So watching this game's been interesting, man. Like, so I don't honestly know what's going on Lucas' side. I don't know if they're on Time Walk or not. I would make the assumption they probably should be, because they played Ephemerate Seeker and like all these cards that like would generally tend to belie going into a Time Walk loop, which was definitely possible to set up.
The deck name is Walk Pod. I would be surprised if the walk there didn't.
No, that's
well,
not the...
that's what Red Mage put there.
That's our best guess.
Okay, I see.
We Lucas submitted Bug Ninjas. Like the list that I had for him is Bug Ninjas, which is clearly not this deck on account of there's a bunch of white mana and red mana sources, so not Bug. Also, I do not.
There's mana symbols in all of their lands with the exception of purple on the board right now. So yeah, they can produce all the manas.
So the presumption is here then that we're seeing 2 creature combo deck.
Yeah. I just don't know how to classify Lucas, because I mean I don't think there's a Time Walk in it anymore. I definitely thought there was, and I thought we were going to see a turn 3 win because of how the game played out.
What did the second Ephemerate get? Neoform?
So the first one got the trigger from the Spellseeker got the Ephemerate. The first Ephemerate trigger got Neoform. The second one got Finale of Devastation. Which Finale of Devastation then found Deputy of Detention, which, you know, if they were going for a real slow play, they could have gotten Eternal Witness to set it up.
I think I think the other thing that he was worried about was something along the lines of, I need to get since I can't win this turn, I need to get a Deputy of Detention so that I can kill their creature. Otherwise, I lose next turn.
This game's over. So this game's over. This is good. We're gonna see the full pattern. I hope they let us play it out. I hope the players, I don't know if they're listening, they're probably not listening, but I hope they play it out, because it'd be good to show the viewers how it works. I tried to explain this in words, and like it's a lot easier just to see how it works, because there's a lot of ways to do it. But they're gonna see this Academy Rector get sacked. They're gonna find Pattern of Rebirth. Pattern of Rebirth will go on a Patsy creature, just a creature that you don't care about, which is Deathrite Shaman. The mana dorks are fine. You sacrifice the Deathrite Shaman. The Pattern of Rebirth triggers, procs, and ends up finding the Protean Hulk, which you will then sack with the Carrion Feeder to keep going, and we'll see how this goes. I hope their opponent Luca lets them play it out. Just for the sake of the viewership, because it'd be kind of cool to see how all this works.
I had never seen this Pattern of Rebirth card.
Yeah, no, they reprinted it in Modern Horizons or
Ultimate Masters, according to.
There we go. Yeah, some Master set.
Yeah,
it's got like a dragon snake crocodile on it. I like the old one actually, like the turtle with its head down in the water.
The old one's great too.
Yeah, it's not really that good of art. It's just cute. It's just really cool.
It has a turtle on it. Of course, it's
Yeah,
cute.
turtle's head's down in the water, like, wow.
It looks
I
like
don't know
we're
what's going
about to
on.
see Luca. They're talking in chat. It looks like Luca might just concede.
Hopefully they don't. I mean, it's not gonna.
Yeah,
I
there
would
it
make
is.
for me at a minimum. Like if I'm playing in a tournament, I'm gonna make them show me that they have like a way to win with Protean Hulk. But I assume they do. So we didn't get to see the full loop there. Unfortunate. But actually, TRM, if you can you shoot them a message or someone shoot a message, just say, hey, if Ragdoll gets in a position to win the game and you're not jammed up on time.
I thought about doing it, but I'm like, it's a tournament.
Well, it's tournament, but it's also game one, so that makes sense. Or it's not. It's a contested game
but
still.
like, I mean, if it opens up Ragdoll to more opportunities to misclick, like that can be relevant, and like that could be like a really.
But Luke is going to concede to that. If there's a misclick, he's going to concede to that. I mean, right? Like, no one's going to be like, oh, dude, you didn't tap this, but we knew you knew what you're doing. Like, but yeah, I know if someone could. I mean, like, if it's not a contested game as far as time goes, like, it'd be good to get to go through for the viewers because I don't think it's that sophisticated. Like once you've seen it, but it's like I tried describing it with words, and like it's a lot of steps, right? Like, but it's it's one of those things. It's like getting on a bike.
Also, another problem with asking them is if they don't actually have the combo for whatever reason.
Well, yeah, but if they don't, then they're gonna have to. That's true, but I mean, like, I have very high fidelity, very high degree of faith that Ragdoll does have the combo in their decks. I played against this deck. I mean, like, I do know that it has. I made him show me, and like, all right, cool. But I've made them show me that before, and I'm like, all right, yep, you got it.
Yeah.
They do. I believe they have two ways of doing it, and I believe they have both Red Cap and Siege Rhinoceros in their deck.
As someone that has played against Luca's deck a couple of times, I actually think he had a line in the last hand to start going off not next turn, but the turn after with Neoform and the Sprite. He might have actually had enough mana to cast Time Walk that turn.
No, my question is that they have Time Walk in the deck?
Yes, they do.
All right, definitively then, my position, they had a win. Like, they did. Like, they did have a win. Like, I don't know if it was the clearest win, but they had a win. The area that it was going to be, they needed to draw land in the next two draw steps off Time Walk, and it needed to be a green producing land or green or blue producing land, and they could have done it. So, I do think that Ragdoll should have gotten the Palace Jailer on the turn that the Ephemerate was used main phase on the Spellseeker to get rid of the Spellseeker to basically stop the combo.
I mean, creature combo is hard.
Luca
I'm not sure if either of these
say
players
that they
played
don't
these before.
actually have Time Walk in the deck.
Okay, well, if they don't Time Walk, then yeah, it's not a valuable combo. I would have on Ragdoll's side of the things if I didn't know they didn't have Time Walk, which I don't know that they would know that. They don't have Time Walk. I would have assumed they did, and I would have gone for Palace Jailer to stymie that to get rid of the Ephemerate trigger on the other side. We're going to have a dueling Palace Jailer battle here, which I think generally is going to benefit the person who Palace Jailer's second.
Yeah.
But it'll depend on how they use the Palace Jailer, right? If they use it to get rid of the Safi Yarek's daughter, which I assume will be cast, I think what you're going to see here is just, they cast out their tutor. Are they going to go for mana or are they going to go for more creatures?
I think they're going for mana.
I think so too. I think they're going to go for a mana dork.
I'm not surprised.
So,
I mean, like they do want to get this Palace Jailer down. Not knowing the other person has the Palace Jailer. That is.
No, and both these decks are very mana hungry. Like Pod is a mana hungry deck. Sandy B is a mana hungry deck.
Right. I mean, we see for just example, in hand is a Recruiter of the Guard. That's mana hungry card. Like it.
Yeah, it's 2 mana. It's three.
Three mana that gets another card.
Yeah.
So.
It's a gray ogre price for a 1/1 body that doesn't do anything the turn it comes into play. I mean, it assures what's going to happen later on, but that's all mana, right? It's all dumped cost. So that's one of the reasons also, like we were kind of talking about in the beginning before you jumped in Arakasi, like why some of these decks can struggle with the more aggressive linear strategies, and then also the combo strategies because they're just a little slower because they have a lot of investment cards in them to assure
they're more vulnerable to like tempo kind of players as well. Like
tempo blue decks.
A lot of the smaller counter spells do a good job against them.
Yeah, because I mean, like Recruiter of the Guard specifically, like if you look at that, or like Imperial Recruiter, or a lot of these style of cards, even like Eternal Witness, like they don't they're good cards and they're very playable cards in the format, but they don't do anything in and of themselves. They do a thing that is good later on, you know. And if you're presenting pressure in a tempo deck and have counter spells, you can just counter the relevant thing they get, and then they have a 1/1 that doesn't do anything. Maybe it blocks for a turn, but like you know, it doesn't kill you, you know. So that's kind of like, yeah, you're not wrong. Like I think that's probably one of the reasons I got away from these decks is like you know, Magic's just kind of changed. Like yeah. It's tough.
What do you think we see here? Do we see the Saffrey come down or the Dark Confidant?
Oh, Dark Confidant easily. This creature combo deck, I'm not expecting a ton of removal. I'm expecting most of the removal to be creature based, and if they have it, they have it. But if it also safeguards your mana, right? So if they have like, you know, for instance, like a Swords to Plowshares, they're going to be more inclined to now kill the Bob, which safeguards the resolution of your Palace Jailer on the following turn. Now, the liability here is there's Noble Hierarch in play, which is relevant from the standpoint that the Exalted trigger can make the bird, which is evasive, a 1-power attacker to get over the top of the Palace Jailer on the following turn. So we're going to have a game where we have contested Monarchy, which is pretty cool. The downside is the Monarchy is going to, you know, eventually kind of go back and forth. The Dark Confidant is going to be a continuing source of card advantage for Ragdoll when they get that back.
Well, worth noting, with the Palace Jailer, maybe you just take the birds with your own Palace Jailer in response to this Palace Jailer.
Yeah, you definitely could. I don't think that's an unreasonable play. You still get your Dark Confidant back anyways, so you retain the Monarchy.
Yeah, the thing with Palace Jailer is you want it to stay on the board anyway, because that's when its secondary ability
Honestly,
comes into
I think
play.
it'd be a really interesting heads-up kind of play if they took the Mana Dork. They're like, I'm going to deny you on mana and then race you.
Well, either probably the Hierarch, actually, rather than the birds.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm saying, like, from Luca's position, like, I think the ostensibly right play is take the Dark Confidant, right? Take the cards away.
Yeah.
But I wonder if there's an argument for taking away the Mana Dork to be like, hey, I'm going to try to tempo you. Because they have a 4/3 flyer next turn with Exalted, right? They have a really good, like, Revelar high tempo play.
Well, we just saw a good reason why you wouldn't do that, and it's because, like, they're on a white deck as well, and they have, like...
but they're a combo deck, and, like, they did draw Swords to Plowshares. You're not wrong, but, like, look through the entirety of their deck. Like, they're not a removal-heavy deck. Like, they're not, you know... They're not the deepest removal deck. So, like, I could see an argument to hit them on mana efficiency, because right here they wouldn't be casting a Jailer. They'd be casting a Zappy and a... I don't think you're wrong. I think
it's a risk, right? And
I think in this match specifically, there's an argument to be had that's very interesting for it. Like, in most matchups, like, I'd just be like, yeah, just kill the Bob. Like, you need to kill the Bob. It's too early in the game. Like, you know, it's not, like, late game where I have...
Oh, we are seeing the Noble Hierarch being taken. That's heads-up play.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. Yeah.
Yep.
I think the only reason to take the birds over the Noble Hierarch is that if you take the birds, you take them off of their blue and their red mana, which we know their deck is reliant upon. Now their hand's not, with the exception of the blue-white.
The Soul Herder. The Soul Herder is pretty big with this Palace Jailer.
And then we just saw a really big card here. This is Aven Mindset. They just drew off this Monarchy token. This is pretty big.
Yes.
It's a problematic
this
card.
Recruiter of the God, it's going to be quite good.
So we are going to see this card get blinked.
Indeed.
Which, you know, it is going to be rough. It means that the Palace Jailer is going to get back the Noble Hierarch. They can attack with both. They can Swords to Plowshares, attack with both. Does that do anything?
Well, Soulhood is probably going to eat the swords. And then the Aven Mindset is probably going to be held up.
Yeah. I think so too.
Oh, this fighting Palace Jailers is a hell of a thing. Holy moly!
Yeah, it definitely it turns this matchup less into like a positional, like kind of like mid-rangey combo matchup into more of just a pure mid-range matchup. You know, like just trying to beat each other down, and like if you incidentally run into it, you run into it, but like you don't have as much time to set up because they're drawing so many more resources than you if you're not actually actively hitting them, which means you have to expose more of your combo pieces to risk.
Interesting to note
that was a really good draw. That was a really good draw. So they can Swords to Plowshares both these things now.
Oh,
and then,
the regrowth.
And then force the damage through to get back their thing.
What are they swordsing?
Swords the Soul Herder first.
Yeah, you're swordsing the Soul Herder. What else are you swordsing there?
Jailer.
Yeah, but I don't know. Then you're never getting your Dark Confidant back. Is it worth it? Or would you rather just...
No. Why would you not get your Dark Confidant back?
Because...
The exile effect
is
tied to... You hitting them, yeah. It's the monarchy. It's not the card itself. So it's not like it's a fiend hunter or something
okay,
like that.
okay.
You still get it back.
My mistake.
No problem. You still get it back. When you obviously do the Soul Hoarder first, is you don't want to give them the extra 1 life. Exiling the Palace Jailer with swords actually makes the Soul Hoarder grow.
Well, they decide to hold up the.
I actually don't mind this attack here.
They didn't even play a land. What?
Okay, they have 6 to their turn, I guess. They want to leave up the Aven Mind Sensor.
Well,
they made a mistake.
Yeah,
it's a player.
To leave up the Mind Sensor, so it's not the worst. But...
It's a player, though, is what it is. But they wanted to get the monarchy back there, in my opinion.
Well, no, they passed through their attack, so they didn't just F6 willy-nilly.
I don't get the play then. I mean, you still play your land even if you do that. Like, you know, like why are you keeping your land? You're not like your brainstorm deck, you know.
Are you sure?
You know, I think that was the player.
I was almost certain that once Palace Jailer left the battlefield, that you couldn't get it back if you got the Monarch back. You couldn't get the card under it.
No, you get it back. That's honestly a big part of the reason why the card's so insidious is because it doesn't work that way. If it like just when it left, you got it back. That'd be awesome. Like it would be actually a much
no. That's what I'm saying.
Card.
I'm saying like if you get rid of it, like the confidence is gone forever. Like you can't.
Oh no, it doesn't work quite that way. But what I was saying is like it'd be nice if it does get exiled or killed, like your shit comes back. But you know, it doesn't work exceedingly bad like what you're saying. That would be horrible. Like if you're just like, oh, if it's dead, it's just gone. You know, like then people would just be killing it on their own. They'd be like, well, I'll get rid of this piece of shit, and then I'll reanimate it next turn. You know, like you wouldn't want to have the card anymore. I mean, I guess. I'm sorry, guys. I'm at a loss for words because, and there's no other nice way. It's not a mean way of putting it, but this is like just a very honest way of putting it. Like, there's a series of misplays made here on Ragdoll's side that I think are going to be game changing. And this is. Yeah. It's not a knock on them. It's not meant to be rude, but it's just I think that's the case. I think without playing that land, without regrowthing, without taking back the monarchy last turn and safeguarding an additional onboard resource in your ground pounding team, I think you open yourself up to some significant liabilities here, and you put your to win. So
the plus side is that this Revelark, it's a swords, right? And then the Aven Mind Sensor attacks, and they're forced to chump if they want to keep the
issue is that swords can exile the Revelark, but Revelark's a leaves battlefield trigger. It's not a death trigger.
That is true.
That's a huge problem, right?
Yeah. Okay.
It gets back that jailer. Like you just pretty much pitch the game here. Like, and they're actually just going to evoke it because they want it to die.
Yep.
Yeah. This is not good. Yeah.
Eladamri's Call's not a bad one to be able to get out of it eventually, but I don't think eventually
it's over. It's over. Yeah. This turned into a mid-range matchup because of the monarchy, right? Like they didn't really have time to set up. Like, I mean, what you would have to do here is have enough mana advantage to go into a combo kill, which I don't think you have time to do with Eladamri's Call before you're going to actually be dead. I mean, you're at 16, not a ton of power on board, but like you start putting down next turn, as we know from looking at Luca's hand, like they're going to go for they should go for a time walk combo that they can set up on the following turn. So play out this 1/1, find another 1/1 Spellseeker that finds Ephemerate, and then leave up the 1 white mana to go for the combo on their EOT. Yep. So this one's just kind of what is Queue of Beetles? What does this mean? Haste. The stack is now first in, first out, to the last in, first out.
People in chat try to join the queue because the MTG bot has a queue function. So.
No, I mean, if you want to join the queue, guys, the queue's 100% available. I think on Saturdays and Sundays, you just show up at 1 o'clock, and I don't know what time Bailite's running.
Yeah, there is a queue.
I believe it's Loading who is doing that. So
he's already in trolling. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Loading is playing in this tournament. They're just spamming bot commands. Although
they
did hit a great quote by themselves that is earlier, which was. There's a scavenging goes in the way, which is a growing problem in our society.
Yeah, pretty good.
Scavenging is a growing problem. What with all these heartless
scavenging ooze is honestly, I don't see it as a growing problem. I see it as a policing force, to be frank.
Yeah, I mean, sorry.
I think it's a very fair card, but I think it holds a lot of bullshit in check.
Yeah.
I don't think it's force of will level, but it's up there.
No, it's but I'm 100% with you. It's one of those cards that is like good enough on its own, but has the ability of interact with decks that are acting on an unfair axis, which I think is like we need more scavenging oozes. I think
I only have one
Highlander.
complaint though. One complaint is that I replaced Go for the Throat with Heartless Act, and Heartless Act is not great against the ooze.
No, it's not.
No,
that's a personal problem right there. You're not trying to do anything fair with Heartless Act. Let's be fair here. Like, I'm pretty sure you're not trying to cast your 4 drops for 3 mana. I'm pretty sure you're just trying to.
I think you're thinking of Heartless Summoning. Heartless Act.
Oh, am I? What's Heartless Act? I'm sorry. Heartless Act.
Heartless Act is an Ikoria removal spell. It's
okay.
1 in the black to destroy a creature with no counters on it is the main mode. Or you can choose also 1 in the black to remove 3 counters from target creature, but that doesn't get used as much.
So yeah,
is it remove creature or is it permanent? Is it creature or permanent?
It's creature.
So
it's mostly 1 in the black to kill it.
They're cowards, absolute cowards for not letting that say permanent.
I don't think that card's that great, to be honest. Why are you playing that?
It's 1 in the black removal spell, right? Like. Would you rather kill a monocolor creature or a creature with no counters on it? I think no counters on it is better.
Why wouldn't I just play, like, you're in blue-black, man. Just play Tyrant Scorn, Drown in the Lock, Go for the Throat. Doomblade's probably better than that.
Like, I think Doomblade is worse than Heartless Act.
That's 3 cards, though. Like, you need...
There's not that many creatures that I have a problem with that... have counters on them. Like there's like Scavenging Ooze.
But Scavenging Ooze is a prolific card in the format, right? Like,
but
if you're
Heartless Act feels a lot closer
against
to
green decks.
1 in the black
like
murder than Scavenging Ooze.
What kind of what I'm saying is, like, why? Like, are you testing the card just to test it out and see how it does, or do you need another removal spell in that deck? Because I feel like you haven't.
I wanted to try replacing Go for the Throat.
Okay.
With Heartless Act.
I think Heartless Act is a better card than Go for the Throat. Like, I think that it's less limiting to be able to heal creatures with no counters than not to heal artifact creatures. I was thinking of Ultimate Prize for a better reason, but like it feels like the ability to kill artifacts is more valuable.
I don't know. I have to play more with it. There's actually a lot of creatures that have counters in this format, though.
Yeah, but
there's a lot of bloodthirst creatures.
Right.
There's like Thinks, which has -1/-1 counters on it. You know, like, so there's a lot of like.
You to look at Luca's avatar.
Golos.
He's playing a 20-color deck.
There's that token that Urza creates, which can be quite problematic in like Paradox.
How bad do you feel right now that you're getting Force of Will by a 5-color deck? You're just like, what is happening? That pause right there was legitimately like, oh, what the hell is happening to me right now?
Excuse me, but what?
I'm making a guess there, but like, I'm pretty sure that was like a what the hell is happening right now?
There are currently 0 islands on the field, and you just ate a Force of Will.
Yeah, you did.
That's gotta feel bad. Holy moly!
You're just like, what? What?
Excuse me, but what the fuck?
You just lie.
No, I actually knew they were playing that card because, like, I've definitely had them reveal hand and show me a Force with a bunch of like red and green cards. I'm like, cool, dude. I'm like, that sucks.
That's what you get. It's high roll magic.
Yeah. Well, the funny thing is, Force of Will is not really a high roll card either. It's
no, not typically, but like in a
you can play it in high rolly decks.
It becomes more high rolly the more colors you have.
Sure. Yeah. You definitely want to have blue cards to support it. I think Ragdoll could go to the next game in this match. I would not blame them.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I mean, you could get back your Palace Jailer and Jailer the Prime Speaker, or you could get back the Swords to Plowshares and kill the Prime Speaker, but you're still dying to the board. You're just getting out-carded here. That's the problem. This Monarchy just took over. I do think there was a turn in the middle of the game where, like, the Monarchy could have been contested for an additional 2 turns and drawn them possibly into relevant stuff.
Yeah, if you get the Palace Jailer back, you at least then get the Mind Sensor back, which can block something, but then you're just losing the Monarchy anyway on the next turn.
Yeah, and the Prime Speaker comes back, but you also get 2 additional draw steps off that because the Prime Speaker is going to win the game next turn, right? Like, the Prime Speaker, I believe, can win the game. I have to relook at the board. Yeah, it sacks the Palace Jailer to get the Greedy-Jiki to blink one of these idiot, cards that kill people.
Can you remind me who won game 1?
Ragdoll did. They won through the combo, the
Right.
pattern record combo.
Saffrey's ability could be relevant as well, though, because that'll mean once the Palace Jailer blocks,
sure,
that will bring the Palace Jailer back.
The issue's gonna be they don't need to. This isn't even need to happen. I mean, it depends on what they get here. Let's see what they get. I mean, it could work out that way.
Palace Jailer. That's a bit weird.
Well, yeah, that takes away the 4-drop, so they can't get Greedy-Jiki.
Oh, okay.
But I mean, like, still, like the Prime Speaker, the Prime Speaker gives you rain of any 4-drop or 2-drop in your deck as the board stands. And this flashing Hippocamp has this bounding Hippocamp has flash, and it's a 4-drop, and it's also it's 4-drop, right? So like they're gonna play out this bounding Hippocamp at the EOT here, right?
Yeah, I mean, Ragdoll just said his Vanifar, and I think that's
Well, yeah, they play out this bounding Hippocamp. They sack the bounding Hippocamp to get the Greedy-Jiki. They play the corridor, whatever it is, this thing, corridor monitor, and then like just loop the Greedy-Jiki with the corridor monitor on their next turn. So that's game.
Yeah, the 2 blue sources off the birds in the noble hierarch.
Yeah, no, you need to get rid of the Vanifar there, but like, I don't think it matters. Like, yeah. You're not wrong though. Like the birds and the noble hierarch held this together. There was their first blue source that would have been actually literally a land.
Yeah.
So, yeah, like outside of a Slaughter Pact, there is no way to get around this, and we, for a fact, know they don't have Slaughter Pact, nor is this chord castable with the creatures they have in play. I don't know why they're attacking, but they are.
Neither do I.
Yeah, for funs, for lulls.
To send them. Wait a second. Okay. But if they attack, they can't win with Kiki.
That's true. That's true.
What?
He's not wrong. They can't. Well, technically, they possibly.
With your
no, hold up. That's not true. That may not be true.
That
may not be true. They can get the time walk off of the recruiter by getting the spell seeker and then take another turn. But like, it's really showy. Like they could also, I mean, they can still win this turn, but like it involves getting the time walk, which is just like goofy way of doing it. But it's fine. Doesn't matter all that much.
They had to attack there because of the Aven Mind Center preventing or tutoring with the Prime Speaker.
So why would they actually even block then? Like, why wouldn't you just take? Is my question.
Because then they get the Palace Jailer, which can exile the Aven's Mind Sensor. I think this
way.
Way
right. Because there's a Palace Jailer being exiled by a Palace Jailer.
You're not wrong. Yeah, no, I missed the Mind Sensor stymieing that. That's fair.
Really should have sacrificed Saffrey then, right? Or can they do this at instant speed and it doesn't matter?
They can do this at instant speed, yes.
Okay.
The question after that is though, like, why the Jailer? Just because it's a 4-drop as opposed to the Prime Speaker, Vanifar.
I think that might have been just a misplay on their part.
Yeah, that's the part that like tripping me up. Because like when they made that play, like I was like under the assumption that like.
They said in chat they probably should have taken it, and I think
they
were correct.
Yeah, because I mean I think they're just dead now, regardless.
Yeah, pretty dead.
Because now they get this.
Yeah, Safi only works if Safi doesn't return an issue that easy.
Now what I'm baffled by is why are we making infinite 3/3s?
I think that they're going to flicker Recruiter to get Time Walk.
Yeah, but these things die at EOT, right? So why make a bunch of them?
Yeah, why are they making a bunch?
I mean, do they have burned at the stake? That'd be hilarious. They don't have the red mana to cast if they're like burned at the stake.
They don't have the mana.
Just maybe sick.
They don't. But how are they gonna draw it?
No, they can still time walk. I mean, all they have to do is copy the recruiter of the guard and then.
No, I get it, but why?
They can't play it. They're out of blue mana. Oh, they have the blue mana in hand with the
They have the noble
catacombs.
So they have
with catacombs they do.
Blue mana
do they have something that they can get with Kiki or with Vanifar that will make this matter?
All right, so wait, they do. They do. So how they win here is they play out the Verdant Catacombs, find their tropical island or their breeding pool to get the second blue source, and then they flicker their stupid recruiter. Use the recruiter to find Spellseeker with the first of 2 blue mana that they have off of the birds or the noble, whatever's left, and then the Verdant Catacombs. They cast the Spellseeker, finding Time Walk or Ephemerate. They cast the Time Walk or Ephemerate, and then go into the same loop with the Breaching Hippocamp and attack on the next turn.
Lowman, they don't have Time Walk in their deck.
I failed to see like why they would not have that card. I thought someone just said they did. They don't?
They don't.
They've had it in the past. They've had it in the past.
Someone said they do have it. So you're saying they don't.
in chat that they don't have time walk in the deck.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay, so we're like all in on this Greedy-Jiki thing.
Okay.
So I don't know why they conceded there. I mean, they're probably
no. They're going to make a new game. Is the thing.
No. There was a weird communication.
Because Ragdoll is at 3
going
minutes on the clock, so they're
because
going
Luca realized they were making infinite breaching hippocamps like on the end step there, and typed way to shit in chat, which is why I was laughing.
Okay.
But and then Ragdoll said they would concede because they saw the combo. At which point I'm like, no, they just misplayed. Like you had a chance there, so like I'm very confused about.
I mean, they technically did.
I think both players like threw a lot of possibility there.
Being fair, I mean, like I
was
part of that game too. Like I fucked up on especially missing the interaction with the Aven Mind Sensor, which is not an uncommon interaction to miss, which is why people call it Idiot Bird. But I missed that interaction myself. I was like, oh yeah, why don't they just win? And I was like, oh well, one, they don't have time walking their deck evidently, which I don't get. Like that's cool.
I do not believe they don't have it. It doesn't make sense to me. Like what?
No, it's really hard.
They don't have it.
But they're saying they don't have it. They don't have it.
Where did they write it? Where did they write it, Red Mage?
Yeah. They should.
In the anti-Geo chat, one of their message was, "It is public information that I do not have time walking this deck."
Hey, Red Mage, can you do me a favor and just not write walk pod below their name?
That is fair. I have not updated it.
Yeah, just change it to
I will fix that.
Yeah.
WNK.
So let's look at this game here. So we've got a turn 1 mana acceleration. Depending on how their mana base is built, they have access to a lot of mana through Gaia's Cradle or possibly Wasteland, etc., in the form of Knight of the Reliquary on turn 3, which would be a turn 2 cast. And on the opposing side, we also have a fast mana dork. We have a Deathrite Shaman. And we have card draw.
Shaman, not the most relevant in this.
The hands are really similar, honestly.
Compared to like other like blue matchups, you really would like the Deathrite Shaman, but it's not. It's more of a mana dork here. Just sort of a mana dork.
Yeah, and the first person to get a Deathrite down will tend to be benefited by it. They're going to get the mana off of it first. Although, what's curious about it?
Fuel it as well.
Yeah. You take their damages here. Yeah, I believe you, Rex. They probably also have Coder in their deck as well. I mean, they probably need to run Coder. Is that the hairy chest from that 3-1 dude?
Yes,
or the 1-3?
The very same. It's an emote in chat now.
Is that what that is? Honestly, I thought that was an inappropriate thing. I was like, oh, God.
No. It's a chest hair from Sheffield. I will probably have it the emote style because I think I have a better idea now of what to put there, but people were like, we should do this, and I was like, okay. It's started
use your channel points to unlock the emote. Check it out. Yeah, there you go.
It's also a mistake at 10th point. What that emote? It is kind of an ugly emote.
I have a better idea of what to put there for next time. I'll need I'll probably change it, but it's,
okay.
I had this in emote slot and they didn't have something to use it on, so that was like.
So what do you guys think of? What do you guys think of thought seizing here as opposed to playing out the Knight of the Reliquary to get some board?
Okay, yeah. So the reason I like it is because they got the reanimate in hand and they're looking for a creature to yank from Luca's bin. Which I think is clever. I don't know if it's the best.
I don't think it's right though. I think you give him some time. I mean, like 3-drop creatures aren't that great. I mean, if it's a 4 or 5-drop creature, it's not coming down next turn anyways. You still have access to that line.
And thought it was sweet. It disrupts the opponent, and it's really cool. Like I love being able to do things like this.
I just think that in this matchup, I'd rather spend my mana to get a card that builds equity over time, as opposed to maybe high rolling based on hidden information. Like if I get lucky, I get lucky, but if I don't, like their hand's kind of not that great. I mean, I guess you just get what?
Yeah. Well, the reason I would like it is just because they're on creature combo, and if you take out that like crucial piece that they need, and maybe like you hit a recruiter or something like that, and you get to get your own combo piece.
Yeah, but my thing is like with this little development having already happened, like I'd rather not play to a high variance play of like basically guessing they have something like that in hand because they could just not, and instead developing with all of my mana on my own turn to implement my plan. Because that play is still very open next turn because you have access to stacking your forest to find Gaia's Cradle and going up mana, right? Going up basically 2 mana on the following turn.
That's what I mean though. Like a Thoughtseize cast early is normally a third Thoughtseize cast best.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's as we said earlier, like these creature combo decks are sort of like slow and mana inefficient. So like, it's not necessarily the same in the sense you can wait a little on the Thoughtseize, but
I do kind of like. I do think you can wait on them. I think you hit a tutor. I mean, like there's chances you also hit like tutor cards that like are not tied to creatures, like your Eldamri's Calls and your Neoforms and shit.
That's true.
Yeah, I do think it's fine here to reanimate this. It's going to put you up on mana. Well, it's going to put you up on Deathrite Shamans, which means that you'll win the Deathrite Shaman War. It's
Yeah, that's one way to win the war.
Yeah. Not this first time though. They're going to be up to 3 mana on the following turn to play out this Carven Caryatid.
Ragdoll might be winning the Deathrite Shaman War, but Luha is definitely winning the Carven Caryatid War.
Yeah, that's actually a card that they played up for a long time. They really like that card. And I think there's some folks who have a following of it. I think it's probably a cult following, but it's a card that has seen some play.
Rami also makes the point in chat that the mere existence of Deathrite Shaman kind of makes Reanimate as a card worse. So that might also have pushed towards.
Yeah, I don't think
I
that's
just kind of want.
I think that's an argument, but like I don't think that's a particularly great argument because like your opponent's going to be using their Deathrite Shaman for something, unless like you get to a game state where like life totals are low enough and the game's attritional enough that like you're actually using it to gain life or take life loss. Ideally, in these opening phases, you play the card because you have fetch lands and you want to make mana. We don't per se know before the cast of the Thoughtseize that like our opponent has a fetch land, but it would definitely make sense if they did have a fetch land and kept a Deathrite Shaman, which, if they're keeping a Deathrite Shaman on a hand with no fetch lands, like it's not as high a value a hand, and it was a keep on 7. Like my assumption is they probably have a fetch land if they keep a Deathrite Shaman, unless they're banking entirely on hidden information about my hand, which I don't buy. Like me personally, I wouldn't play that way. I'm not saying it's not possible, but like I still think like unless you're playing against committed reanimator, like they're just gonna leave it up. But like you're not a committed reanimator deck, so like if they can make mana with their card, they're gonna tend to make mana with their card. And I think the play is still accessible on the following turn is kind of my thing.
I
get you, Rami. Yeah, I think it is a line of thought. I think there's an argument there. I just don't think it's a great one if you follow it through.
I just wanted to make the point that this is currently the last ongoing match. So if we have all the results from the back tables in. So.
We have a Carven Caryatid into a Preordain with Eldamri's
as you do.
I just love the spread of cards. Like you have a Caracas, a basic planes, a Karmic Guide,
a Preordain. There's a force of will somebody in the deck.
You should probably just call the deck Greedy-Jiki.
Oh yeah,
it basically is. It's a very greedy deck. But like, but honestly, like I will give them this. Like I played against this deck, and it was a while ago. And like being fair, I didn't lose to this deck. I don't think I ever lost to this deck, or maybe I have, but I don't think I have. But like its mana tended to work out a lot better than I expected. I'll give it that. It was still a little more like clunky to get going. And maybe in part that's because of the mana, but like they were still playing cards every turn. It's just that their cards like tended to set up, follow-on plays. So yeah, I don't know. So yeah, we're seeing this go here up to 4 mana.
What do you think we're going to see this Eldamri's Call find eventually? What's Luca's line of play here?
I don't know.
Yeah, me either.
I honestly don't know. Like I'm honestly so here's my thinking goes. Here's I thought through it. Like if they cast this Eldamri's Call, they get what? Like most of the stuff can get sent back from the graveyard. It can't hear. Maybe Vannifar. Vannifar's fine. Vannifar makes sense to me.
Yeah, true.
The issue is they don't know about the Knight yet. If the Knight gets played this turn, they can't get Vannifar because Vannifar gets nerfed by Knight getting Caracas. So,
that's very relevant.
They don't know that yet, though. So I mean, like in my head, that may be what I was thinking. I don't know their deck as well as they do.
Well, I mean,
their deck is a pretty radical build, so like I'm not gonna like per se claim to know all the ins and outs of it. like more standard builds of it, like I've played enough that like I'm pretty comfortable guessing. Here, my guess would be like with a Neoform, which castable with my mana is like a Vannifar. That also allows me to kind of go natural progression on mana and then not have to worry about having a fetch land in the bin to use my DRS on, because my DRS is never going to make mana off fetch lands versus 2 DRSs.
Rami points out that Jailer is live, and yeah, that's probably
Jailer's not unreasonable. That could be it. Here's the thing with Jailer, right? Like Jailer worked out last time because their opponent misplayed, in my opinion. I think Vannifar is the game-winning play personally. Like I think that card will win the game more percent of the time than Jailer will here.
Yeah. I mean, keeping in mind that Ragdoll is about to just presumably play the Knight of the Reliquary, and then that
and then debunk playing the Legend anyways, because it can get correct at any point in time with 2 of the onboard lands. Yeah.
I mean, I could see that mistake still being made though. It's hard.
I could see it, but I mean, I've been, I'll be frank. Like I think I've done a poor job commentating this matchup because I have continually, for whatever reason, gone back to the assumption that Luca's deck contains Time Walk in it, because I must have a mental barrier or bias that it should. Because it feels like it should, and I keep on thinking along lines of how you'd win with that. But
it makes no sense to me. I don't know.
Well, it's not that it's not to like knock anyone's building. It's just like I'm saying, me personally, like I've done a disservice.
Do you have access to the deck list, Red Mage?
Excuse me?
Do you have access to the deck list?
Lucas deck list? No, not yet.
Okay.
I messaged him that he sent me the wrong deck list and he should fix that. But also I messaged him that it's fine if he fixes that at the end of this round, and this round has lasted. I think this round started in 2017. Like so.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, that's how these games are gonna go though too, because I mean, like neither of these decks are like set up.
Well.
Yeah,
if you spend 10 minutes cracking a fetch, it's definitely gonna go like that.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what's going on there.
Then again, this is one of those decks where like which you fetch might be important. Actually, this is on Ragdoll, isn't it? So Ragdoll's deck probably a little more linear mana. I would say that Luca's deck, your mana is a little more specific. It can have some long-term effects, positive and or negative. What's going on in the chat over here? It's talking about banning the card. Just the mechanic would make me happy. Oh, folks don't want companion around.
Companion.
No,
is,
really.
I'll be honest. I don't play standard. I haven't been playing Magic in the last month much, to be honest.
But the thing is that I think that the mechanic is fine in rotating formats, because like standard is always there's always some mechanic dominating standard. Right? I think it's fine if for 2 years we get the Age of Companion and people are gonna be playing 80 cards and lawyers and whatnot, and that's okay. Like I think that that is definitely like that is fine, but it's a little problematic. I feel that now from now on forever, in older formats, you kind of have this pressure that your deck should almost certainly have a companion or you're lagging behind. And I think that's not
anymore. They're banned, right? The ones that were good were banned.
No, they aren't. The only companion
Legacy, right?
The only companion that has been banned in a format so far, as far as I understand, is Loras in Vintage, because of the Black Loras interaction.
I don't think that's true. Legacy.
I do not believe that Legacy, Modern, or Pioneer. What?
They've banned Zerda in Legacy and Luris in Legacy.
There we go. Yep.
Okay.
And not to one up you, Red Mage.
Like
I was been reading on it a lot recently, and there were some more bans than just like Legacy or Vintage.
Modern and Pioneer still are having that
problem.
Like,
sure, and I don't play them, so I don't know that there's a problem there.
No, I think that the way that I would handle it is just like treat these companion cards just as if they were Shahrazad. But
yeah, I think specifically in this format, I don't think they.
No, in this format, no. But
this is an interesting line of play. They're going to force the action on this, so like their OP is going to sack this to make black, and then exile one of their own spells to dome them for 2. They're going to let them make the mana? Okay, they let them make the mana.
Yeah, that's a little weird. I mean, you have the chance to deny with the Deathrite Shaman.
Well, yeah, and also do 2 damage, 2 life loss, right? Put them down to 15, because you could use the other Deathrite Shaman to exile one of your spells. I mean, at this point, they may be considering, what do I get with this? Because now their Eldamri's Call goes up to 5 mana. Maybe they were expecting just to burn this off to find something else.
the final point on companions, just before we go back to the game completely, is they said in the banned and restricted announcement that they were considering the possibility of changing how companion works, just to
Yeah.
But again, I think I'm perfectly fine with the mechanic working the way it is in standard. Yeah, like standard is
but
a little stale at the moment.
That's an issue, right? Like that's an issue when it's like when you design a card that because you could design that card any number of ways to do what you wanted to do in standard, but not become a auto ban in like a bunch of old formats, right? Like you don't have to have that happen.
I think it makes sense to make cards the best they can do for standard. Like I don't necessarily even think that you should make a bunch of concession in your standard designs because then you are starting you don't want a card that you printed 15 years ago to limit your creativity for what they can do for standard. I think that's a problem.
Okay,
now, that is not a problem for companion specifically, but like I think that's true.
That's what we're talking though. We're talking in specifics, right? So we're talking companion, and I do think to some extent, yes, you're not wrong. Like new sets, like sets that are core or core extended sets, like are designed to be standard playable. But I do think that there is some amount of accountability and responsibility you need to put on the developer, especially if they're going to design products that are specifically and explicitly designed for eternal formats, modern and backward, i.e. Modern Masters, Ultimate Masters, VMA, whatever, you name it. If we're still designing sets that are supposed to be played in those formats, then you need to make those formats desirable, which means to some extent there needs to be a system of accountability on cards that are designed in core sets, right? Or in standard releases of cards. So I do think that your primary goal is to make standard the best that it can be. I could see it being possible very much so that like there needs to be some revision to the mechanic itself, to make it as beneficial to the game as it can be holistically, So.
I mean, yes and no. I think that anyway, it's entirely possible that the way that it turns out that you are supposed to handle things is to either just say that eternal formats cannot have a companion, just change the rules of how they work, or just or just ban all those cards in every non-rotating format. And I think that's not necessarily even the worst thing ever.
Yeah, you shouldn't print cards you have to ban, in my opinion.
I think you should. Like for example, I think that Treasure Cruise is a success story, right? Like it broke Modern, it broke Legacy, it broke all those different mountains, but the hard was perfectly reasonable in standard. I think that you should be able to print Treasure Cruise.
Yeah, but the card didn't get banned, right?
I don't know. It got banned everywhere. What are you talking about?
I don't think the intent behind. I don't think what Treasure Cruise was designed to do. It was ever used to do fairly, right? Like,
it was played fairly in standard.
Okay.
So, and especially Dig Through Time more than Treasure Cruise. But
yes.
But like
yes.
Dig Through. But I think that
Anyway, let's get back to the game though. We're kind of getting off track on this. I mean, like it's a whole dialogue. Like I think there's a lot that goes into it, but and I'd be willing to talk it after if folks want to hang out in the stream and listen to the dialogue about it.
Okay, well, we saw what the Eladamri's call got, and it was the deputy detention, which is surprising. I was expecting it to
honestly, it's not. They got it in the first game. They got it as well. It didn't end up going well, but I do think that Luca's in a good spot here. I have to reread deputy detention. My assumption is this card's been retconned, and actually here, if it gets the exile, what's the stupid card called? If this gets killed now, or if it gets bounced, they get to bring back the Phyrexia Metamorph on their side and clone the deputy detention, or the Knight of the Reliquary.
Yeah, they won't be able to clone the DRS, but they can clone Luca's DRS, but.
Yeah, I mean the DRS would come back, but I mean then they could just eat both their creatures if they really wanted to with this ephemerate, which doesn't seem that bad. I mean they can do that and then ephemerate if they can ephemerate the detention or the deputy detention again if there's something that's better that's played, or they can just on the backswing of the ephemerate get back a card, draw off the Carven Caryatid, which is just fine. I do think they're in a pretty favorable position, but at this point right now they don't really have a lot of traction going forward to get into their combo, but they have done a decent job of kind of stymieing both players' ability to kind of foment a mid-range game plan of just attacking, blocking, and doing damage. Right now, we're kind of in a stall. Now, I don't think this Knight of the Reliquary can get anything that's super relevant here. I think it's Wasteland, Gaia's Cradle, stuff like that, utility-based lands. I haven't seen a lot of combo lands out of them, but I suppose we'll see here.
I don't think they're on the combo lane.
No, I think it's really just to like get value, like because Knight's a fine card. Like you can still, it's a little dated to play kind of in a more fair way. Like normally you're using it to find like things that combo. Yeah, Zannty. So the card that belongs to them would come back to them. Is what happens. So they would get back the Phyrexian Metamorph and be able to clone something. Like the owner of the card would, which would be Luca, would not go back to Ragdoll, who had previously controlled it due to reanimating it.
Yeah, so that would be pretty huge if Ragdoll drew like a path or something like that. That might shift the game in their favor. I'm not sure by how much necessarily. I mean, maybe they even just like I could see them even just cloning the caravan to draw a card or the Carven. Sorry, but I don't know. Probably end up cloning the reliquary if they get the chance.
I think what's relevant right now. I think we're at a little bit of a stalemate. I do think that Luca's a little bit ahead, but I think it's going to come out of top decks. I think the next 2 top decks are going to be really important here. I also don't know Luca's hand right now, so I mean they have 4 cards in hand. I mean it could be pretty good.
So we see Ragdoll get the treetop village. Just more creature lands. So that makes sense. They're doing the mid-range game plan.
The other thing is they are giving their opponent DRS value. Yeah, with that hand, the hand doesn't really do anything that Luca has right now. It's just more value. I have Ugin. Yeah, I mean, like that's kind of like where they're at, right? Though, like they don't have enough mana to like even use something like that, but they do want. All right, well that's they hit it.
That's huge.
It's very big. It even may give them access to attacking this turn, possibly. Now, probably not. The Caravan Curated still kind of stymies them. I mean, the problem is they know they're OP. They don't know they're OP as Ephemerate, so they're going to get blown out by this.
Yeah. That is true.
Which is funny because, like, Luca did not leave the Ephemerate up in the last game. They used it immediately, which I don't think I agreed with. And they're going to leave it up this time, and they're going to get them, which is, like, I like leaving it up here.
Yeah,
so they're going to get to bounce this thing or blink it and give their OP back a 1/2 and get their own Phyrexian Metamorph. And then they can use the Phyrexian Metamorph to basically kill their entire board, which is a rugged.
Yeah, this is just so good for Luca. I'm not sure.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, it's still like we're still kind of in top decks, right? Like Luca is ahead, and they're going to get to see more cards, so I think they are advantaged. But like the game is not ending, right? Like there's not like really a terms of inevitability that is yet apparent on board. There's just about 2 to 3 extra card draws off of like blinking with like this card and then blinking with the Charming Prince on the Carving Curated. You can see essentially like 4 extra draw steps.
When we're talking about winning the mid-range game plan, I mean this doesn't win the mid-range game plan. It stops your opponent winning the mid-range game plan.
Yeah, it's a board stall, right? It's kind of a board
stall. I'd say this is like a quarter of a win. You've stopped your opponent from killing you in one way. They can kill you in another way, and you can kill them in like either way.
You're not if you're in Ragdoll's position, you're not going to win through beatdown. Like what you need to have happen here is like find like survival of the fittest, for instance. Like that would be a great thing to find.
Yeah, survival of the fittest,
and then go into a combo and kill them.
Yeah. A protein Hulk even into some way to kill it would be a way.
Yeah. And here, like, what are you finding? Like, do you have Bog? Pachuca Bog, I wouldn't do anything here. Like, what do you have here? Gaia's Cradle?
Why would you want Cradle?
Yeah, Rammy, it is. Hulk and Scavenge News are capable of disrupting Hulk lines if the player who's using them knows what they're doing. There's not a ton of places you can do it though because they can keep on sack. It's all instant speed, so you have to do it before it's actually fully set up. But yes, there is a way to do it.
So Strip Mine here can take them off what green?
I mean, they have a DRS in play, and they have access to DRSing to getting rid of
so many lands. Yeah.
So I mean, it's.
There's an irrelevant number of lands like in the
it's just if they have green mana, like they're going to be able to cast as birds, and they have whatever mana they want. It's just I mean, I don't think you're denying them on mana here. I think honestly we kind of assessed the value of the Knight in this matchup or in this deck. Period, which is that it's mostly just a value or utility oriented card, not a combo oriented card, right?
I'm not sure why we're seeing the Stirring Wildwood activated.
I don't know. Cheeky. I don't know.
Maybe they don't block. I don't know.
I mean, if they just double block, it dies.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of things I don't know in this world. This is one of them.
There's been a lot in this matchup, I think, that has been.
Well, and you know what? Like, I don't disagree with you, but like, I think in all fairness, like, because some folks do come back through and watch this, like, I misannounced the first one, bud. Like, I don't know if you did as well, but like, I know I did. I was talking about the one line. Yeah, you did as well. Yeah, it happens.
Yeah, and I mean, like I said this earlier as well. These creature combo decks are like some of the most complex lines in this format.
Yeah, and they could just be also like in the. They're behind, right? Like, they're not behind enough that I think they need to give up. But I mean, some players in this position be like, I'm just dead. And like, they probably are dead because their opponent's going to see a bunch of cards, and they got blown out. They basically got 3 for 1 on Swords of Plowshares. If you look at like how many cards this Ephemerate's going to help them see, you know, which is brutal. And now their DRS is dead because they have another Deputy of Detentions. Now they have Time of Need, which can find Greedy-Jiki, which is actually castable off of their mana base right now.
The greediest of Kikis, not so greedy.
Time of Need's actually a card I really like. Like, I was actually talking that card up like maybe like 4 or 5 months ago in like in the Discord. I was like, I used to play it in like instant speed reanimator, like Emrakul style decks, like the Eldrazi. Like, you use like Time of Need to find it, then like you discard it, and then like on their EOT, and then you reanimate it, you know, on their EOT, and then kill them on the next turn with it.
You know, I miss seeing those decks. I haven't seen some of those decks in a long time.
They're not very good. They're very fun to play, and like they're very exciting. Like, when they work, they just like really work hard.
You get to hit someone with a 15/15 Annihilator 6. You feel pretty good.
Pretty good. Or like, you sneak attack in like a Blightsteel Colossus, and smash them. Just funny. I don't think they're that great at decks, but they're powerful, but like they're just very singular and narrow. And if you know what you're doing against them, it's not too hard to disrupt them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
so
against all these mid-range decks, they might not do too bad.
Yeah, I mean, this one is pretty over. That Vannifar, I think, kind of locks it up. Not expeditiously, but it does wrap it up. Actually, it might expeditiously do it. I have to look at what they can get in 6. I guess they can't get in 6 with the Karmic Guide. They only have 3s and a 1 on board. 3 go to a 4. What's irrelevant for? They have untappers though. They have the Breaching Hippocamp untaps the Vannifar. There's got to be a way to do it. I'm not seeing it right now. They have all of the Greedy-Jiki cards. They may have Corridor Monitor in their deck, so they have all of them.
They have Charming Prince in their hand as well. That can exile something and bring it back. They'll end up summoning Sickness.
Yeah, that could possibly work. So you get like Vannifar sacking the Caravan Caryatid to find Breaching Hippocamp into Charming Prince. You need to get to 5 though. So like the Hippocamp needs to sack to find the Jiki, right? And the Charming Prince blinks and then brings back an EOT, not immediately.
I believe so.
Yeah, it comes back EOT, so you can't use it to actually kill in this deck.
Okay, yeah.
But they could be able to just do it from 1. Like, if they get like I think the issue is going to be is the mana cost of the cards going up to it. But they could be able to do it from 1 off of the Deathrite Shaman. Because the Corridor Monitor, sack the Corridor Monitor after untapping the Vannifar, find Pestermite, Deceiver Exarch, untap, sack, find Breaching Hippocamp. But then how do they get back to the Jiki is my question. They go
get back.
Well, if they have a clone, if they have like a literal clone like Saskima, they could sack one of the 3 drops and another 3 drop to find Saskima to clone the Breaching Hippocamp to untap it, then sack the Breaching Hippocamp, one of the Breaching Hippocamps to find Greedy-Jiki to then make infinite Breaching Hippocamps. Is a way you could do it.
All right. Well, I think we're about to see whatever their answer is.
Yeah, I know you can do it. Like here, it's just I don't know what cards they're going to do it with, but like they can do it here. Like there are cards available in Magic that allow them to do it. I'm not per se saying that they're in their deck.
Yeah, we're just saying the Karmic Guard to get back the Breaching Hippocamp.
All right, so there's sack one of the 1-drop. Oh, okay, they're going to do this. You could also use the Greedy-Jiki to untap the Vannifar, I think, and then sack the Deathrite Shaman with the untapped Vannifar to find Corridor Monitor, to untap Greedy-Jiki, to then clone Corridor Monitor a bunch of times. There's a lot of ways to do it, right? Like, you could combo a bunch of different ways from this spot. Yeah.
This is just the easiest way, from what I can see.
Yeah, you're right. It is a legend. You're not wrong. But Actually, it wouldn't matter there. I'm not talking about cloning the Legend Rammy. So you would use the Greedy-Jiki to clone. Use the Vannifar to find the corridor monitor. Copy the corridor monitor. There's a couple ways you could do it. You find that. Maybe I am wrong. Maybe I was trying to clone the Vannifar there with that line. I think there was 3 lines I said. But anyways, this is game over. I mean, we're gonna see this play out. But they basically have infinite 3/3s, which equals infinite damage, which equals a game win. Their opponent is not playing a colorless fog.
Yeah.
Although
definitely
again,
don't need infinite damage in this case, though.
Yeah.
Being able to copy a 3/2 is just nice, you know. As opposed to a 1/4, you don't have to make 11 copies. You only need to make.
You get to make fewer copies. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah. It's a good MTGO utility.
Yep. In this case, they only got to make 5, and it's lethal.
Yep. Well, don't even need 5.
Yeah, I mean, you just need to show it and concede. But again, you know, tying back to a central theme of the stream, we've talked about a couple times throughout. You know, they're playing Turbo Fog. Can't die to this.
Greedy-Jiki cannot be Turbo Fog. Confirmed. All right.
Festival, anyone?
Let me, since we are halfway through the tournament, let me give you a couple.
My ears are burning for some reason.
Since we're halfway through the tournament, let me take the time to go through a little bit of housekeeping again before we start the next round. And I'm gonna start by first plugging in these last results. Luca won 2-1, and we have round 3 ready. Okay, so first things first. The 10th point is a Canadian Highlander tournament series. We have tour tournaments going on every week. We have a Saturday series that Bailite is running, which is not streamed, and then we have these series that is streamed. The Saturday tournaments run every Saturday at 4 p.m. Eastern. The Sunday tournaments run at 1 p.m. Eastern. If you are interested in joining, your best bet is joining the Canadian Highlander Discord, which you can type !Discord in chat, or just scroll down if you're watching this on YouTube, and that gets you there. The Discord not only is awesome, there's a bunch of awesome people, including our contestants today, that can help you with deck building and getting your feet wet to start getting into the format. But also there is all the information that you need in terms of actually joining the events. We have a tournament announcement channel that will absolutely get you to that point. If you want to sign up for next week, the polls for next week are live, both for the Saturday and the Sunday tournament. You can type !next poll in chat. If you are watching this on YouTube, I just want to remind you that our website, the10point.weebly.com, has a page, as a upcoming tournament page, so you can just head over there and check what the next tournament is going to be, and you're going to have all the sign-up polls. Also, as a reminder, if you wanted to consider throwing us a subscription, that would definitely help. Good point, Loring. I might add the website command. If you type !10p, that has a link though. Either way, yeah. If you want to drop us a sub, we definitely appreciate that. It helps us keep the boat afloat. And also, you know, if you have your Prime sub, that should be used. If you want to use it on us, we appreciate it. If not, use somebody else. Jeff Bezos definitely does not need that money. I am getting progressively more and more robotic as I do this, so I'm gonna stop talking now, and what I will do instead is post the results post the pairings for round 3.
Sweet. So let's see what we got.
Okay, so we got confirmation that Lucas was not on time.
I believe you. I mean, like I don't think Luca's a bad player, and there's any number of times in that game where, like, and especially in game 1, where like they would have had a game win with time walk. So I was just like, what's happening? And and it makes sense they don't have it because I think they would have just gotten it and won. In that game 1 specifically.
Actually, let me update to Luha's deck list before we go.
But I have played against a list similar to that Luca runs. I think it may be the same one. I don't know. And it's definitely it's very all in on the creature combo aspect of it. Very.
I think I would just include Time Walk and not do the points.
Yeah, I mean, call me lazy. I would too, because I mean, like, I just I prefer to have less. I guess my thing is like, well, playing like the older style like Greedy-Jiki lists is really like interesting and can be challenging from the standpoint that like you really do need to go in the tank pretty deep when you're building your deck, especially your mana base, to have it actually function, because you're playing a 5-color value deck that has a combo in it. It to me, it just has so many excessive moving parts that are required to make all of it work, that it's not too hard to make any one part of it go wrong and then have the whole like castle fall down, if you will. That's kind of one of the challenges that me personally I run into when I try to play those style of decks. I'm just like, man, I can't,
I don't mind the style of deck. It's just odd to have all these like have Ephemerate and Spellseeker and all.
Well, no, I think Time Walk's a better version of the deck. So I guess what I'm saying, it's more resilient. And like I was saying, and that's why like I tend to be more inclined to play that style of those decks. Personally, but that's not to say they're bad. Like they're different. I do think they are less resilient, which I mean, in a way, does mean they're a little worse. But
I must abandon you for coverage. I'm afraid I have a game to play.
Game and good luck. Hopefully, it's not against a red deck.
Yeah. Hopefully. Goodbye.
Bye.
All right, so let's watch the top table. We have Brahms versus Lucas.
Brahms versus Luca.
Yeah, which is actually going to be interesting, right? We have Luca on his mega combo deck. It's on his. We have Luca on his like Kiki combo deck versus Brahms on mono white aggro. It's kind of
I think mono white aggro is going to generally tend to win that if they draw one of their like 6 to 7 pieces of removal.
Right. If they need to interact once.
Instant speed removal. That said, like the Green Axe deck has a lot of good blockers. I mean, it's got a Caravan Carry.
It has got a Caravan Carry.
There's a lot of flyers in that white deck.
Yeah,
he's definitely
playing. He's definitely playing like a kind of like almost a Skies list, honestly. Almost a flying man.
It's White Weenie. It's White Weenie. You still play the evasive things. I mean, like you wouldn't play Suntail Hawk if it didn't have flying, right? Or Healer's
Does White Weenie play Suntail Hawk? Is that a thing?
Crusade Stompy? Yeah, they were playing. He was playing the same card. It was a different name card, but it was a 1/1 flyer, like some other Hawk. Like they were playing it. Remember, it was next to the Vampire in that one game we saw. There was a 1/1 flyer, just straight up. So they're on Crusade Stompy.
Lantern
Yeah, like same card.
That's the thing. Like
it's a worse card, Ethan.
I believe that Flying Man plays Suntail Hawk. I don't know that, especially if it's
no.
I don't know that White Weenie.
There's an argument that there is like a blue-white Flying Man deck. That's just blue-white Skies, and like yes, you can go that deep, but those cards, like just play mono blue for Flying Man. It's a much better deck that way because you can play a lot less lands. Are we already in game?
Yeah, I'm sorry. The game had started, and I forgot to change our view. But
here it's kind of interesting because we do have like if the mono white deck doesn't draw mana, they could be in some real trouble here because the mana development on their opposing side is very good. They have access to a Palace Jailer and they have access to Thragtusk, which means that their early tempo gains and life loss are not going to be that relevant. So a very good hand for Luca starting off here, and I think it's going to progress very nicely for them. I almost wonder here if you do get access to another mana if you just blow up the Arbor Elf. It's certainly something that you can consider. It looks like it's not going to be an option for them. However, they did draw basically a Force of Crusade, which you cannot you cannot play here. You can play on their turn. You're probably going to. My guess would be you'll see them exile the Council's Judgment, would be my guess. Because I think with this hand, like, if you're exiling the flyer, I definitely think you get in trouble if you exile the flyer. Like, I guess you already have another one in play. We're gonna see the Crusade get blown up, the Honor of the Pier get blown up. I think by the Night of Autumn.
Right. That would make sense.
Yeah, I mean, I think you'll see them play another door count, and then play out Night of Autumn, blow up the anthem. But I think the question then becomes, like, do you keep the Council's Judgment or do you keep the flyer? I think I keep the flyer here, which seems crazy, but like Council's Judgment is really not the removal you want to have in this matchup. The removal you want to have is like Swords to Plowshares, Path to Exile. Path to Exile even is quite good because then you can just stop their combo. Like, you're not stopping the combo with Council's Judgment unless you like proactively do it and like just guess right. And like right now, it's not going to be the combo that I think that's going to be killing them. It's going to be like just dumbass ground pounders like Rakdos to just gum up the board.
Right.
So this shrinks down the team a little bit, puts them back in their place. They get their door count. They're going to set up for a Tusk on the following turn. But I do think that we're probably going to see this Judgment go away. The Sword's pretty far off, too. Nope, they want to keep their Judgment. Okay.
Interesting.
Well, they have the Sword, so I mean, if they hit their third mana, which they're desperately trying to hit their third mana here, because they hit 3 drops and they're basically all 1 and 2 drops deck, then they can start deploying their threats. Now I think their hand's going to be very choked. They had a pretty replacement level card for that flyer. I mean, honestly, Flicker Wisp is probably just better. But
there's some shenaniganery going on with our bot in chat, which is what I've been trying to
no problem.
To fix, which is why I have been a little
no, that's 100% fine with you being quiet. I mean, I do think that we're going to see Luca take this first one. The man, that was also a very good draw. They drew Palace Jailer, which is going to exile the only threat that their opponent has on board, with their opponent holding all 3 drops, and a Script Sprite to block the next flyer they play. So that's probably game over. They could possibly look to hedge around like a Containment Priest, but I don't think there's many 2-drop flash threats that white plays. And I guess there's like a couple, but they're all ground pounders. They're not evasive. So you can just block it. So I think we're going to see this one end here. I think if I were on the white weenie side, actually, they don't have double white. I'm mistaken here. That Sunpetal Grove cannot be untapped with the Arbor Elf, so they do not have double white. So they basically are boxed into playing out the Thrag Tusk.
Oh, right, because it's not actually a forest.
Yeah, and they can't use it doesn't work out. So they're tied down to 1 white. Yeah. So you're going to play Tusk out and then probably attack for a couple. 5 life is no joke, though. That's a pretty big blow to Brahms' game plan here. Not something you want to see. Can definitely race you at this point. But if they hit a mana for a sword here, they could definitely turn this around. They did not hit a sword. They hit an Aether Vial, and I think at this point, me personally, I just concede because you kind of lost the game at this point. I don't think there's any coming back from this, to be frank. I think you just missed for too many turns. Drew a lot of 3s. And this Vial's a straight brick. The game will be over before the Vial is relevant, I think.
Yeah, for sure. The Vial is not.
Yeah. Well, they have a Brainstorm now, so they can possibly find another white source, then get this Jailer online. And if this Jailer ever hits, like, I think their opponent should be like, "Yep, I'm good, I'm done.
We're done. Yeah, let's
draw better." And then there you go. There's the white source. I mean, you also have a Splinter Twin, which is kind of cool.
Splinter Twin Thrag Tusk against your
the Greedy-Jiki deck had better mana than the white weenie deck.
Good.
Well, no, the Greedy-Jiki mana base worked out better than the white weenie mana base this game. They give it with the capacity issue, but I mean, there's a mana capacity issue. But Yeah. Rough beats. Mana just didn't work out. And or it's a relook at mana or a deck building, but I'm not going to make that assumption or assertion because I don't know their deck list. I don't know if the mana is adequate for what it is. I think they could have just drawn a lot of their 3-drops, a high density of them, and not done much. So Jailer hits, and we'll go into game 2. So I'm doing something with their yields. Yeah. Unfortunate. Well, there is the Restoration Angel. Unfortunately, that's not a combo with the with
Twin, yeah. Those are
Splinter
the
Twin.
2 pieces that don't quite work together, but
doesn't work together. All right, they just saw their draw step and conceded.
Yeah.
Yep. Got to draw more lands or draw more cards that are castable, right? That's just all it was. So, on to game number 2. You know, and again, like we kind of saw like Lucas deck play the mid-range game plan there, and like that part of the plan is pretty good against White Weenie because like especially if they don't have their flying components, you know, then you can get into some trouble. This is definitely a hand I would keep based on the back of Smuggler's Copter, which is a very powerful card. I don't actually like Lucas' hand all that much. Actually, I don't like it at all.
Yeah, it's got a Wall of Blossoms that
They're
can
probably
get in
going
the
to
way
keep
for a
it,
bit.
but I don't think Wall of Blossoms is that great versus this deck. I really don't. And like it's not going to be. This thing's gonna get 2 in, and then they're just gonna be tapping it to activate their Smuggler's Copter to fly over the top of it. But then again, I mean, like, they also have a lot of evasive idiots, right? So I mean, I don't think it's the worst, but I also don't think it's like great.
No, it's not. Especially, definitely does not match with these. Does not match great against these.
Well, as we've seen, like throughout the
Copter, but
a lot of evaders, a lot of evasive cards. Like, remember, I think there's one board state you were assessing. You're like, why don't they just block one of them? I'm like, none of them are blockable. Like the one that has protection now, and like the rest of them were like shadow, flying, protection.
Regardless of whether we want to hold this deck White Weenie or whatever, like I definitely do think that Brahms went out of the way to include an above average of flyers.
It's White Weenie. It's White Weenie though.
No, I mean, yeah, I mean, sure, but. I do think that they skewed their choice of cards towards including more random like evaders.
I don't disagree with that. So they're gonna play out the 1-drop. They're gonna try to go for an additional white source here. There was a riskier line, not a riskier. Actually, I think it was possibly the correct line to actually tap the 2/1 to try to find a land to play out the 2/3 that brings everything into play tapped, which is actually highly relevant. The Kajali Sunwing, because if everything comes into play tapped, the Kiki-Jiki combo does not work. Doesn't do anything. They did find a Skull Clamp, which is a pretty good find. They can actually sack off this. They're not blocking. Okay, they're blocking. I thought they were not blocking. I'm like, oh no, you got to block there, homie. The Skull Clamp's gonna be nice because they can actually sack off these 2/1s that don't do anything to find more lands, more card draw. Yeah, my guess would be next turn we'll see him play another 1-drop out and use to activate the Smuggler's Copter, and then if they find a land, maybe play another 1-drop out and then sack one of them off with the Skull Clamp to get deeper in the deck. Certainly a possibility. Maybe not. Maybe they just want to push through this this Wall of Blossoms. Aether Vial's another sweet one. Just like Aether Vial in my deck with 5 and 6 drops in it.
Yeah, you just always send it up. It's fine.
It's pretty common in the
decks, I mean, I believe you. Because, like, it also fixes your mana in, like, a weird oblique way, right? Like...
Yeah, no, it does. It's a strong card. Oh, that life gain. That sick life gain. Okay. Let's get this down.
Oh, wait, what? What did I do? Why do we have no hands?
You definitely lost your hand, Cam. I definitely think you play the flyer out first.
There you go.
Try to look for an additional land here. I could say he's doing a 2/1, but I think I'd rather get the permanent damage source down and just keep on attacking through. They're considering it. All right, they're just going to activate off of the 2/1 and try to look for a land drop here. They really want to get the Kajali Sunwing down, which is not, unreasonable. It's a very reasonable play to make. Get in for 4, put them at 10. The White Weenie deck appears to be doing a little better this time. There's their land. I think you definitely get rid of one of the 2/1s, the Ground Pounders, and you keep your evaders. I like getting down the Kajali Sunwing here and basically stymieing their primary combo plan without some sort of interaction. Now, I mean, the Recruiter of the Guard can definitely find a Palace Jailer. It's a card it could find.
Yeah.
It will have no still come into play tab.
It's Imperial Recruiter rather than Recruiter of the God, but it finds a Palace Jailer anyway.
They both find the same card, yeah, because it's 2 power on each, 2 power and 2 toughness. So
yep.
Yep.
The 2/2 turns out it's fine.
Can be found by both, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll see what they end up doing here. I would assume you're probably going to see a brainstorm first. I think is what I would do to look for a shuffle effect, unless they think they can find something really relevant with their finale of Devastation. But I think I'm looking to finale with more mana. I'm going to set that up for longer, personally. But they could know exactly what they want and find it right here.
Can people in chat try using bot commands again? Because I don't understand. I want to see if they work now. I think I changed the thing.
Are you asking me to do something, or are you asking chat?
No, chat. Like, we're having some... MTG bot is not actually... Like, when I send it commands, it's doing that, but when other people are asking it to send commands, it's not, and...
Sure.
I'm trying to change a thing, so...
I think this is actually a pretty interesting play here. They actually go and use up the finale of Devastation here, as opposed to looking for the possibility to set up some other sort of combo or a way to deal with the onboard... the Kajali Sunwing. They actually opt to get rid of the Smuggler's Copter, which I guess it makes some sense. They want to abate the clock that's on them right now. But it also opens up their OP to just sacking off this not Student of Warfare, the Soldier of the Pantheon, try to find more cards, and then continue to maintain pressure with their flyers. And actually, I think what I like doing is just sacking off the 2/1 right now, because it's probably not getting through ever.
Yeah, there's a wall of
see what I find, and then if I find something relevant, I'll play it. But if not, with these other 2 1-drops I have in hand, I'll just equip up the Skull Clamp and then put them to 6.
I mean,
it's actually really relevant because it's really relevant because they can just put down their extra land they drew. Actually, they don't have another land drop. They can play this 2/1 that has evasion from everything. Oh, they're not equipping the Skull Clamp? They could have set up a win on the next turn. Am I wrong? So if they hit for 4 here, 3 + 1,
opponents at 6.
They have 4 + 2 on the next turn.
Yeah, you get to hit for 6 next turn, right? 3 with the Sunwing, 2 with the
but maybe if they play another threat out here, is that enough? So that's 7. Yeah, it's still enough, I think.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe not. It's 4, 6. Yeah, it's 7.
Okay,
no,
that's
still
enough.
Yeah, it's still enough. So now they have to win this next turn. You know what they're saying? I still think I would put the clamp on my...
okay.
I still would put the clamp on my best thing, but yeah, it's me.
Luca can't really... Luca can't go, Recruiter into Palace Jailer anymore. It doesn't have enough mana to do it all.
No, the color fixing's not there.
No, actually he has 7. Right?
Yeah.
Because he can play land, so he could play Recruiter into Palace Jailer, but then you're kind of giving away the Monarchy immediately.
That's not really putting you in a better spot, I don't think.
But you could
that may be what you have to do. I think what you would want...
You could find the 1/3, right? Deputy of the Sanctions?
Sure.
Yeah. That's a 1/3, so Palace...
doesn't stop the sky, though. It doesn't stop the air, right?
It doesn't, but at least you get to heal you get to heal the Sunwing, which clears you off to actually... Yeah. It makes you live 1 more turn, and makes it so that the Sunwing isn't a problem anymore.
Sure.
Decides to go for Soul Herder, which does stop the air, so, that's actually a thing. Probably he doesn't get to grow the Soul Herder enough.
I'm confused. How does that stop the air?
Oh, because center stopped. Right. No, I mean, it flies, but doesn't it fly? I mean,
no.
Oh.
It's just a dumbass grounder. To my knowledge, you shocked me if you told me it was a flyer. I played that card a bunch, and I don't think it flies.
Does not in fact fly. I learned something new today.
It's like bounding hippocamp. It just floats a little bit. It jumps, it leaps, it floats a little bit. It doesn't fly. Just kind of floats, levitates, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, no, there's no flyers. So they're gonna have to gain life here.
I believe hovers is the correct term.
They're gonna have to gain. They're gaining life is what they're gonna do. They're gonna try to make this thing bigger and gain 4 life and go up to 11. And then they get hit for 7 next turn, putting them to 4, which was no lethal on the following turn.
Blink this idiot a bunch is actually that can prolong your life a decent amount if you're blinking.
It prolongs your life by nope, you're dead.
It prolongs your life by you're dead. Okay, good.
Hard cast, clamp, go. Kill. Yep, nope. Had it.
Boom. At no point it wasn't head.
Nope, had it the whole time.
Yeah, this entire time I had it. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, so yeah, we're gonna pump all these chunguses and then just attack for a bunch and do what White Weenie
my
does.
idiots are growing.
Yep, just hit them. You know, and that's the thing, right? Like, you know, you look at like this is an Eternal format, and like, you know, Brahms is doing well with a remarkably simple plan. Like, you know, like a remarkably simple plan turns out just fine. You know, just fine. You don't need to get too fancy. You can go fancy or you can go simple, and you know, either one can work out. Take for instance the hand that Lucas got right now. Not a great hand. This hand's possibly acceptable, but it's very slow on Lucas' side. That's the thing, right? Like Black Lotus hand on Brahms' side. Like Brahms' deck is just not going to have to mulligan as much because like it doesn't need a lot to go right. I don't think you keep this hand with one Black Lotus mana source, but you might to just Black Lotus out a Smuggler's Copter and a 2/1 just to start drawing cards and find your lands.
It's the rare.
Like, I think it's a little crazy.
We're gonna see the rare Black Lotus crack for white.
This is one of the decks that you do it in.
I know. It's not exactly the hollow that you see.
You really do want one land in this hand as well. So you can like play a land turn.
Actually, I lied. Black Lotus does crack for white a bunch if you're bomber manning, right? Like that was just inaccurate for me.
Yeah,
if you're
sure.
doing the bomber,
the confluence you're getting to blue and black and red mana. Yes, it does. You know, to cast your gambles and your your tombs and your tendrils, you know, whatever your tombs.
But if you're doing the bomberman thing, you're cracking for white.
If you're making infinite mana, you make infinite mana of all colors.
Yeah, that's true. But you start with white, and then you have to.
Yeah, you got to. You don't see that combo a lot online either because it's very click intensive on MTGO. Because you know, as a matter of course, it's just a very, very intensive interaction. It's a very action intensive interaction, even though it could be displayed in loop form. Yes,
it's one of those things where like IRL you get to be like, oh yeah, but also like
infinite.
You also can get away with making like 4 or 5 mana, and then you play a spell bomb, and your opponent can just look at it and be like, "Yep, you got it."
Yep. No, you can definitely win very early with it. Oh, they drew the plains too. That's a hell of a draw.
Yeah,
that plains is a big draw.
The plains is awesome. The plains actually makes this hand now you just from. I mean,
dump your hand.
This was a hand that like started pretty high early, and that they kind of rolled the 6 here.
I mean, like, but it's you don't want to mulligan to 5 either on this deck. Like,
no, you don't. But it's
and like you are playing less lands. They're playing a 2-drop. No, play 2. Oh no, play all your 1-drops out. At least play your Smuggler's Copter.
No, he's playing the Copter.
No, I'm thinking in my head is like just play all the 1-drops out because.
I think that his reasoning is that if he doesn't draw a next turn, he might he's still gonna be able to deploy the 1-drops. But...
I will trade. Like most of their 2-drop creatures and 1-drop creatures are mana dorks or like walls. So like in my opinion, like I'm willing to trade my 2/1s for mana dorks. I think they're better. The mana dorks are.
My reasoning is just that like let's say he doesn't draw a land here, right? He can still deploy the Dragon Hunter or the Mardu War Reaper, whereas if he does,
I mean, you definitely can. You definitely can.
Whereas if he deploys them with the Lotus next turn, his next turn might be just pass.
I'm looking to win the game though. Like I'm looking to push damage here. Me personally, as a person who's played like a lot of like Sui Black style like aggressive decks with Black Lotus, like I'm looking to push the damage. And like I understand the fact that like yes, if he doesn't draw lands for a couple turns with an active Smuggler's Copter, which is allowing you to effectively see 2 cards a turn, then like it's going to be really bad. But I think in that case, like you want to rely on the math to work out, like it should, and you want to pressure as hard and as fast as you can, to just end the game because their deck's only going to get better over time.
Yeah, no, there is definitely an argument for what you're doing. I think I was just for what you're saying. I'm just saying. I think that was the reasoning. I think that's why.
Sure. Yeah. No, I can see that reasoning. I just think you want to shut their eyes as fast as you can in this matchup because like their deck has like very powerful interactions and you don't really interact with them exceptionally well. So just kill them. Like just get them dead really fast. They don't want to have to block with this idiot either. This card they just played. You know, the upside is here, like, you know, if you play it this way, like, if you do hit a land after having used this,
Yeah, I mean,
2/1 to activate
the
your
other
you can
thing
still
is
play
that,
another 2
you
now.
handle these, right? Like, with your planes, you're guaranteed that if you don't peel a
Yeah.
land without the Hopter, you
I just think I look at it
the
this
2
way.
ones.
It really depends on deck composition. Like, my highest probability draws are 1-drops or lands, right? And, like, I'm gonna bank on them. Like, there's your land. So, I mean, it was 1 down.
Yeah.
You definitely discard the non-flyer. The one that makes things indestructible is probably better.
The Selfless Spirit. I discarded the Priest.
Yeah. The Priest makes sense to discard there.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't even think
either works, right? They're very similar to being the same card.
Well, no. The Selfless Spirit, like, is moderately better. The fact that you can sacrifice it yourself is moderately better.
Yeah.
I
think it's relatively marginal, right? Like, you play both of those cards because they're 2/1s that are hard to block.
So, what do we think we see this Eldritch Evolution go for on this Kitchen Finks? Is it a Vanifar?
Can't they just get Kiki?
Yeah, but
I have passed it in hand.
works. Yeah, that works. Yeah, they actually could just win off of that. Yeah, it could just be game, actually, right?
Yeah.
So if they change the Kitchen Finks into a Kiki-Jiki.
So not next turn, but like what I'm expecting is that they're gonna untap and pass, and then they're gonna play. They're gonna end of turn pass their might, and then Eldritch Evolution the Finks into a Kiki, and then win the game if they get to win that. You know.
Yeah, I think this they may actually be too slow here.
Yeah. Because they don't have the win next turn. They don't have enough mana to do that.
They're at 16 right now. If they attack with all, they're going to get through for, 7 + 2, so 5 damage down to 11. They're down 1 threat. Attack on the following turn with Crusade for 9. It's going to be close.
So they're gonna opponent is gonna be at 11.
I think you just jam with all.
Yeah, you just jam. Yeah, because if you get them,
you definitely jam with all. You don't want to. You want to make them. You want to force them to throw shit under the bus.
Yeah,
like you're losing threats.
It's awkward because blocking with the Finks is kind of free because you're kind of going to throw the Finks on the Vast later anyway, right? So
yeah. So I mean, it's gotta happen. Like it's that thing's gonna die at some point.
I guess that if your opponent double blocks, you can suck the Selfless Spirit and.
You can sack the Selfless Spirit regardless, but that would make that much sense. I don't think. I think you'd rather just keep the Selfless Spirit as a flyer around.
But I think you would rather have the Selfless Spirit than either one of the 2/1s. But if your opponent blocks both, I think you're sacking the Selfless Spirit. You'd rather have 2 2/1s than a Selfless Spirit, but you'd rather have the Selfless Spirit than either one of them. Oh, Luca just takes it.
I have once again returned from my match early.
Yeah, how'd it go?
This time I 2-0'd.
Good deal.
Yeah, pretty happy.
I'm pretty sure my match was the first.
Oh, White Weenie. I thought Brahms was on Death and Dax's.
No, this is Weenie.
This is White Weenie.
Interesting.
So they're gonna go for their Kiki-Jiki here. This puts them up to 9. There is 9 evasive power in the air right now. That doesn't get.
But they can gain life with the Finks.
Correct. They can gain 2 more up to 11.
Yeah.
But they're in a forced block situation.
Oh, they can gain 4 more because they can untap the Kiki.
Yep.
That's a lot of life.
Yeah, the problem with doing it main phase is these cards can't block anymore, right?
Yeah.
So you should do it during your opponent's turn?
You should probably do it during your end step or during their
No, you should do it during their combat step to turn their blockers off, right? Or turn their attackers off.
No. You should do it to either end step or upkeep so that they don't have the card that they're gonna draw, but you're gonna have your creatures.
So the game ends next turn, so they do need to kill them, and I don't think they actually can. I think because they can go up to 13 here.
Well, the Crusade represents a hell of a lot of damage.
Not enough though. Not enough in the air.
Probably not enough with.
No, it's definitely not enough. It's 3/3. 3 is 9. That's evasive. They're going to be at effectively 13 life. And I mean, they ostensibly have enough power if the ground pounders get through, but like they're going to get blocked, right? So, yeah, I mean, I think the game's just over. I think the combo's just going to kill him here.
Yeah, I think Luca gets this one.
Now, if they hit like the Swords of Plowshares, they just win.
Yeah, if they draw a plow, they can win. Yeah, pretty sure.
And then the Palace Jailer becomes more of a thing. And actually, like, it may makes sense if you don't have lethal to just not use the Crusade and look to find a removal spell for that Greedy-Jiki, so you don't just like rando die.
Yeah, if you can't kill them either way, then yeah.
I mean, I don't think you're really playing around the
Oh,
rando thing.
the idiot bird is just a little too late.
The damage on the life gain on the Finks with Greedy-Jiki stuff, like I think you just sort of want to try close it. So you probably do want to play this.
I think you're pretty certain that they have a Pester my type card in hand, right? I don't think they would have fetched the Greedy-Jiki if they wouldn't win with it.
That's possible. Like both those arguments are possible, but like we have to think here is this Arakasi, right? Do I kill them this turn if I play Crusade? No, I don't. If they block intelligent, if they don't block me, then yes, I win. But like they're gonna block me with something, right? And they have access to a free blocker that's gonna gain them 2 life. So that's a given on the board state, right? I don't have hidden information on White Weenie. So if that's to be true, then what do I play around at that point? Which is like they just have everything, and I'm gonna die on the next turn, right?
Do you know you can kill them next turn? You don't.
Yes, you do, because you're hitting them for 9 damage evasive, putting them down to essentially 4 after they use this Greedy-Jiki, which puts you well within range to kill them on the following turn with a Crusade play in the air, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they're not going above, that's a lot. It's a lot of damage.
All right. Well, let's see if they get punished here. I'm guessing.
I mean, it's a very small. I think it's a very small like institutional thing. But I mean, if they hit a plow or a path here, they're gonna feel bad when they see what happens because I mean, they're just dead, right? I mean, they could hit Caracas. Caracas is a card they could hit. That would do
it. Caracas would be a very good one.
But I think that's kind of a nuanced one that like you could like look at and be like, well, all right, Tech Edge doesn't do anything. So don't matter. I mean, I guess you could stop them from casting the spell, but they don't have enough lands in play to actually use it. So they don't have 4
land. You can't even use the Tech Edge.
So yeah, that's going to be the game. My assumption is there's no downside to cloning this thing with the Greedy-Jiki and blocking one of the 2 ones on the D2 one on the ground.
Nope.
Not at all. And actually, technically, can you take it? It's 9. You can actually technically take it and go to 1, right? That's only 12 damage. So they block with that a 1.
Not sure why they didn't do this.
Yeah, why didn't they block with the free one?
It doesn't matter.
It honestly doesn't matter all that much. I mean, they just have it,
Yeah, they just have it. But...
Yeah. But I do think, I do think that I probably would have looked to hold that Crusade. But I don't think it's per se obvious that you should. But I do think it is correct that you should. There. Because, I mean, they're going to block. I mean, if they block like this, which I don't think is correct, it's, I don't think it matters all that much.
Okay.
Alrighty. So we're just going to let it happen.
We're moving through this turn very slowly.
Yeah, I mean, you could definitely Greedy-Jiki to make infinite untappers that are tapped.
I would make a couple just in case.
Aside from Caracas, what free card would you be afraid of? I don't think White has any access to like super good free spells.
Shining Shoal. Shining Shoal, if they just do the math. If they don't overmath you and you Shining Shoal to like prevent some damage, you can do that.
Dirty.
Not on one card. Not on one card.
Not on one card. Because like the other thing is that they would play Force of...
like if they only do Exacxies.
Yeah, but they would have also like if they
sorry, bud. I have it too.
If they had the 2 cards in hand, you would have been afraid of like Force of Crusade or whatever.
There's nothing you should be afraid of.
Yeah.
Nothing you should be afraid of from this board position.
No, I mean, the thing that you could have been afraid of is if your opponent also has like Force of all your creatures get +1/+1, then that would have been lethal.
No, it would not be, because you can't play that at instant speed for pitch cost on your turn. You can only play on your opponent's turn.
On your opponent's turn, right.
Yeah, that's how the card's designed. So you can't do it that way. It's designed really awkwardly because what the card does, it wants to happen on your turn, not really on your own opponent's
turn.
That's
weird.
Like, it's fine. It's weird, but it's like the red ones the same way. It's like they're very proactive cards, but like they're used in your opponent's turn, which is bizarre. But
the tech is generally to do it on your opponent's end step.
Yeah. I mean, like, that one and the red one is like the other one that's like just bizarre. Because I think the red one actually doesn't work that way. I think they actually just do they work in cleanup, or how does the red one work again? I don't think they stay into your turn.
No, you exile them in your upkeep, right?
Something like that. Yeah, exactly. It's like they're bizarre. Like the red ones, I know don't work where you can do it on your OP's up.
Yeah,
EOT.
the next of your upkeep.
Yeah. I know they don't work like the way you'd want them to be able to like do them EOT and then like attack with them on the next turn like a ball lightning. That's like they don't know, like, oh, surprise ball lightning, you know.
I feel like they made that entire cycle just as an excuse to print Force of Negation, and they really just didn't care about the other ones.
I mean, Force of Vigor was a very important card for Vintage, and still is.
It was absolutely.
Force of Vigor is a very good card.
They could have tried harder on these other ones.
Force of Rage is actually not terrible as well. That's pretty deep.
Well, it's a fine card. It's just it's not 4 mana.
I mean, it's not the power level of the others, but
no, it's not 4 mana worth a card. It's in my opinion, it's pretty tough to rationalize in most decks that would want the damage off of that card to like pay for it, or to use it to block. Like the deck that wants that doesn't want to block; it wants to kill people. Okay, all right. We got an Uba-Mask in the house. Yep. Uba-Mask is a pretty frightening card, to be honest. They're playing as Blue Moon too. Do they have the counter? They probably need to counter this because this card is brutal against blue. Well, they need to cast this at least they can draw their cards.
They might just have an Abrade in hand, right?
Yeah, they could. But I mean, if they had a Braid, like, wouldn't they want to hit? Why is Ancestral Visions named with Sorcerer's Spyglass?
Is there? Man.
No, well, there's a reason that it could be. The reason that you would play it out just to name any random thing that doesn't matter is to. I mean, you should name something that matters, but you could use it to get but not affinity, but like Metalcraft, whatever it is on that one land that you can
because you want an artifact on the field for whatever reason.
But
yeah, for
just name Jace the Mind Sculptor.
Sure, like I got you. Like anything,
yeah.
Sure, yeah, I get it. But like I'm just saying, that's a reason you could play that card and just name Blind, is to get that card. So I can't see their bin, so it could be in there.
The blind name against blue-red is just Jace.
Well, you're playing a deck that cares a lot about artifacts, so there is an argument to name Dark Faden, but.
Yeah,
a lot of your artifacts don't matter.
Mad seems good here.
There's only a few artifacts that like you don't want your opponent to have.
How about my life total can change? Can we do that?
That deck can deal with that, yeah.
Whatever the other thing that we're doing.
The prison deck can deal with that, yes. This build, Kings, I haven't built the deck. Like right now, it's on
really
damage.
Curious, like we see EVOS has 4 cards in hand and Necro has 5. I really want to know what's in there.
That I don't know.
I'm gonna see if I can get EVOS's hand. The Necro has said that they can't share, but
yeah, it's hard telling. I mean, my guess would be a lot of board-based interactions or hand attack, but they haven't been using it. The hand attack you would have used could just be kill spells. They also can just block forever with Nether Spirit, like until like they have a Maze of Ith to stop the plats.
I'm guessing EVOS has some number of counter spells.
So there's Cling to Dust. I mean, yeah, the problem's going to be like the counter spells are they're going to be limited eventually, right? Because this Uba-Mask means any counter spell you draw, like, it's just going to go into exile and you have to play it on the turn that you draw it or exile it, right? So like, that's the point of Uba-Mask to keep blue decks. What's that?
Cling to Dust is super relevant here, not just for the card
hugely.
Draw, but for the life gain.
Yeah, hugely relevant. Like not only the life gains, the life's not really a threat, right? Because there's a Maze of Ith in play, which stops one attacker.
Oh, yeah.
And then there is a 2/2 that blocks every turn and just comes back.
Yeah,
right?
I missed the Maze of Ith. My mistake.
Yeah, I mean, there's like you just block forever. I mean, there's a bunch of like random my build of it does have a lot of these like edicts because like there are like true name nemesises and like shit that you just can't. It's hard to kill. It has protection, whatever. And I found that was really relevant in that build. Bizarre Baghdad, also not a bad one, but actually it's really good with Uba-Mask. It's the combo, actually. It's Uba-Mask, Bizarre Baghdad. It's just sick. But like they have a lot of cards in hand, so maybe they just suck. So they exile Duress and Buried Ruin. They've already played their land for the turn, so Buried Ruin's just gone. And they have to discard all but one card in their hand. So my guess would be their cards just weren't that good. That's why they did that. You definitely Duress here. Just eat up a card, see what they got.
Yeah, Wasteland's not the most relevant land against the
blue-red. I'm trying to think if there's a reason you'd want Wasteland to blow up your own lands. Like, to some extent, yeah, because you could, like, no, not really. Not in this deck. They're not a fast. No, actually, you are a fast bond deck. I can't remember if I built this deck with fast bond now. I don't think I did.
They have a tabernacle, so if there was some sort of line where they got a bunch of creatures,
you never
from
have
the
a bunch of
opponent,
creatures in this deck unless you steal a creature,
Yeah.
because like you only have like
I mean,
this
that's what I
thing,
mean.
like,
Like if they stole
your
a bunch of
your
creatures
win
or
cons are like
something.
literally like the Nether Spirit and then like Curse Scroll and like a bunch of bad cards. Like not bad cards, but like just like cards that are like a pain in the ass to kill.
You
All right,
ever
Cryptic
seen one of
Command.
those the
Yeah.
relevant things? Michael, I'm curious. They tap the Nether Spirit, which means they're really hoping for a Wasteland or like a Blood Moon effect.
They're saying they have it.
To allow this platinum to attack in.
They're saying they have it. So they're saying.
Yeah.
Right. They're saying they have it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
They also couldn't draw. I mean, if they draw, they just exile a card, right? State-based effects.
Match score is 0-0. Holy Jesus!
That doesn't strike me as being completely out of the realm possible.
That's well, no, it's stacks, but like Necro is on 3 minutes. It's 0-0.
I don't know how they finish this game reasonably, unless we're going to allow them to go to a next game.
Well,
you know, like start
no,
next
like
time.
That is the rule. Like they get to do that.
Yeah, so they get like essentially like what, like 80 minutes or whatever.
Yeah.
This rack's going to start. Actually, this rack just kills them. But it does
Okay,
not.
it must have been a joke. Surely that was a joke.
It could have been. We're 0-0. I hate my life. So wait, are they? They have 2 cards in hand, so they're dead to the rack next turn, right?
No, they didn't have
As
the
long
Blood
as
Moon effect or the
The
Wasteland.
Platinum Imperium is saving them.
Oh, I'm
I'm
sorry.
curious
Yeah,
about
you're
that.
right.
They can't lose life.
Yeah, they
because,
can't
like-
lose life. God damn it. Yeah.
Or game.
So you got to get rid
There
of
were-
the flats. So you just do
I think
this.
they must have just been hoping to top the. Oh, hello. Okay, that works too.
What, do they have a
Nimble
skull crack or
Obstructionist.
something? Or the
Nimble
stop?
Oh, they're
Obstructionist.
gonna
Okay. That's a
stifle
giveaway.
bear the base of his trigger.
All right.
Yep.
Necro just said GG, so I assume that's EVS taking down the match.
No. They are actually
no.
0-0.
Oh, they're actually. Oh, Jesus.
All right.
I
Next
thought it was a
game.
They're
joke.
gonna move to a new game.
No way.
I believe it. Like that deck, that black green deck is
But
it can
3
win.
minutes on the clock.
It's honestly, I don't think the deck's that great. I do think it's a good build of what that deck's trying to do. I don't know
look,
if that's the best deck to play if you haven't practiced it a lot. You know,
it's probably hard even then, to be honest.
it's
has a lot of bad
hard from the
matchups.
standpoint it's just not a good deck. So like you like if you're gonna play like not great cards, like you have to play well with them if you expect to like do well with them. And I'm not saying Necro's not capable of playing well with them, but it's a very challenging deck, right?
Maybe like tier 3 or 4 here, yeah.
I think that deck's probably tier 3. I mean, I think in some meta games you could even say it's a solid tier 2 meta choice. You know, like it's a control deck, right? So it's contextually driven on whether you want to play it or not. Now, would I want to play it against Blue Moon? No. Like I think blue decks are way better at controlling the game state, and I think they're much more flexible. I think if your opponent knows what you're up to, they'll just stop you because like you only have so many relevant cards, and like a lot of their cards just stop anything. So it's like, okay, well you can do all this bullshit, and then like I'll stop your relevant thing. So yeah, and they just have more card draw.
Yeah.
So that's the problem. That's why I like the deck's running like 39 lands. This BG Uba-Stax deck's on 39 lands. Not given some of them are like Tabernacle of Pendrell Vale and like Maze of Ith, but runs a lot of mana because it doesn't have cantrips to find its lands, so it needs to have a lot of mana.
I mean, to be fair, I ran like 38 in Blue Moon, so like it's not like it's that far off.
Well, it's just I think it needs to be more. I think Blue Moon in general should be like 37. I think you would be at 37, and it's very reasonable with the volume of cantrips you have in it. To still hit like it's a 39 to 40 land deck. Whereas like when you're on black green, you just don't have that flexibility. Like you don't have a lot of like card filtration. You just
I felt it in 37. Obviously, it's Magic. I think 37 I was getting a lot of 2-land hand that I wasn't happy with.
I've actually honestly with the volume of cantrips we've got and like all the flexibility and like and I tend to build my decks with a lot less like flash cards and like a lot more like flashy cards and a lot more like just like little incremental like like basically variance controllers, like things that control variance. And like I keep often a lot of times like 1-land hands, especially on the draw on Blue Moon decks that have like 1 or 2 cantrips, and like I oftentimes find that I get there pretty well on it. There's some risk associated with that, obviously, and I've lost games doing it, but I've won a lot more games than I've lost doing that because I just have so much gas.
Magic is a percentages game.
Yeah, and I tend to keep those in that deck specifically. It's just like I built it to be able to do this, and if it doesn't, if it does what it's supposed to do, it's going to work. And some of the time it won't. And like I'll be like,
I do the same thing on tempo. Yep. I'll keep those 2-land cantrip hands that have 1 land and be like, I hope I'm going to get there. Sometimes I don't, and sometimes I just I get just enough lands. I have exactly enough gas.
Yeah, I mean, but I feel like the difference is that if you skip your third land drop on tempo, it's like not great, but you don't lose on the spot. And in Blue Moon, I want to hit my first like 8 land drops.
I mean, it depends on the cantrips themselves as well. I mean, you don't want to do it if you like have those blind cantrips. Like if you have
preordained Serum Visions, Ponders, Brainstorm's not a great turn 1 cantrip, but no. I mean, like, yeah, I also think Red Mage, but it depends on how you're building Blue Moon too. Like, I think I've cut, I think all of the 6 drops. I don't even think I have. I think my only 5 drop in Blue Moon is Mystic Confluence. So like, my ties to the necessity to have that much mana is kind of dropped down.
I mean,
a lot.
The only 6 drop they run is Torrential Gearhulk, to be fair. The only 6 drop they run is Torrential Gearhulk.
Yeah, it's still a 6 drop, right?
Yeah.
Like, I cut a lot of the big cards.
Blahguy in chat says Thought Scour. That's what I was thinking of for a blind cantrip.
Yeah, or like Mental Note is another one.
Serum Visions is less blind because you get to scry 2 after the draw, which, I mean, you play your land turn 1 and you use Serum Visions. Like, that's still like...
Yeah, and that's the best... That's when Serum Visions, in my opinion, is like almost as good as like Preordain.
Yeah.
It's like turn 1 Serum Visions is great.
For a land.
Turn 2 is okay. Like, Serum Visions like drops in equity over the course of a game, but like in the early stage of the game, it's great. Like it does exactly what you want it to do. The game's not at a pace yet that like you need to have those things timed now, but you need to have access to them in the next couple turns, right? So you know, that's also one of the reasons I think why people have love-hate relationships with the card. Like, and it's something that like I think a lot of folks will auto-include, but like don't think that heavily about. But it does require some thought and building, in my opinion. But I still
what's the other one that's like Thought Scour, but you don't get to choose?
Mental Note. Mental Note.
Mental Note. Yeah, that's the other one.
There's a lot of can't. I mean, you can run fucking Whispers of the Muse if you wanted to. You go crazy, man. You know.
What is that?
You don't know Whispers of the Muse? Whisper of the Muse?
No.
One blue instant draw card. Target player. I actually know it's just you draw a card, and then it has a buyback for 5. So you can pay 6. You can pay Primeval Titan mana to draw a card and get that draw card back.
Yeah, not quite that deep.
There's some draw Gotek right there. No, you don't play that card.
No, I'll play Cling to Dust all day.
First of all, I actually play Portent in some decks. I've played it historically in some Blue Moon decks that were really blue based, that were like looking to really interact at instant speed. But I don't think that Portent is good anymore in those decks. I tend to take more. I tend to have more board impacting cards now, like more red cards to kill stuff. But Portent is still really good in like blue white miracles, for instance, where like you can get a lot of value off of having your miracles proc on your opponent's turn, like a Terminus or something like that. So yeah, I think Portent's fine. I just think it's a very specific. It's a deck for it's a card for specific decks.
I run that in specifically miracles.
Yeah, no, it's really good there. It's really good. I mean, it's played Legacy Miracles. It's a good card.
Yeah.
It is a powerful card, but it's slow, So.
Wait, no, it's not in there. What the?
Oh, you're not playing it? You don't have to. I mean, like, you definitely don't have to. I've cut it from blue-red like a long while ago, but like, and I just play more red cards now in blue-red. Like, I think, especially online, like, it's always like little creature decks, like that white weenie deck, or like, whatever. And like, I like to have more burn, more red cards, because red cards are pretty good. And then like, one card I've been playing with that I don't think is correct per se, but like, I've actually had a lot of fun with, and I've done pretty well with the card is Iron Crag Pyromancer. I really like that card. So much value,
Yeah.
I don't know if that's right, but it's a lot of value. Like, I've just killed so much shit with that card, killed so many players and so many like just creatures with that card. It just blocks forever. I just like blockers. I mean, I'm talking about 1/3s earlier, Like, I think I was playing Necro earlier, and like they were like, man, this I played Dreadhorde Arcanist, and what was relevant about Dreadhorde Arcanist was not what it was even able to get, because it couldn't get anything out of my graveyard. It just said it like blocked their stuff, and they were like, what do I do? I'm like, I don't know, man. Like, get blocked.
All right, we've finally seen the game underway here.
Yeah, we had a significant. Well, not significant mall. It's a mall to 6.
Yeah, there was a MTGO crash. So
turn 1 rack, which is fine, but I mean, I guess this deck, when the rack is a known quantity and it's out there, you don't need to be as worried about it. And they also, I can see from the cropping of their hand there, they have access to a Mystical Tutor, which means they can answer the rack at any point in time if that is an issue.
Especially since Necro mulliganed, it means the counterspells aren't just like trading 1 for 1 here with the rack. They actually get more.
Sure, yeah. I mean, they mulliganed to 6, which is not like not the worst place to be.
6? Okay, that's not as bad. I thought it was...
No, because they played land rack and they were on the play, so I mean, like, they had 4 left in hand, which means they were at 6. I think. Yeah, I'm counting right. Make sure I'm counting right.
Yeah, but even still, the Phyrexian Totem is interesting. If that doesn't get counted, that could become a problem.
This is one of my I love this deck. This is one of my builds. That's why I kind of like it. Like this card's great because like it's not good. Like they're even debating countering it. Like over time, this card will fuck you up. Like because what this deck's looking to do is basically just like have utter control over the game. Like blow up all your lands. And then once you have no lands left, just start activating this thing and just chipping you away with it. And it's a mana rock, right? So it kind of makes sense because it's like I need to go up in mana, I need to have mana resources. So
yeah,
you definitely don't want to just throw it out there in front of the red mana. You know,
I would love to see it stick, and then when Necro activates it, it gets bolted or something.
They're not going to activate it into open like 3 mana. They shouldn't. Maybe they will.
Yeah.
They're gonna miscalc this. I think the deliberation is they really wanted to. I think Mystical Cure to find their ancestral recall. But I think you wait on that. I don't think it's a bad thing. But it kind of felt like to me they were looking for their recall to just really cement this game and just go way ahead on resources here. I don't think that's per se that they're gonna not have access to that. I mean, they could also, I guess, find like if they're running Mana Drain, they could find Mana Drain and then look to Mana Drain to set up essentially a build your own recall off of Mystical Confluence, but.
Expedition map could be pretty good depending on the utility land.
Well, this deck plays Strip Mine, Wasteland, Tab, and then like Maze of It. It has a lot of utility lands, but my guess would be it's just finding Strip Mine and just going to town on their mana. Now the thing's going to be they're going to have to find access to Crucible or Loam.
You know what I would love to see in this position in particular? Throne of the High City.
Yeah, the deck doesn't play that. One of the issues that you run into with Throne of the High City in this deck specifically, because I've tested with it a bit, is that you don't. Whoa, it's only valid. It's only valid after you control the game. Is kind of the issue, and so much of like when you win this game once you gain control of the game. Like once you gain control of the game and you burn the resources up, you've won. Like you just have. Like it's just very hard once this deck gets into its long game. Like I think this deck is honestly like a better long game deck than Blue Moon even.
The Nether Void, holy crap! That's
hell yeah, It's gonna really challenge their mana all the way.
Yeah.
This is like, oh man, I love this deck.
That's so cool.
I feel bad saying I love it because I built the fucker, but I mean, like, you
get to love your own deck. That's fine.
It's a constrictor, right? You're just trying to choke their fucking neck out, Yeah. And it's great.
Right,
like the Sniv. Actually, the Sniv is hilarious because the Sniv can still be cast under Nether Void, which is great.
Cannot be countered.
Yeah, it can't be.
I mean, this is why I mentioned Throne of the High City, though, because at this point, Necro needs either some sort of card advantage or some sort of
but that's in this match specifically, right? That's like in a blue control match, which like you're not wrong. It's not bad there, but it's not bad there, and it's definitely hard to consider. But you have so many utility lands in this deck, and you're already at 39 lands. The issue I found when I was building the deck is you're just fighting with another spell slot really hard with it because your mana requirements are like you are very heavy black. You're a Death Cloud deck. You're very heavy black. You're heavy in color requirements. So having one more colorless land is tough.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The utility land question is always difficult.
Yeah, and it's got a ton. Like it's got a ton. Like I mean, it's 39 land deck, but I think only 37 of them produce mana, maybe less. There's the Death Cloud. They awesome if they're casting it, but they can't with their own Nether Void in play.
The old 4-mana Astrolabe, I love it.
Yeah.
4 mana, draw a
card,
found Inventor's Affair a little bit.
Yep, they found Inventor's Affair.
Yeah, that potentially ends up getting a source of card advantage. I'm pretty sure they run.
Yeah, no, it finds Crucible of Worlds, and then just finds everything in the deck. Because then you just bring back your Inventor's Fair and keep sacking it to find another artifact. Find like.
Speaking of 4 mana ways to draw a card on Abio's side, we have 5 mana ways to draw a card with Latnam's Legacy for 5 mana.
Yield Nether Void.
What's the 4 mana artifact that you choose Carnage or?
It's 4 mana. That's Coercive Portal.
Yeah. So I presume that's in the deck. Yeah,
it is. Yeah.
I mean,
actually, I was playing them earlier on this deck, and they have that in the deck, and I was like,
Will they see
we were playing this. Actually, we're playing a
the...
very similar matchup earlier.
Will they say they play to Slam the Eve?
I'm sorry, what?
Will they say they play to Slam the Eve? They look. Oh, it looks like they are. I was like,
I think
it's not obvious that
Izzet,
you can just slam the Nib Izzet through the
the Nib Izzet can be slammed. But
Yeah,
the thing is,
but it wasn't
I don't
obvious,
think
right?
it's very likely that they don't have access to like they haven't attacked their hand. You know, I do think they probably have an answer to this Nib Izzet, and it's going to allow their opponent to draw another card, but I think they probably have it.
Yeah, but also next turn you get to go Jace, go taste it, right? Like
yeah, but Jace does not per se beat Inventor's Fair, because Inventor's Fair can just find Pithing Needle, right?
Yeah, but then you get
well, you can find Crucible, get back your Inventor's Fair, then find Pithing Needle, shut up Jace. Like you're not like Jace is not a hard lock against this deck.
No, it's not.
It's very good, and it's going to give you a lot of cards, but it's not a game ender. I guess.
Yeah, I mean,
you also still have access to cards like you can go Jace and then play the Sandra and then you have some stuff.
No. The blue-red deck's in a very good spot right now. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying this deck does have answers to that, and I don't know if it's going to end up working out because their opponent has had like all the mana they've needed to play around this Nether Void, and they haven't really gotten a land lock going.
Nope.
And they're behind cards, so that's the issue that you run into with the blue matchup is that like you get behind cards like this, and like it can be very challenging without a card engine in play. And right now you don't you have a very slow card engine, which includes like multi-turn using this Inventor's Fair to find access to Crucible to like find more good artifacts, but like that's too slow.
The other problem is just that Jace went up. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, they can't Pithing Needle next turn because they don't have enough mana to do it.
All right. Like the thing I was about to say was something along the lines of you kind of want to be in this position where you traded the Nib Izzet away, right? But that cost that was a 2-for-1, and now you can kill this Jace, but that's gonna be a 2-for-1, right? Like.
Yeah, but that's you're missing a point though. Like the point here, I do think that Necro could have played this more solidly. I think I would have found something different with the tutor off of Expo map. They basically straddled their strategy here. There's two ways you can attack the other deck. If the other deck's up on cards, then you need to attack their mana, which seems like it's very insurmountable. But if you have Nether Void down and you have even a slow strip lock going, you're eventually going to render all the cards they have moot, or you try to render all of their cards moot and don't care about mana. You know, when you go with a straddle strategy like this, where you find like a tutor and then like a mana denial, like you kind of like fuck yourself up because like the mana denial is now limiting your ability to do a very mana intensive play that involves Inventor's Fair, which is 4+3 on top of whatever you're going to cast with it.
I think
so. It's like that's at least how the deck was designed. I designed the deck, right? So that's at least like one of the things you need to think through when you're doing it. And I don't think they're in a good spot. I don't think this is a very easy matchup either. I think blue control.
I think that the other thing is that Necro. Well, okay, it's probably not going to end up better in here. I would have probably played things a little bit differently in terms of when I cracked this Inventor's Fair, because your opponent has an active Jace where they're fate sealing you, so having a shuffle available could have been very relevant instead in terms of what you're gonna draw.
Yeah, I mean they didn't know that they had a Jace. I mean, I guess like
no. But they had a Jace when they cracked the Inventor's Fair, right? Like.
Sure. I mean, they got Crucible. It's not going to matter here. It's going to get countered. And actually, they should probably. Can they actually use the 5? They can use the 5 drop counter, and they should. They should save the Conflux. The Conflux can be cast for 3 underneath the Nether Void because it's uncounterable. So you can actually just pay 3 for the Counterflux after casting another spell.
Yeah, you should.
I mean, this one
you should pay the old 8 mana.
Yeah, but it's fine at this point. It doesn't matter because I mean everyone's paying it, right?
Yeah,
it's I mean,
Izzet has about to have 10 lands in play. Yeah. So.
And that's kind of like tying back to like what I was saying about like the strategy. I'm not saying they would have won it had they gone for like a different strategy and how they use the expedition map, but I think it is important to kind of like when you're playing the strategy to like understand that like the deck has the Uba-Stax deck has some very powerful effects, but they are not per se the most coherent. They don't all work perfectly together. So how you opt to attack a game is pretty important, and you need to maintain consistency, which means you need to make a very good initial estimate of what it is you need to be doing, because if you guess wrong initially, you can kind of get stuck having resources that are just bullshit. Like they don't do anything, right? So, you know, that's kind of like where I think the challenge in like playing this style of deck kind of comes in. And here, it just doesn't matter. They're going to cast spells. They're going to get countered every time, you know.
Yeah, I think Necro is going to be able to resolve another spell the rest of the game. Oh, that's important to resolve.
We'll see.
I guess that they're mystical tutoring for Upgrade or something. Or Confluence, maybe.
Yeah, personal blah. I think the issue here is not how many cards they're going to be discarding if they Ancestral. The issue is here is like, it's mana, right? Like, because their OP is playing 3 and 4 drops, so they can only play one of a turn. So they just need to counter once a turn. So I mean, at this very point in time, they don't really need to recall a bunch of times. Recall with Mystical Tutor is still it's a 4 mana play, and it doesn't give you an assured action or an assured effect. Whereas Mystical Confluence can counter their next spell, basically make it cost 6 extra to play, and then still draw you 2, which is better than recall. So the mana doesn't really matter, I mean, the mana matters in it as much as that, you're using it to positively affect whatever it is they're trying to do on the board, which is, I think, why you would get Confluence over Recall, in my opinion. Or even Mystical. I mean, you get Mystical and you could just get, like, this card called...
You could just get...
Fiery Confluence?
Fiery Confluence, yeah, if that's in your
deck.
deck.
Blow their shit up. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, just blow the rack, blow the thing, blow everything up.
I think what I would do is just find enough permission to control the game with Jace to win with Jace. Personally, because
Jace is pretty close, right? Like,
yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. I think like here, like, yeah, I mean, I think you just ride this Jace out,
like, enough permission to win with Jace is what?
That's probably why you saw them make the option. That's why you probably see the option. Yeah, it's one more. Probably why you see the option to allow Coercive Portal to resolve.
Yeah.
Because they don't assume that their opponent is going to be able to cast more than one relevant spell a turn because of the additional mana requirements that are put on each spell by Nether Void. And like even Days could be relevant.
Days could be relevant.
It's still expensive, but I mean, they actually probably Mystical tutored that, I guess.
I mean, and honestly, Dazing something with a Mystic Sanctuary on the field can also be...
that's why they got it, right?
I mean, they got a break.
Oh, okay. And they drew this.
They brainstormed.
Days. I was like, okay, maybe they're not playing Deprive. I mean, obviously they still have hard counter here because I mean, Conflux doesn't care. It's just pay 3, and it doesn't matter if you don't pay the other 3. So, I mean, they still have Buried Ruin. So, I mean, I don't think Necro should concede here. I mean, like, ostensibly, they still have options with this Buried Ruin on board. They can get back, like, their Crucible of Worlds, then maybe go into, like, a combo. And, yeah, so if they do that, I think they're still going to be short because they need to stop this Jace in the next turn cycle. If they don't stop it in the next 2 turn cycles, they would not be able to do that.
Jace brainstormed, so they have 3. Like, it's not gonna...
Did Jace brainstorm? It's up at
11
Jace
brainstormed this turn, yeah. It was on 9 before, It's still on 9, I believe.
Okay.
No, it's on 11. Never mind, I lied.
Yeah, I don't think it brainstormed. I don't think he brainstormed there. I think he just straight up topped him, which makes sense because I mean, like, technically with the Buried Ruin, they could have access to getting back the Inventor's Fair off of the Crucible of Worlds, and then finding a way to stop the Jace, which they do know about at least one of them, the Sorcerer's Spyglass. The problem is they don't have enough mana over 2 turn cycles to do all that, so they're still dead to Jace if that happens. They need to basically top deck it to actually stop the Jace from killing them.
The fact that Jace's ultimate is an even number is honestly just like, this card is all sorts of busted, right? But like, I like that they went, you know what, if nobody has interacted with your Jace by the time that you ult it, you get to keep it. Like, it's like,
well, it doesn't really matter. I mean, like,
no, it doesn't, I know, like, but it's like, why? It's just funny to me.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Simple obstructionist. He can occasionally win past the Jace ult.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, I mean, it stifles, disallows. There's a lot of those effects running around. I mean, and frankly, like Nimble Obstructionist and Disallow are cards that you should play. That's a good one. It's not going to happen, but
no.
It's a good one to have.
I would probably Cryptic Command this at this point. Just call it a day. Yeah,
there you go.
It
doesn't matter. You could. Yeah, you just Cryptic Command it. You can Conflux it. Doesn't matter.
I mean, again, Counterflux is more effective.
Of note, you can only do one or the other. You can't actually counter 2 spells this turn. I'm sorry. You technically can. You can Counterflux here, not pay for the 3, and then have access to Days. If you want to play around something crazy, like, I don't know, like, yeah, but I don't know what.
What is gonna get? I guess Abrupt. No, there is no uncounterable spell that you can cast for that mana host that is relevant, right?
I know it's not in the deck, but I mean they could play like a Cavern of Souls into like a Vampire Hex page, but I mean like like I know that's not in the deck. Neither of those cards are because they would make sense. But
This
there are things.
This round is over.
Alrighty, that one ended. Tough match, but the first game was pretty sweet. Looks like it went for a while. I have dinner engagements that are coming up around 5:30. We have one more round, correct?
We have one more round. I'm waiting to see if JPSS wants to drop, and then
okay. I will be able to hang out for probably about 15 more minutes, and then I do need to get moving on my end.
Yeah, that is fair. That's probably gonna at least tide us over.
I mean, you said it wasn't. I'm still going, homie.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, Zannty, I don't think countering the portal was that relevant there. And the reason being is because like portal doesn't do anything. It allows you to draw 2 somethings on the next turn, right? Which doesn't fundamentally change the game plan of Jace. If you make the assumption that they're not going to be able to cast more than one of the cards they draw any given turn, due to the fact that they have Nether Void in play, which I think is a pretty reasonable assumption because you saw like it was like 3, even 2 and 3 drops are like 5 mana, and they have access to 6, 7 mana on board, which means that realistically, like anything that deals with the Jace or does something that's bad for you is like going to cost 3 to 4 mana plus 3 extra mana. So it's like they're only casting 1 spell a turn. So it doesn't matter how many cards they have in hand if they can only cast one of them every turn, right? Yeah, no, that's fair. I mean, if they draw like land relevant spell every single turn, like for the next 1 turn that they had, then like I mean, like maybe on the next turn they could get you with something. That's certainly possible. But if you're making that argument, then you have multiple counter spells in hand, to still deal with that relevant stuff, and you can tie up their entire turn on something that's not going to happen. Whereas like the Course of Portal doesn't per se present anything that like needs to be stopped right then, right? Yeah, no, that's fair, but they only had 2 turns, right? So, like, if you have 2 counters or 3 counters in hand, like, why not save them for those turns, right? Because they're not going to get to double spelling. They're not going to get to triple spelling ever. Not in a reasonable time frame, and they're not really going to get to relevant 2 spelling for like at a minimum 2 more turns, and even then you can double counter. So, I think that's kind of the point that I can see with it. I mean, like, yeah, there's an argument to it. I just don't think it's like per se necessary, to have countered it.
Well, I'm off to go fight Brahms.
Enjoy, bud. Good luck.
Thank you.
I guess they have to buy, so...
No, wait. I think JP might have to leave.
Oh.
You're fighting someone. How's the deck been doing, homie?
Great. I definitely misplayed. I shouldn't have played Nethervoid against that deck. Like, I was under an incorrect assumption that I could... The Jace was really annoying because it couldn't like get
I think Jace is always going to be annoying. Jace is going to just, like card advantage, continuous means of card advantage are going to tend to beat that deck. I think what that game came down to, and we're talking about it a bit in the booth, is consistency of strategy. Like, I think if you're going to go for Nether Void, you may want to look to go for Strip Mine as opposed to the not Inspired Advantage, the Inventor's Fair. But, and that's not per se true. It's not per se that's the line you should have taken. But if you're going to do that, then I think you should probably go for the mana denial via like Wasteland Strip Mine. But if you're good, if you think your best line to winning, to getting after like a game winning like lock is the Inventor's Fair, then you're correct. You probably don't play out the Nether Void because you're going to be 2 mana intensive.
It's all due to like inexperience with the deck. I'm still pretty...
It's not an easy deck either. I mean, I think it's a challenging deck.
Necro,
really hard
did you see my message in tournament discussion?
I don't think.
JP had so.
Oh, JP dropped, so I guess...
So, I asked JP if he wanted to drop. He said, I'll try to play. I posted the thing and say, okay, now I have to leave within the span of 2 minutes. So it was like, okay,
but
then.
JP's playing, yeah.
Oh, JP is playing?
Against Ragdoll. Should be.
Okay, never
JP's
mind.
in the voice chat. Like, I don't know.
For this matchup, we got Luca versus WolfgangCloud.
Where are we?
So I'm assuming Wolfgang's on a red deck. Is that true or is that not true?
I believe so.
Okay, I mean it's not always the case. I mean they their range is they have played other decks. I played them with other decks.
They were the person that when Arakasi joined us after.
That's who they've been playing.
That's what they've been playing. Yeah, so I'm assuming.
Oh, okay, yeah. So they're playing red. That's what Arakasi said.
But
so that'll be interesting. I do think that red. They were talking about white decks being pretty decent against Luca, and then they got pretty stomped. I do think red's in a very good spot against this deck.
Let me go check with JP what's going on.
Yeah.
Okay, bud.
You figured it out, and I'll.
You're gonna want a lot of board-based interaction in your hands, though. I think this hand right here from the red deck does not look great, but I don't see the whole of it. It looks like it's pretty distorted right now. I know you're still sizing them up, but
working on it. Working on it.
Yeah.
That was actually the whole hand.
Blue, they have a Misty Rainforest in their hand.
Oh, they're playing red deck. They're playing red deck recall, I think. Yeah.
Oof. I don't know if I like this hand that they've got against this matchup. And like by this point, the players should know what everyone's on for the most part. This hand has no board interaction, and it has a turn 2 threat that maybe gets some equity off of the cards. But like they're the high synergy deck. I don't think you want to be sitting back and trying to get value off of Pyromancer against their deck, right? I don't know. I think I would pitch back on this one.
JP is still dropping, so if you want me, I can play.
Play Ragdoll then, yeah, it's fine.
Hehe, free game.
Being fair, it looks like they have mulligan to 6, so I mean, this may be what they end up keeping. I can see this on 6. I don't like it on 6, but I can see keeping it on 6.
That's fair.
Yeah, it's just real slow. It's real slow. And there's no way to kill mana dorks in it or relevant cards. So, mostly mana dorks. I mean, in this deck, I want to, if I'm on the play, I want to play a turn 1, 2-2, or 2-1. Turn 2, I want to play another 1-drop creature and blow up their mana dork. And then, probably win from there. Is generally how it goes. Red deck. Are they playing that card in this? Rodan?
Yeah, they're playing Badro, Apex of Thunder.
Okay.
At least they were last week.
Okay. All right. Yeah. All right. So they put their land up. They're going to keep this on 6. They're on the play as well. I actually can see keeping it. Like resources are pretty important. And what's their best draw? Like, if you draw Recall, I think you still just hold Recall in hand and just play out your young Pyromancer next turn.
Yeah, I think I can do that.
I think you just got to get pressure on them first.
Pretty sure.
Yeah. And their OP is going to have the start they generally don't want to see, which is a mana dork.
Yeah.
They don't really have great follow-ups, though. Although Fetch Land's not a bad one to hit. Puts them a little bit closer to playing out this this Bearman Pig / what is it? Woodland Bellower.
Woodland Bellower. Bearman Pig is pretty accurate.
Yeah, just look at that hideous thing.
No, I'm aware.
Old dummy. Big bear, big old dummy. We're gonna fetch here, find Steam events, I assume.
Beast.
Hmm?
Type of Woodland Bellower is Beast.
It's a card. I love that card art. Everyone loves that card art. So I'm glad I'm not the weirdo who just thinks it's hilarious. It's hilarious. Like, look at that thing.
Stupid
antlers on a bear with a pig face. He's just like going to town, howling up a storm. You know? He's like, and the funny thing is, like, he's not really calling for help because he just brings like an eternal witness or like a fierce empath.
He comes with his own help.
Yeah. Well, his help's like a 1/1 or a 2/1 almost every time.
It's fine.
Although, is this a green card? Oh, it's a green creature. I was gonna say if it wasn't a green creature, I was like, I've never seen anyone use this to find Spellseeker, and then I'm like, oh, well, you cannot use it to find Spellseeker. I had to recheck if you could. So I'd be like, that'd be an interesting kind of thing to find with it, is find more Spellseekers with it, but it's only green things. So I'm sorry, Bearman Pig. You just find Knight of the Reliquary, you find Eternal Witness, and you find Knight of the Autumn, and I guess in some decks you find Reclamation Sage, and then you find Fierce Empath is the big one to find your hoof. All right, so we got Mana Dork and hold. All right. I mean, land is not the best, not the worst. I honestly wouldn't be shocked if we see well, honestly, probably just Pyromancer next turn and get rid of the Skullcrack plus the light of the stage, I think. I honestly don't think I mind that from the standpoint that you just want to be able to deal with the board, and like neither of those cards really do anything to impact the board. I mean, maybe you could just get rid of whatever your next card is and like keep the light of the stage, especially if they're tapping out for something. But this something is a 3/1. I think. Well, if they tap right, they're gonna have a 3/1 or 1/3 in play. Which is gonna block this thing. Nope, still tapping. Not. Oh, they're gonna play this one out. Okay.
Go Blinkowski.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I guess it leaves them a 1/1 in play, but do they really want to block with this 1/1 on this Pyromancer?
Seems unlikely. I don't know. Young Pyromancer is a pretty high value card for what it's worth.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna attack with Pyromancer, you cast main phase, light up the stage beforehand to get the token value off of it. I think.
No, because then light up the stage costs 3 mana instead of 2, right?
But you expect the block, right? I think you expect the block.
That's fair.
All right, so what they obviously think they should do is Skullcrack first, get the damage and get the token, and then play out the land, and then possibly still attack. I honestly don't mind attacking here. You know, you're going to lose equity on getting that token off light up the stage, but like you represent like brute strength, like all those like pump spells that red has, mutagenic growth. Like there's a couple that like could be punishing here. I guess there was consideration to using the pitch counter here, which I don't think would have been great. They're just going to main one it and see what they get. I guess this helps inform their decision as well, so I don't think this is wrong either. I could definitely see argumentation to the bluff attack, though. That is going to possibly kill. I mean, it's not going to. We know it's not going to kill because they have a pitch counter. It's going to kill the Soul Herder, though.
Soul Herder, yeah.
At least ostensibly, but it's not. Like
it's going to attempt to heal the Soul Herder, but
I'm pretty sure that either just leave up their mana to hard counter plus leave up Worldly Tutor, which would make sense to me. They find a breeding pool and then cast Worldly Tutor or fetch. You know, cast their Pact. I'm sorry, their Force Negation, and then cast Worldly Tutor to probably find like something. I don't know, Obstinate Bailoff, whatever. Like just something. Or if they can find a card that wins the game, they can find that. They do also get like a Monastery of Swiftspear, though, which isn't the worst. I don't know. We'll see how they end up playing it out.
What the? Why does this account keep unmuting themselves?
I don't know what you're talking about, bud.
My coverage account keep unmuting themselves for whatever reason, and people could actually hear me talking.
Do they have the stream on?
No, they don't have the stream. No, they don't have the stream on. They had to mute me because one of them could hear me say stuff.
Well, yeah, I mean they should mute at that point. I mean,
yeah, which they did. So heads up, like both Luha and Wolfgang are well, like
hey, Wolfgang, yeah, he definitely has a fortification.
They refused to like get the advantage, but I'm really sorry about it. I don't know. I all of these accounts were muted, and then they unmuted themselves, and they don't know why.
Deputy intention to kill all of the elemental tokens, which seems sensible. I guess it's also quite good with the Soul Herder. Although, I mean, they're going to have to counter here. That's not a bad one either. I guess we'll see, or my guess would be what we'll see here is Monastery of Spear into Volcanic Hammer to try to blow up this Soul Herder. And then we'll see a Force of Negation. Again, like a card that you would not really expect to see in a Kiki-Jiki deck, but it's in there.
And they're going to hard cast, right?
Oh, yeah. I don't think there's any reason not to hard cast it here. And then something that's going to be a struggle going forward is this thing's a 3/3 now, but it'll be a 4/4 on the next turn, which means it is going to be significantly harder to remove as the time goes on.
Yep.
Here, and honestly, you don't really have a great attack. I mean, you actually should just attack with your tokens here. You should just attack with your elementals because like your elementals are getting exiled with this deputy detention,
yep.
And it's going to get flickered and it's going to exile a real card, and then you're actually in a really bad spot at that point.
It's not great.
So you should have attacked at least for one more, got about a 14, in my opinion, just to like have that one incremental damage in. There was honestly even an argument to just attacking with all there. And
just
having
goes
your,
Lima and...
Yeah, because you're just going to lose so many of these that like they're not going to have an attack on the following turn that like it's not likely that you're going to be getting through on the ground anymore. So putting them down to 13, I'm sorry, it would have been 12. Maybe more relevant to try to get a price of progress draw to win the game.
Yeah, we're rapidly approaching the phase of the game where the red deck has no chance of winning except if they draw price of progress.
Do think
at
this
which
is
point
bad,
they win on the spot.
Bad attack. I will say this. I think this is a bad attack.
Yeah, I did not like that attack at all.
Huh?
I did not like that attack very much either.
No, if they have anything, like just anything, like you're gonna get had. I mean, it's not likely they do, but like it's certainly possible. But they have tapped down every turn, so like if they had a shock, like it's possible they could still have a shock in hand. We know they don't, but it's certainly very possible. All right. I think. I mean, you're gonna just filter your hand out here and get some elemental tokens that are all gonna get killed by this deputy detention. And actually, you get to play out the card Anjay's Ravager.
You get to just madness out the Ravager.
And you get tokens, which is pretty cool. And you get another card, 2 cards rather. And you probably play your Anjay's Ravager out.
Yeah.
That would make sense.
Interestingly, though, you get to see.
There's another choice to like blow up the deputy detention here. That's an option. You could definitely do that next turn, though. But I think that is something you're going to be looking to do next turn is blow up that deputy detention because you're just never going to blow up the 4/4 at this point. It's too big. That's out of hand. I don't think the red deck's out of it yet, and that's a card that you just can't do anything with. It's just dog shit. The breaching hippocamp doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
So you can play a 1/3 out.
The sheer fact that price of progress is a card that exists means that the red deck is never truly out of it, or very rarely is, but. It's definitely looking, it's looking progressively less and less great. Definitely the Zanja's Ravager represents a lot.
Well, it's going to get exiled here. Like they're going to blink this thing just to get the value for starters, and then it's going to eat the Anjay's, not eat it, but it's going to get rid of the Anjay's Ravagers. They don't want to give them more cards.
But then the Incendiary Flow gets to target.
Yeah. I mean, that's what's going to happen. I am not a fan of this card. I know like Gosmit loves Runaway Steamkin. This card is not good.
It seems pretty good to me. What's your reasoning?
No, it's too slow. Like I'd rather have a burn spell or like a 1-mana card that is a 2-power attacker. It requires too much to be true. Is the problem with it? And it may end up being fine here, but it's just a 1/1. It requires other things to be true, which is that you have card resources in hand that actually do a thing that makes it bigger. It doesn't have trample. And mana is really not a constraint in these decks. Like cards tend to be the constraint in these decks more than mana, is my findings.
I suppose that I'm used to seeing it in decks where.
Experimental Frenzy in this card, awesome. Like,
no,
awesome.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking of Experimental Frenzy as much as I was thinking of Light Up the Stage. Like. Even Experimental Frenzy had
and it was in the deck that played Experimental Frenzy too, which it's great with because if you have a card engine to exploit a mana engine, like it's great, but like the constraint tends to be cards.
Yeah, no, for sure.
To find the deck, it's not that it's underwhelming for 2 mana.
In a deck where 150 in a board where 1/15 of your deck is 1 mana divinations, then suddenly
I do think what's like here.
Becomes a lot more appealing.
So to decoct this play, I think what I like doing here is like killing off this 1/1. And then probably with the Goblin, killing off the Mana Torque to keep them tied down on mana, and then leaving up Shock or Forked Bolt. Actually, no, I'm sorry. You should Forked Bolt doing 1 to the Hippocamp, killing off the 1/1, and then blow up the.
Can't you just Forked Bolt the Hippocamp?
No. So I mean, what they should have done is it's a 3. I'm sorry, it's a 3/2. Never mind. I thought it was a 3/3 for whatever reason. I keep on misremembering that card. I thought it was a 3/2. So yeah, you can do that. Yep. You most certainly can. Doing 1 to face. Interesting. No respect for the Hippocamp. I would just want to get the blockers off the board.
They shock it. They can still shock it, right? Because they can remove the Hounders from Seawikin if it really comes to it.
Yeah, but I like basically incentivizing them not to be able to attack with their 11/11. Is what I like. And it also untaps their 11/11 if it does attack, right? So it reduces your capability.
You can still shock it in response to it trying to Soul Herder do it.
Sure, you can stack all the mana that you could possibly have access to on the following turn, which could be relevant because you have a land that has an activated ability for a bazillion mana.
No, he can cast it this turn.
I acknowledge that, but what I'm saying is this: like, I'd rather have a 4/4 to attack with on the next turn, and have killed it on the turn previous to circumnavigate that entire issue from being a thing, right? If I'm using the mana off of my Steam Kin at this point, it's going to be a 1/1 next turn, and I'd rather have the ability to kill my opponent with it. Like, making it a 1/1 on their turn is like not the most proactive use of the card.
It's going to be a 2/2 because the shock is going to grow it again, to be fair.
Yeah, but it's not a high equity play. It's losing damage, right? And they're going to allow it to happen because I think they recognize that. So I like killing both of them with like the shock plus the fork bolt personally.
That's fair.
But yeah, and it also leaves back an additional blocker here, which is now on a bazillion, 12/12 or whatever it is thing that's untapped.
Hi, Arakasi. How goes?
Yes. I 2-0'd again, so I am back.
Nice.
Jeez.
Yeah. When I don't go up against this particular mono red deck, I do pretty well.
Yeah, mono red can tend to be a struggle. I just think generally for that deck.
For my deck, it's the worst matchup. No doubt about it.
Yeah, I think Death and Taxes can also be kind of a struggle as well.
Yeah,
I mean, the player plays well. I mean, it's not it's hard, but I think if the player plays well with it, it's tough.
Yeah, I mean, I know. At one point in the finals, I versed Death and Taxes or something like that, but I won that. So I think I have like a sort of 40-45% matchup against Death and Taxes, but against Red, it's more like 30-35, maybe even less.
My guess would be it's probably closer to 40-60 if you like ran the numbers forever, but. You know, because I mean, some of the time they're just gonna there's at least a 10 to 15 percentile volume of game, like three game match sets where like there's two sets of non-games, because like people just mana is fucked up.
I wasteland them and they had their
or whatever. They just their mana gets fucked up or they have to mulligan to 5 or whatever. It's just and sometimes you get 2 of those in a row, and I would assume that happens probably about 10% of the time.
I would say mono red is an order of magnitude worse for me than
it's bad.
Death and Taxes.
It's real bad.
But I see we're seeing a very interesting thing going on here. It's, the full 5 color of mana there to cast the Woodland Bellower.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, like what is being hoped for at this very moment is a price progress. And now there's there is a Ferocity in play now. I did not see that because I actually had to refresh the stream.
So Greedy-Jiki, not great. We have officially reached the Greedy-Jiki, possibly not the best way to win the game here.
Yeah, Rampaging Ferocity is a hell of a card, that's for sure.
Yes. So yeah, Finks is turned off, Greedy-Jiki lines are
No, if they attack with all
Knight of Autumn is also turned off.
Yeah, I mean...
It's going to have to be a 4-3.
There is an argument, like, because you are possibly...
Chose gain life against the Ferocity.
I mean, I mean, I don't know if it. I mean, I haven't done the math to see how the blockers end up working out. I don't know if it matters if they made it a 4. I mean, it's better to make it a 4-3, right?
Yeah.
So
because the gain life up doesn't do anything, as it turns out.
So they're at a virtual 8 right now. Let's just do the math real quick. They're at a virtual 8. If we assume that the Ferocity, they have to block here with the 1/1. I mean, they could block with the Seasoned Pyromancer too to get some equity off of that from the bin. That wouldn't be the worst. They can also do this and they could do this and then sack it to kill the. I actually think you kill the knight there. And I think you actually have lethal if you do that. You may have lethal anyways. Like, I guess they get to untap with this. Just get to untap and like make the knight a 4/3 now. I mean, I guess you would have just been making the knight a 4/3 a bunch of times, but you probably want to untap your Vizier.
Well, I assume they're flickering the Woodland Bellower just to get another creature, right? Is that how that works? Or is that a cast?
You're still taking a damage off that. I guess it allows you to block an additional time.
Yeah, that's a good point.
You could.
Mean, it depends.
Yeah, I mean, like, your creatures are not like of high, like, it's tough, right? Like, I mean, like, they don't have
like a deputy though, like a deputy of detention.
Yeah, we could do that. That would put them to 8, and it would deal with the goofy Rampaging Ferocity. That's definitely true.
God, it's such a dumb card. Why does it have 3 abilities, all of them insane?
Why does it have mana? So, like, that's the part I don't understand.
I honestly, like, I think the card's really good, but, like, I don't. And I've lost to the card, don't get me wrong, but, like, I don't see it as being a bad thing. Maybe I just have a skewed vision.
I mean, it's
Magic.
obviously a great card, and I don't think it's like,
I do think that it was limiting in I think due to the volume of very high quality red cards in the format that it was in standard, I do think it was an issue for diversity in that format.
Yeah,
like,
in standard it was a problem. I think in this format they had
I don't think it was like independently like the issue. I think it was just like the nail in the coffin. Like, everything else was so good in red, and we're gonna give them this thing that makes it so goddamn hard to get out of all this quality we've already given them.
The problem.
A different time, I think it was fine.
Yeah. The problem with
issue that gets me.
Ferocidon is that it really limited the way that you had to actually deal with what the red deck was doing.
We actually made a mistake, too. You can't actually get Deputy Detentions with the Woodland Bellower because of an issue that I was talking about before that I had to reread on.
Oh, it's green.
Only green.
It's only green creatures.
Yeah. Because I was like saying, wouldn't it be sick if you get like Spellseeker? And I'm like, well, I'm a dumbass. Can't get Spellseeker with that. Like, I was like, why does no one get Spellseeker with this? And I'm like, oh yeah, because it's just green, dumbass.
But no, like what TRM was saying about the Ferocidon is basically that it punishes any route you have to fight red. Like you can go wide against red, get a bunch of creatures, then you can't like your menace creatures aren't as good. Your little 1/1 tokens aren't necessarily as good. But that can't be done against the Ferocidon. Oh well, I'll just gain some life. Oh, can't do that either. Sorry.
Like
I'll play a
it
big
feels
creature
like
block their biggest creatures up.
I think that it's good for red to have a card in their 100.
All right, so we're tracking the game state. They're dead. They just died. They drew a burn spell. A burn spell was drawn. They're dead.
Yes, the wildest of slashes.
So
but no, it's a Swiss Army creature. It's a bit much.
Yeah, no, like the thing is that like I think it's fine, even good for red to have one card in their 100 card deck that deals with that. But the problem is that once you start having 4 cards in your 60 card deck.
Menace, god damn it! I'm sorry, Menace. What the fuck?
Damn it!
Trying to signal block it. Like, nope.
Why do you have Menace?
Put 2 in front of it, homie. Yeah, I mean it's just it's really good, but like I don't know, like I do feel that like it was. I don't think it was a bad ban.
No, yeah.
The standpoint that format.
I think
that format sucks.
Like
I played that. I don't play standard. I played a league in standard or some like event in standard, and like just crushed. I think I went 5-0 in it with that deck.
Oh, the castle's on the board too.
No, they're really dead. Like they're
really super dead. The amount of dying that they're doing is extraordinary.
Yeah, no, they're really dead. Yeah, I mean, like I played that deck like. And just very easily 5-0 with it, and I was like, and like, I did not have any format knowledge. I just played the deck like I would play any red deck, and it was pretty fucking savage. Just this is kind of stupid. Like I don't feel like
my point is that like I think that the card absolutely was a good card. Is a good card to have in Canadian Highlander. But I think it was still a good standard ban because of how it was interacting with the standard. I think both can be true, which is cool.
I mean, you built your red deck sideboards to beat other red decks is all you had to do. Like, I just stole some.
I'm going to be honest, I'm biased against the red. I just don't think I think the card was like a mistake, a design mistake.
Maybe, I don't know. Like, I have a hard time seeing that. I think if you really want to like, I think at least in that, specifically if you're designing it for that standard rotation, it just didn't need to happen then. I think the card can happen, but like you need to nerf it by proxy or by fiat by not printing as many good 1 and 2 drops for red.
Like it's kind also being in the same standard as like Hazoret and Ramunap Ruins and all this other.
The rubber in those decks is always going to be your 1 mana removal, your 1 mana creatures, and then your 2 mana stuff. Your 3s are just gravy, in my opinion. Like they're just gravy, and if they're like of that high quality, like they're fucked up. Like you're just gonna kill people,
Yeah, I mean the problem was that it put red in a position, but like like people say, if you want to beat red, you can. But if 1/15 of the deck is Ferocidon, suddenly that is not really the true anymore.
Speaking of beating red, red is this is the final match, right? So I think Wolfgang won this event. I mean, I hate to call it early, but they're fucking dead.
Their hand certainly makes it look that way.
No, you're fucking dead. I'm sorry. Like you're really dead here. Like it sucks. They're even playing a Stormblood Berserker out for no value, and it's just like, what are you gonna do? Like if you missed, you don't have a creature. Like their hand has no creature play, even if they hit the land, and if they fail to hit the land on the next turn into a relevant 2-drop accelerant, that was one of their better draws. It's not going to matter because it's not going to stick, but oof, big oof. So I mean, they bolt this and they just light up the stage, try to find their land drop. Well, they found their land drop anyway, so maybe you just say fuck my land or fuck my light up the stage. I'm just going to play out this Ramunap excavate. Or
no, you kind of want to bolt the bed. I think I like line up at the stage, see what you find. And
I just Ferocity here. Just kill them.
I think I bolt just to make sure they can't find anything.
No, like they have to play creatures to win this game. Like they don't have lands. You know that. They have to play creatures to win.
They have to play creatures to win this game, but so does Luca, though. That's the problem.
You don't know that their hand sucks as bad as we know their hand sucks, and their hand sucks.
Well,
we know how bad their hand is
because like they haven't been playing lands. I mean, they did.
No, but we know that even if they draw lands, their hand still sucks, right? Yeah. And that's not on them. I'm not blaming Luca or saying they played poorly. They mulligan to oblivion. But what you can't make an assumption on the red player's side is that, like, if their hand does draw mana, can it play a game of Magic? And we know that it just can't. It's got a 4-drop, it's got a 3-drop 1/2, it's got an uncastable 1/1 flyer, and then it's got an X spell that is uncastable. So it's like
if it wasn't for this Ferocidon, there is some sequence of miracle draws that wins, which is just like some sort of blue source into some sort of
you Splinter Twin it,
Yeah.
I mean, I get that.
The Ferocidon just ruins it.
That's why I think the Ferocidon is better, because like you actually kill them before they get more draw steps, and I think that's how you limit them, is like not playing around like the nut draw that they could have, the nut 4. You play around the median 4 that they had to go to, which is not quite this bad, but it's pretty bad, and you just kill them faster. Like, the best way to like stop people from like nut drawing you out is by killing them. I think the mana denial plan is just not right. I actually be curious to see what Gosman thinks of that thought. I think I would go for the Ferocidon there over trying to kill their mana dork, but that's just me. I think in that case, like the Stone Rain is worse than just putting the heat on them. I'd be curious to see what Gosman thinks on that, because they play a lot of red. I mean, I do it as well. I mean, I haven't as recently, but I mean, I've played quite a bit of it, and I think that's how I approach it. They have been hitting their lands, which is good.
Oh, wait, what? Why are we seeing...
Why are we seeing what, homie?
There's two copies of WolfgangCloud.
We are, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna fix it really quickly.
I mean, the good news is here they have been hitting their land drops, right? So they're going to be able to cast.
They hit the blue source here, so they get to like the casting.
They're going for mana again.
I would have assumed they'd just go straight for the.
I think they want to go for mana to try to set this up. I think they want to probably find a Deathrite Shaman or a Birds of Paradise to get the secondary red source, and then go for a win 2 turns from now.
I might have just gone for the high roll, but I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to matter when the Ferocidon was played down here, because the Ferocidon's almost like 90%, unless they draw like a 2-mana burn spell, going to get played out next turn, be my guess, because I think it's just a higher value card than the. I think it's a better card than the other card they have there, the Madness draw 3 card that makes you discard.
I see Ravager. You wanted to Gosman's thoughts on that?
Yeah. No, what I was saying is I think that allowing the Land of War Elves to stay in play and playing out the not the Raminap Excavator, the
Rampaging
Ferocidon was actually the more solid play, because it ends the game faster, and it also is a extremely disruptive effect to any basically nut draw they could possibly have on 4. I think you just kill them faster.
And I think you're 100% correct.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, I just didn't like bolting that. I'm like, you could play a Stone Rain here, but like you're not killing them.
You have to assume that
you're a medium case consistent deck. You play against the medium case.
They made a good mulligan choice, and that they have at least something to do with.
And I don't think they per se made a bad mulligan choice. I think that one of the tricky things with 4s is that like you can go to 4 and like have like a good 4 that you had to go to, but like no one wins at a 3. Like I just don't think I refuse to believe it's very possible to win on 3. It's possible, but like it's very tough to go to 3. No, winning on 4 is feasible. I think winning on 3, I've never seen.
At 5 or 4.
He was at 4. Yeah, he was at 4.
Okay.
So his hand sucked, but I mean, it was a mull to 4, and it's like your hand's gonna suck when you your hand's either really gonna suck when you go to 4, or it's like gonna be like I had to stay. I mean, you had to stay at it, right? Like I don't think you go to 3. I think it's very challenging.
At 4, I think I might actually bolt his creature.
Because I just don't think there's that much value in the Molten Rain. I think there's more value because you know what his deck does. It's a Splinter Twin deck. It's a Greedy-Jiki deck. Like, what are they going to do against a Rampaging Ferocidon? Do you think they kept in a 4-card hand a Swords to Plowshares or Path to Exile? I don't. I think that card's fine in the matchup, but I don't think it's good in a 4-card hand. I think it's one of the cards in the 7 that get picked back. That's just me.
I think the best argument for the Ferocidon is actually use your mana just that bit better.
No, you do use 1 more mana on that turn, which I think is also a fine argument. I think it's a reason.
Absolutely.
for it, but I think the biggest reason is it just kills them faster. Like they're at half the amount of life, and
Well,
like
yeah, but
you've had,
by using your mana more efficiently, that kills them faster.
typically it does.
The
I mean,
Ferocidon die here, and if it dies here, the Rex arc gets opened up in theory.
No, it definitely does. It definitely does, but they just end up taking.
Yeah, they still have to find a red souls even if that's the case.
I mean,
yeah, because they're losing their TRS, right? I think
you just have to go for it though.
Actually, you might not even lose
you can't go for it. You're
Arakasi there and just like hope to survive.
Why?
Well, you can go for it, but you die because that makes copies of creatures, which the Ferocidon does 1 damage for each creature that comes into play. So you just die.
Said double block the Ferocidon.
Yeah, but then you don't have mana. But they did find a red source, so I mean, it was possible. It's just they're still a turn off, right? They're still dead to the board.
That's what I mean by going for the high roll.
I think you plug and hope they just don't kill your death right for some
reason. Yeah, I think the issue is
the
high roll,
right? On double block, and then you still have the
you only trade 1 for 1 either way.
Yeah.
So I think you do double block that. I mean, you get blown out by burn spell, but you're getting killed by burn spell anyway. It's like, whatever.
The other thing is, I think at this point they'd just be dead if the Ferocidon had been played. Personally, I know it would have been because it would have been 9 more damage by this point.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's why I like playing it first. It's like kill them.
I think with
like,
a 4-card hand.
Mm-hmm.
I think with a 4-card hand, there's a debate to be made both ways. I think if it had been a 5-card hand, I think Ferocidon would have been probably more Drake, strangely enough. Because
I don't
have
think
a natural curve.
I don't think trying to mana screw folks tends to often be the right line.
I don't think these days, due to the London mulligan, that even with 4 cards, people are having like at least a decent.
No, your 4-card hand can be good. That's why I was saying like it's really hard to tell how good it is because like you're gonna keep it regardless.
Exactly.
I don't think you can have a good 3. I think 3s are just dog shit. Like you can have what mana dork land. You know?
Yeah, Paris, Vancouver, they can absolutely mulligan to 4 and just be like, it could literally be like 1 land, a mana dork, and 2 5-drops.
Yeah, but it's really hard to predict, right? Like you don't, like if you're playing against a good opponent, like it can go either way. If you're playing against someone who doesn't know what they're doing, I mean, you generally probably expect they're not going to be able to win because they're going to need more resources.
Yep.
But like I just think it's now the red deck is not drawn well. Like they have not drawn a lot of stuff, but I mean they're going to get more gas here. Oh, and my assumption would be this is game over.
I'm pretty sure Luca could have won there. If they double blocked the Ferocidon when I said, I think that would have been a win.
Yeah, but the issue is they're still tied to. They're still a turn off because they don't have enough mana at that point.
What?
They're a turn off.
I mean, they would put in the Deceiver Exarch to like fog one of the creatures.
But the issue is they wouldn't have had the second blocker at that point though, right?
Wait. Have I really?
And they were still drawing 3.
Well, the Deceiver Exarch taps 1 and then blocks.
No, I acknowledge. So you're saying they're going to tap the 3/2, and then they don't have the ability to. You're saying they double block the Berserker. Is that what you're saying?
They could still have the death rate at this point if they double block.
That's under the assumption that their opponent doesn't opt to kill, the death right? And I think at this point, like
if they don't kill the death right, you still have the Fauna Shaman untapped to block.
And you can start trying to get like creatures that put you back on board.
Yeah, I mean it's certainly
like,
it's possible.
No, but you could have played Icefang Corridor on that turn and then blocked with Icefang Corridor and the Fauna Shaman.
That I agree with. That I agree with, and I kind of like because it gets you deeper in your deck and it gives you more options. I don't think.
Do you all have any preference for which of the back tables we're going to watch?
I don't care, but I actually need to run, guys. I really appreciate you guys having me today. I actually need to head out to go do this dinner thing. I'm actually going to be a little bit late because
no problem, dude. Thanks for hanging out. All
right, guys.
If you want to be back next week, we're always happy to have you.
All right, homie. You guys all take it easy. I'll see you later.
Later, man.
All right. Let's just watch the longest game possible, which will be Necro versus Ragdoll.
Oh god!
Oh my god!
We could also watch the short game.
We'll end up here anyway. We may as well see what's going on.
Necro versus ElectricTuba. Oh god!
ElectricTuba played.
No, it's Necro versus Ragdoll. Ragdoll's on Sandra.
Yeah, I'm just saying if those two were playing.
Well,
I played against both Necro and ElectricTuba and won both of those matches quickly. So
I said it would be long, but I was.
I see a Necro wins the match. I don't know if that was because they're going to a new game since Ragdoll is pretty low on time. or because the game is actually over.
I will go in and ask them. 1 second.
Please.
In chat.
They are done.
They're done. Okay.
Okay.
Sweet.
else we got?
Then I
Anyone?
guess we have Bailite versus Evios.
Oh yeah.
Speaking of matches that are going to take a while, this one.
Well, not at the moment. We see a young pyromancer and a board full of elementals about
Yeah,
to
the young
smash
pyro
Bailite in
has
the
gone
face.
off.
Yeah.
Hey, can someone just like do like a Photoshop of young pyro? You know the 5 black dudes and blonde girl. Or maybe that would like Emrakul and 15 squirrels.
There we go. Evios just won the match, and I guess that's the tournament over.
All right.
There's gonna be some magic related equivalent.
Okay, I think that's it, right? Let
Oh,
me double check that we don't have.
Sometimes like even Blue Moon just goes, herp derp, play a 2-drop, cast some cantrips, kill ya.
I've definitely won a few games by going like, here's a thing in the eyes, can you kill it? Well, I guess take 7.
Oof.
I've won a game by Archmaging Charms my opponent's Merit Mage.
Oh, you got to do that.
Which they got their Merit Mage because they dredged a Life from the Lone Blind and hit both pieces, the Thespian stage and the Dark Depths.
That is the biggest.
That is.
So my opponent was like, I can't even be mad. And I'm like, no, you're not allowed to because you blind flipped this.
You really can't.
I definitely did not defeat someone yesterday just by like naturally top decking Time Vault. And by top decking, I mean I technically preordained into it, but still, like turn 3.
All right, so I think we're done.
Yeah, I think I agree. I agree. We are done. Congratulations to WolfgangCloud for winning the event. Mono Red continues to rule the day.
Make me sad.
Red deck recall, sir.
I don't
Red
know.
Deck, we have been calling it Red Deck Rodan because you play Badro.
Okay. I'm just saying Saturday is ruled by Time Vault currently.
Yeah,
somehow.
I mean, Time Vault's really good.
Hey. And I'm playing Norman again if you move. I fucking threaten you. You come over here, I'll take a fucking lightning bolt right in your face.
So I want to go. Okay, so for those that were watching us, a quick reminder that we are. So okay, I say this while I am taking a look at. Oh, why am I doing this? What am I doing with my life? Stop. Okay. If you want to join this event next week, we run one every week. Exclamation point next poll in chat gets you there. We have updated poll result. We have updated. There you go. Thank you, Gosmid. We have updated sign up forms. Exclamation point Discord gets you the Discord. We use the Canadian Highlander Discord to run all of these events. The Discord is both an awesome place to just be. People that are very friendly, and they definitely will not call you a scrub on site. I might, but you know, I am evil. I will. Anyway, so if you want to do that, exclamation point Discord gets you there. Apparently the bot is having problem. If you're watching this on YouTube, there's gonna be a link in the description down below. If you just want more information about these, you can type exclamation point 10p, which gets you a bunch of information about what we're doing. But basically, the short answer is that we have weekly tournaments. There is Saturday tournaments that are not streamed every Saturday at 4 p.m. Eastern. There is Sunday tournaments that are streamed every Sunday at 1 p.m. Eastern. We are running a 12-week season, at the end of which the top 4 of each ranking will go to a final. We'll go to a finals, which will be run, I believe, in the weekend of the 19th of July. But it's somewhere in mid-July. If you if you have it in your heart to throw us a subscription, it definitely helps with getting the channel back online, especially if it's Jeff Bezos' money. Use your use your Twitch from subscription. Somebody, Jeff Bezos definitely doesn't need the extra $5, and if it's us, we appreciate it, obviously. With that said, I am going to say that there is a perfectly serviceable Bengineering that is streaming right now, and we should raid him. So let's go bother Bengineering. I used the rank command. Okay. So thanks everybody for watching, and we will be back like every week next Sunday.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.